Out of band stream today, everybody. How are we doing this morning? Hey there, Daniel. Doing great this morning. Doing better than yesterday, at least. I had a, definitely was not able to stream yesterday for a good reason, but we're doing okay-ish today. I managed to not have to work on site today, so we've got Zomboid on the menu. Since I missed, I gotta get at least 4 streams a week for Zomboid. That's just a me thing. Even if nobody watched, I'd be playing it. That's my fix. Gotta have it. Bit early for bed. That's all right. We do have some more airport exploration on the docket. I wanted to get to the 3rd floor of the main building of the airport where the bar and grill is. The club, as it were. I wanted to get up there. But we're going to do that after we do our transports. And then today is building. We're doing a lot of building today. Jericho's got a lot of work to do. And that's why I have not yet taken the generator offline here, because I am going to be coming in and out again for another day or 2 tops, maybe. We already got a tow job stage, 2 of them. Yeah, we're good to go. If we're going to do this at night, we need some extra light in both vehicles. We're armed-ish. Yeah, we're armed well enough. This road should have minimal Z. I can't guarantee it'll be Z-free, though. At the very least, we can stop and accelerate a lot easier with the Corvette than we will be able to once we get the truck rolling on the next trip. The D6 can handle the tow job, but it's not as it's nothing like the Corvette. Nothing is, except the race car, which, as far as I'm concerned, they don't exist. Anybody ever have something that they put off for literally a decade for no good reason, and then just randomly one day you decide to do it? That was me this morning. I was just stopping by the grocery store, which is something I was supposed to do literally like 3 or 4 days ago. Yeah, I'm not good at time management. But anyway, while I was hanging around the grocery store checking for last minute items, I walked past the little spinny round thing where they've got all the eyeglasses, and I looked at it and I'm like, they got clip-ons. They got clip-ons. They only cost $20, and I bought a pair. I have been in a constant mental loop of I'm about 6 months to a year away from getting laser eye surgery, so I don't need to worry about clip-ons. I don't need to worry about prescription sunglasses. I don't need to worry about any of that shit. It's going to get fixed eventually. I've got a really beautiful pair of Ray-Bans, really expensive Ray-Bans, really beautiful Ray-Bans, sunset orange, very fine custom Ray-Bans, and I love them so much, but they are not prescription, so I can only realistically wear them when I'm wearing contact lenses, which, of course, being in that mental feedback loop of, oh, I'm just a few minutes away from, just a few months away. Nuclear fusion is just 10 years away, guys. But no, I just, that vicious cycle of constantly believing that I'm just about to get my eyes fixed has led me to just dealing with not having sunglasses for way too long. And this morning I saw their clip-ons were only $20, so I just grabbed them. And now I have clip-ons that I can just keep in my car. It's great. The Corvette is 200 horsepower lower. So just imagine this thing, how it performs with towing specifically. And just imagine that being about 2/5 better, maybe. Yeah, something like 40, I don't know, 40% better? Sure, yeah, let's go with that. It's great. Horsepower is great. Sports cars are great. I can settle for a collection of Corvettes. I have been reliably informed that race cars can spawn as wrecks in certain places. I did not know that was the case, and I've never seen it, but that means, technically speaking, we're probably not guaranteed to never see one here. So you're telling me there's a chance. Is there a second one over here? I know there was a second one up front, but I don't remember these. Hello. Hey, Luchador, how's it going? We are starting off with some logistics today, and then we are doing some, we got some base building to do. We got a huge blank slate. As shown in the thumbnail, we got a big blank slate to work with at Jericho. Actually, the thumbnail is a little bit out of date. We have put in the, I didn't actually have a screenshot of Jericho with the, we've added the forge and the furnace. So we've got the forge and the furnace and the charcoal truck, so there's a little bit less of a blank slate than what's in the thumbnail, but otherwise we got a lot of space to fill and there's no storage system yet, so we've got some building to do today. Lots of it. And the Jericho is basically just going to be our home for the rest of this character's life for now. Hello. 3 up ahead? Lots up ahead. Metric lots. They're not ag. Okay. Fence to the south. Tall fence to the south. So if I shoot, we're stressed to infinity. Within that tree. We don't do trees next to fences here anymore. Not since the accident. Lost your 20 mo- Oh. No. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is truly... Okay, how the fuck did this happen? Wait, did I go too far? Hang on a second. I missed my turn. Haha. That explains where all those zombies came from. But yeah, Luchador, if I'm not mistaken, were you the guy who was encouraging me to get the mod that gives you local, or what was it called? That consolidates all containers to a single loot sheet. I remember there were a couple of people who were encouraging me to grab that. I'm just curious if that mod would have affected that or not. Because I was always under the impression that it's possible a mod like that could cause problems like that, but I've never actually heard evidence of it, so... That is... Ah, right, no, fair enough. Fair enough. I am of the opinion that 42 Unstable is, well, not a very stable platform to build things on, such as mods. But, I have been partial to a couple of UI mods, but I was never really sure if a mod like that was strictly UI. Because, you know, when you're messing with something as fundamental as containers, that made me wonder, is that actually just UI, or is there something more going on under the hood there? Never did really figure that out, because I've never actually tried it. We did some firearms discharge here, so there is no surprise. We've got Zeds over there to the right. Let's try to get these guys by the those trees. Right. Yeah, that's fair enough. Actually, that's kind of something I've been feeling myself. Like, there are a few places in Louisville I've never been, but after a certain point in this character's lifetime, I might have actually explored the entire map for B42. There might be a few pockets, but honestly, I feel like that's a colossal statement right there. I mean, the military research facility was always such a big blind spot for me, but we handled that on this character. And so now I am wondering if there really is anything major left for me to, map-wise, for me to explore. Now that I've hit LVA, or LAA. I'm not even going to bother trying to tow it in this thing before. It didn't work for us last time. Ah, yes, that right there, that is an achievement. We actually broke into March Ridge here. We did not clear the whole place. I gave up. I gave up when I got to the northern residential half. I was like, nah. I've seen enough residential for now. I just wanted to move on to something else at the time. Yeah. That's a tradition that, with the exception of my next character, I think I'm gonna do a drifter character. But I think all that really means is I'm just going to drift between cities and not have one single solitary main base. I'll still make little outposts in each city. So we've got 4 LV airport vans, and they should be sorted by their engine quality. I think this one was that's the worst. I think. 67. This is 88. This is the best. I've done things very out of order. So this one needs to be on one side, and the other one needs to be on the other side. Yeah. My comic book collection back in Riverside right now for this character, we have filled an entire organized wooden crate. So that's 75 encumbrance, or 78 something encumbrance of nothing but unique comic books. Unique comic books, as in no duplicates. I made absolute certain of it. And we're still picking up more comic books. It's wacky. Absolutely wacky. There's so many comic books in this game. I think the comic books are programmatically generated. Like there's a series like Lasso Lady. I remember seeing that. It made me laugh. Lasso Lady, the legally distinct Wonder Woman. I remember seeing like issue 130 something and then issue like 39 something, and I was like, oh, so you've just got numbers next to the title. Then I think that's how they're doing it. It's not going to stop me. I still want to collect them all. That just means that I probably won't be able to get them all in every single or I won't be able to get them all in the same crate. I'll need like a proper bookshelf. I'll need a comics room. I might need like a weeb room or something. If we do 2 tiles for each van, or 3 tiles rather, then that means a parking spot is the midpoint of 3 tiles. So that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm parking right there. See, it's a lot easier for me to visualize parking spots with some sort of frame of reference. This is yet another reason that we could use some better everything in here. Oh, did you set it up so that you can do that? That is with the level cutoff. I was never happy about that, the level cutoff at level 3. Just make it so that there's only a couple of VHS tapes for each skill. Making it so that you can only get experience up to level 3, I always thought that was silly. Okay, second bedtime. Yeah, Hotties and Hunks, they are... I can't remember if they were year and month or just year. Got one somewhere in here. Somewhere in one of these bags that are not yet organized. Huh. I know I have one somewhere. This is why I need to organize this place. Desperately need to organize this place. That's alright. We will soon. We will soon. We've got one straight-up trip left to do. And then we return, and we're gonna mess around a little bit further at Louisville Airport before the respawns start coming back in. So let's. I got lazy last time and I didn't make myself anything to eat. Let's fix that. I'm feeling a slab of rabbit meat, some garlic. We even left a battery on the charger out there. We are no longer using rabbit meat on... I'm sorry, we're no longer using eggs for just cooking ingredients. We're saving those for things like cakes and whatnot. Because my chickens out here are not quite grown up yet. Oh, these batteries were charging so that I can run standards. Yes. We've got standard vehicle batteries now. We can go recover those. I established this ambulance as my vehicle recovery truck. It's got spare batteries that are charged for each class. We'll get some gas later. What about... Give me some more... Some different perishables here. Yeah, pumpkin. Some of these need to go in my main freezer. Main freezer's got room. Yeah, it's like I've been really struggling on what exactly the perfect sort of kit is to be carrying around in the ambulance because I'm so edged on space in the ambulance these days. I'm starting to feel having separate ambulances, just, of course, the farther you get from your main base, having separate vehicles becomes less and less convenient. That's like a balancing act that'll probably never be solved, at least not for me, because I still haven't found the perfect field kit. Recently, I only just recently learned that carrying around a wooden fork with me everywhere. Wooden fork is the smallest type of fork. It weighs 0.1 encumbrance. It makes you eat your roasts twice as fast. Only just now learned that a couple streams ago. Shout out to my chat. Appreciate you guys. By carrying this around, I can eat faster. It minimizes downtime in combat when I have to stop and eat. It's great. It's worth 0.1 in the kit, but that means that, as always, I am still working on the perfect field kit here. I am not. No, my camera is actually mirrored. I am right-handed. If I was left-handed, I would just put the table here on the other side of my battle station. That is the glory of having something modular. Waiting for these to thaw. It's going to take another little bit. I mean, wait for a minute here. Do we need any calories? Not really. No, we're good. Pump jack, battery, tire. So, battery, but what I've been doing now is I carry around a battery charger in my main vehicle. But my main vehicle's got so much stuff in it already, mostly combat oriented, that I've been focusing on just carrying things that help me get more things, like a charger. Because usually everywhere I go, I'm eventually going to have a generator somewhere nearby. So if I have at least one charger with me everywhere I go, then that becomes less of a problem. Everybody, yes, they're all good. We are going to smash the pumpkin. And we are going to cut the chicken. And we are going to make some... Wait, what's going on here? Why do I only have one roasting pan? Have I failed? Have I failed at something? Have I failed miserably at something? I might have failed miserably at something. No? Wait, what's going on here? Oh, I should have more than one roasting pan here. Did I leave them all at my field base? I can make a roasting pan, that's not a problem. I'm baffled as to where they could be. I would have called it a failure if I had made some roasts already and then put them somewhere, but I don't see any. I hate it when I lose track of cookware. That breaks my mind when I lose track of cookware. But we got infrastructure here. We've got all kinds of infrastructure here. What do we need for a... Make a roasting pan. It's just a steel sheet. We've got one steel sheet on standby. Alright, you know what? Let's just do one then. Let's not get greedy. I'm kind of mad I can't make a roasting pan out of copper. That'd be cool. Yeah, reading glasses, that's another thing. If I had more books to read, I would probably make room for reading glasses in my kit here. At this point, we have... I've spent 0.1 encumbrance on a note to carry around. We need Long Blade 5, Reloading 5, Butchery 5, Pottery 5. Those are the books we actually need to find, and then we can read them. I actually have Electrical 5 back at Riverside, but I'm in a state right now where I could read Electrical 5, and actually should, because I'm just constantly getting a drip feed of electrical experience. It only makes sense to have the book read if I continue doing stuff with it. We'll find it. We will find it. Yep. Okay, so I've never actually used reading glasses on my character, but I'm reliably informed by some folks in chat. I'll take their word for it. I do believe that that is probably true. So I do not know from personal experience. So I couldn't tell you what the ratio is, for example. Any ratio is good for me. I'll take it. Alright, so if we've got 2, then we'll just do, Fillet, wing, leg, wing. Yeah. Fillet and wing. Leg and wing. And then leftovers. So leg leftover. And fillet leftover. I've actually taken to trying to make sure that I don't put too much chicken into one stir fry, or one roast. Because roasts have a tendency to, if you start putting chicken in them, roasts will just get really, really, really chunky, really fast. I mean, we're already over 60, so these are going to be 80 roasts. I can live with that. But once you go over 80, you're basically just wasting hunger reduction. Yeah, these are probably going to be 100 roasts. There's only so much I can do about it if the ingredients that I picked are just that chunky. That's okay. Let's happy them up. That was something that I bought at the grocery store today. I actually bought a little bit of every herb. Parsley, oregano, thyme, all that stuff that I just put. I actually just bought some IRL. Not just because I've been using them in Zomboid, but also because there are a couple of spice mixtures that I've been using IRL that I've been curious to reconstruct myself instead of just buying the mixtures. So I just bought the spices themselves. I'll toss something together with leftovers here. It's actually okay to have these really big roasts right now because we can work up an appetite by doing a lot of base work. Base work involves a lot of fast forwarding. So we've already worked up a huge appetite. Eating a quarter of this 110 roast won't be the worst thing in the world. Didn't even overeat that time. That's glorious. I definitely need to... I think I was told about that early game, and I just completely forgot about it. It's alright. Alright, so now we are deploying again to do our last trip. Well, actually, that means I'm bringing these roasts with me. Yeah, we're bringing these roasts with me. These cabbages are not going to last long. Cabbages never do. I would rather not be on a timer. I'm going to take the ingredients too. I'm going to toss them in the fridge at our destination. It's alright. Because, I mean, we got the generator running still anyway. It's okay. So we have a plan to get back there using a throwaway vehicle. And part of that strategy is the fact that we have a recovery truck right here. I'll have to keep these two backup ambulances. I'll have to keep them separated because, to be entirely honest, they both visually look exactly the same, so... I was wondering which one of the... we got many more red generators where that came from. The blue ones are actually slightly more valuable for longer distance movement. We probably won't even need this, but there won't be too much else that I'm worried about carrying around with me everywhere in this particular vehicle. So it actually behooves it to have a generator in it. Yes and no. So basically generators, what I do is I do grab what I see, but then I collect them and leave them at my nearest base. And then the question becomes whether I actually take it from that base somewhere else. I've been in a habit of consolidating everything and moving it west towards West Point and then bringing in the Louisville direction as I have now. But that is over now. We're here at Louisville. So I no longer have to think about bringing generators to a final destination. So if I find more generators out in the field right now, probably TBA. Yeah, look at that. We do have a friendo. Hello. Alright, so we have a couple of trashier vehicles right here. I'm going to go down 841. I would prefer something that's actually got brakes on it. I think this blue one was okay-ish. We'll do that. But the mail trucks, mostly the reason I picked all those up was because there were 4 really good ones right in front of me. And it's a bit of an obsession when it comes to step vans with engine quality. On this particular character, maybe it's just luck of the draw, but I have really struggled to find a good step van out in the world. We have found a grand total of 1 so far with a good engine, and it's currently our primary ammo transport. But recently we had a massive influx, and all of the influx that I'm talking about, we found them all at the Louisville airport. So that was an interesting experience. We're still in the process of bringing them all back with us. Here, it's fine. After this trip, we probably... I think we will be done with throwaway cars after this trip. Because what we're going to do for this particular trip... after this trip. After this trip, we take the blue car down to the airport and we pick up our last transport. Then we're going to go back to the airport to... finish up a couple of things in the main building that I wanted to see. That is only going to involve the main ambulance and 1 step van that we're going to tow back with us. So we don't need to use any throwaway cars after this one for now. I'm going to keep the vehicular ambulance over here next to the step vans here. Alright, back to LAA for us. For anybody joining, welcome. We're in a bit of the logistics phase at the moment. we've got one more back and forth to do to go back to LAA and pick up a step van which is loaded up with loot, as well as a truck that is loaded up with loot. We bring them both back here. Then we are going back to LAA for one last journey through the main building. I have not yet actually been to the 3rd floor. I think it's really just the club. I think there's just a club up there. And if that's the case, we'll see if there's anything interesting there. And if not, we'll do a victory lap, pick up any interesting furniture that I may want to have, especially for Jericho, because remember, this is going to be largely most of our time spent today is going to be on base design. So if there is furniture in the Louisville airport area, which I observed lots of, literal tons of, we will partake in stealing some of that. We do have a completely empty step van that we can do whatever we want with now. Even fun stuff. I was trying to go around him. I actually don't know the hitbox on these cars very well. Can't have roads in... corpses on my roads right now. Trying to do tow jobs. I use these particular cars so little that I'm actually not very well acquainted with their hitboxes. I don't feel comfortable going faster than like 65. The brakes in this thing I don't think are particularly stellar. I just had a realization. I have read the Butchering Level 5 book, and yet my list said that I still needed to find it. I somehow must have forgotten to update my list when I found it, and that's interesting because I don't even know where I would have put it. Like the book itself. Like, obviously I've already read it, because I've got the experience bonus here, and it's all the way at max, but, that's interesting. Imagine finding a book that you've been looking for a while, and then completely forgetting what you did with it. Well, after reading it, I suppose that's a little easier to forgive, right? So much stuff. You're 100% correct. We are absolutely drowning in loot, and we don't have a storage system. That's the worst part about it. We must establish a loot storage system at some point. Alright, so here we are at our destination. What I'm going to do is drop off all the perishables I've got, except for my current active food. Hey, Command, how's it going? We are in most of the way through a logistics phase here. There's a part of me that wants... I'm going to go ahead and steal the artwork. Yeah. We will have more artwork eventually back at back at Jericho, but for now, I'm stealing the artwork that I've left here because we're not going to be spending too much more time at this base. So I'm going to take these artwork items so that, I mean, Jericho has got tons of wall space. Just prime real estate for wall decorations. Alright, so now that we're here, this is what was waiting for us. Both of these vehicular devices are loaded up with all sorts of stuff. Yeah, just a little bit of everything. Make sure the, kind of ish. There is a little bit more room in the passenger seat here. I'm not gonna fuss over it. I don't think we have... There's nothing particularly compelling here that we don't already have literal tons of elsewhere. So as a D6 with a light bar, this is an emergency services D6. It's got just barely enough towing power to make it out of third gear, or make it out of second and into third gear when towing a step van forward. So do not be too decepted by the fact that we're able to do this successfully. It's still not a very reliable thing. You still need something with a fairly strong engine to actually pull this off. But you got something with a light bar on it, you most certainly have enough engine power to pull forward a step van at the moment. And I think all sports cars, I am not currently aware of a sports car that's too weak to pull forward a step van. And it's only step vans. I don't know why. I do not know why. You would think that a truck like this, which is like probably half as light, or half as heavy as the step van, especially when it's full. It's probably less than half if they're both full, just based on sheer storage size, but that is, that's the game we're playing right now. We cannot actually tow a D6 forward with any vehicle. I haven't even been able to pull it off with a Corvette. But as I said, we will just barely make it out of second and into third. I have technically made it into fourth, but that won't last long on a road like 841 here. 841, 861. I know it's an 8 something one. You'll hear me go through different numbers in the middle. Let's call it 8. Let's call it 821 today. There we are, third gear. These airport security D6s, they're pretty slick. I do like the visual appearance. You know what? I'm thinking, there's a part of me that wants to actually not take the primary combat ambulance with me when we go back after doing this drop-off. I might just kit out one of the 2 airport security trucks with combat kit that is sufficient for whatever pockets we might run into for the airport, because that would give me more storage space for loot. I think I'm going to do that. It is nice to have a nice and clean road. It's not going to last. It's not going to last, not until we start a new character and have respawns gone forever. But for now, I'm enjoying it. Especially in spring here with all the trees blooming. It's pretty. I think I mentioned this before, but one of the happiest memories I have is the Cherry Blossom Festival in Berryville, Virginia. It's a little bit north of where I live, little ways down Route 7 there. And it is, they've got a festival that just, it's you know, trees like these that turn pink and white in mid-spring. Basically, just imagine entire blocks of those with just, you know, a picturesque little town to go with it. It is truly gorgeous. That's my idea of a spring break right there. Call me a boomer if you like. Something I'm thinking about now is driving speed on whatchamacallit, inside of buildings. I actually think our building, Jericho Base, with the white tile floors, I actually think that white tile floors are not as good as other types of floor. I don't have strong, well-tested evidence for that. But it does feel like acceleration is slower, regardless of what vehicle I use. See, that right there, what I just did, where I sat down in a step van and turned it on, and it just turned on right away. That is why I do this. That's why I seek out good step vans and recover them. Bring them back with me. Because having, those are just so freaking rare. You're looking at all, okay, so we can't see the ones outside, the male step vans. You know, the only ones on the map that I've found that have an engine quality over 80, meaning a higher than 20% or a less than 20% chance of failing to start for no frickin' reason at all. That's all I found on the entire map. And again, look at how much map we've explored. Look at how much map we've explored. And we have a grand total of like 11, maybe, that we found in total. And most of them have come from Louisville Airport. Most of them have come from Louisville Airport, where we just were. So for the vast majority, I mean, like this right here, this is 75. This is 75. This is actually still got a 25% chance to fail to start. It's truly sad. I'm sad about it. I think it really is just luck. I don't think, well, I have not looked at the spawn tables and the chances for engine quality. So I don't know. I don't know if it's been nerfed. It definitely feels nerfed. It was never particularly common to find a lot of vehicles with, or a lot of step vans, particularly with good engines. That was never particularly common. It also didn't feel this bad in prior characters' runs. We have 3 lakeside paintings there. That is pretty cool. Starting to wonder if we have too many. I'm gonna use the lakes. I'm gonna use the lakeside and the river paintings to give the animals some something pretty to look at, because they deserve to remember what the sky looks like too. They forgot they were cows until they saw the sky again. So one could say that we have found quite a few flags. Like, quite a few flags. I'm not okay with that. I'm very okay with that. That means that we're rapidly reaching surplus territory, kind of like I did at Riverside. Alright, alright. We've got a lot of restricted area signs, too. We've got a lot of flags, we've got a lot of paintings, we got everything. They bear witness to Skyrim. Now, the thing about these island beach paintings, they can only face this direction. The lakeside paintings can be rotated. These can't for some reason, and I don't know why. Because I actually kind of like the island beach paintings. Per usual, we have more stars and stripes than Kentucky. Do we? Hang on. No, that's not the case right now. We've got equal amounts of both. I can't put the restricted area sign down because the generators are blocking it. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We follow very strange rules here. Nothing stopping me from picking the generators back up and putting them right back where they were, though. Look at that. Like dominoes that can only be set up a certain way. Doesn't seem to care about the AC sign, or it just layers itself right in front of the AC. That's really funny. Thankfully, I can just straight up move the AC wherever I want. Not that it does anything. Imagine having climate control in this game where some of the crafting stations require, where some of the crafting stations actually require climate control. Imagine that novel concept. I'll never not make fun of that. At some point, I probably will get rid of these dumpsters, but that's a lot of effort. A lot of these restricted area signs came from different locations. Some of them from the military research facility, some of them from the airport we just finished messing around at. That's probably not going to be permanent, but that works. I did not intend on doing that. Don't think anybody out here would have heard me. Worth checking anyway. None of us shall ever truly outlive the accidental hitting of Q. Now that was interesting. Despite being at stage 2 hunger, which meant that I could fit more than 25 hunger in me, I ate a quarter of that 110, and I still got full to bursting. Interesting. Not sure what to make of that. That just means that I don't have as strong of a grasp of the hunger reduction as I thought I did. Or I just blatantly failed at mental math. Either eventuality is possible right now. Oh, this one has got nothing but vehicle parts in it. Okay. I was thinking about emptying this one, but... which of them has the better engine quality? That's the one we should be using more often. 88 versus 93. The one on the right here is definitively better. Yes, I am. That is intentional for some of them, Daniel. I may remove some other ones, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and leave them. They actually look pretty during the summer, depending on where they're located, as long as they're not blocking too much. I think we can move... well, we actually don't have any more surface space back here. I'll just put the espresso machine on the floor for a second. Or temporarily until we find a good spot for it. All these premium tech radios that I have over here are pristine. Some of them are probably going to go into some of the other step fans when I get around to it. So what I'm going to do is take the extraneous stuff out of the back of this vehicle and put it in straight into the other one. So that kind of stuff, we actually are carrying around the bath towels, because we are still liable to get sweaty here and there. Always a carton of 12 gauge. That is very hard to go wrong with if you have, as long as you have room for it. Need that. Put that somewhere. Oh, we already do have a couple bath towels. Okay. Looks like we got some rain coming in. Significant rain. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, if we're going to go back to the airport and do some stuff on the 3rd floor in there, we'll be indoors, so it's fine. Let it rain. But I am going to wait until we are ready to sleep. I'll go to sleep. Then we'll wake up. We'll head back to the... we'll head back to our destination as a overnight trip. So now it's just a question of what I want to take from the ambulance into our vehicular device there. We're going to brew some throwaway coffee. I do not think we're going to get in any fights big enough to necessitate happy coffee. I think we'll be fine. Shotgun is possible, so we're definitely taking the shotgun. M16 is an easy choice, because the magazines are nice and lightweight. Oops, I took the empty magazines. Can't tell the difference. They don't change weight anymore. And we'll just take a few spare 9mm mags. That ought to be more than enough. I do not think we're going to need the rifle, because we're going to be largely indoors. The kit is missing... You know, here's something I should probably do. My kit, I usually carry around Happy Coffee. I'm going to split that between Happy Coffee and Throwaway Coffee. Right, so what's the difference? I talk about this a little bit. I've got coffee that has a whole bunch of stuff in it that's a little harder to get, like mint, chamomile, a lot of sugar, a lot of rose petals. What those all combined will do, and I call it Happy Coffee because if you look at the bars there, it's really small text. It reduces a lot of unhappiness, and it actually reduces some stress just to straight up drink this. Thanks to the mint and the chamomile, drinking this coffee will also reduce some stress. So if I'm in a big fight, you know, zombie slapping stuff everywhere, maybe I'm getting stressed from wearing armor or something like that, these coffees are a godsend. I do not expect to get into those fights all the time. Sometimes I just want to drink something to shut the fatigue up. And since caffeine pills have been nerfed into the ground again, it's coffee or nothing now. Soda has never been unnerfed. Soda got nerfed the second or third build of B42, and it has never been unnerfed. Meanwhile, coffee has just been caffeine pills have just been all over the place. The devs seem to have no idea what they want to do with them. A category of things that serve no functional purpose. They kind of look cool. Yeah, we got a mortar grinder at our blacksmithing area now. Absolutely. Kit needed a welding torch. Look at that. Got 50 welding torches on the ground. And then I needed to actually put away the coffee that I was just talking about. Okay, so about 50 encumbrance of extra gear. I'm not going to bother with those stress magazines anymore. We're just going to do paperbacks and then a bottle of soda. The soda is, it's a small, almost negligible amount of caffeine, but it is both hunger reduction and happiness restoration. Still got about 1 hour before designated bedtime, but that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and hit the sack after we get our backpack started here. Why? Oh man. Sometimes this game... Okay, fine. Goes on the floor. Yeah, ginseng is actually kind of, you can't cultivate it. So ginseng is one of those things that, yeah, I don't know if I would ever, see, it's funny you mentioned that. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that, because it's very rare for me to have access to ginseng, because the only way to get it right now is to go out and forage and be lucky. That is the only way to have ginseng reliably. But as fate would have it, we got lucky a few times, and our main freezer, everywhere we go, has a little bit in stock. So I will go ahead and actually add these 3 ginseng that we've got, and we will thaw these out, put them in the happy coffee. So that way our happy coffee gets exactly what Daniel just described there. Because it deserves it. We, basically, happy coffee is supposed to be something that primarily fights fatigue, but also just fights a little bit of everything that can crop up to make your combat more annoying. What? Why did that take so long to... Okay. This ginseng didn't feel like getting thawed by the microwave at all. I don't know what's going on there. 10 minutes seemed to do literally nothing. I guess I'll just carry it in my backpack while we sleep tonight. I don't think anything changes if it goes stale before you put it in. I think the stats that it appends don't actually get reduced unlike other things. Oh, great. Instant nightmare. So we had a nightmare and the ginseng still is not unfrozen. Now, if we get stressed out here at base, we got an instant fix for that. We'll go over here, we pet the animals. Ah, look at that. Just finished. Okay. Ginseng to all 3 of our happies. That is... I don't know how much endurance that is, but the bar is, like, the second biggest. Now, okay, so... That's interesting. Endurance is a 0 to 100 stat. Fatigue is a 0 to 100 stat. As far as I know, coffee still reduces about 24 fatigue. So just going off the size of this bar, I could be wrong. Maybe they nerfed coffee. Yeah, they might have nerfed coffee. I don't know. I actually have no idea now. All I know is that for some reason, it just going by the size of these bars, it reduces more, or rather, it gives you back more endurance than it does fatigue, which is kind of wild. Because I was always under the impression that it was small. But hey, you know what? That's cool. We actually had one more happy coffee here. So we'll take one more ginseng out of the freezer before we go back to bed. I did the thing there where I canceled eating halfway through, so that I would not overeat too much. I gotta give a shout out. I had some guy drop by and it wasn't chat, it was my comment section. I think it was, no, it was chat. Yeah, somebody came by in chat and they had just watched the first part of this character's series. And they were telling me about the fact that you can cancel eat. And I misinterpreted what they were saying and I kind of got, well, I don't want to say I got elitist, but I got a little elitist. I was like, yeah, I know, we figured that out a little while ago. But I definitely underestimated the usefulness of it, and I definitely regret being even vaguely resembling something like Snooty. I don't usually get that way, but you know, when somebody drops by and tells you something that you feel like you learned like 2,000 hours ago, yeah, make a little joke at my own expense and theirs. But no, I definitely have underestimated the usefulness of that. Definitely a very good thing to be able to do. We have got a lot of cleaning up to do out here. This is going to spiral out of control to the point where I need to, it'll actually start reducing our frame rate. Last time I built a base here at Jericho, what I would do is I would tow burned wrecks back here and disassemble them here in the lot so that I would have plenty of spare metal to work with. I'd just go outside and pick it up. My own little scrapyard, basically. But that resulted in so many little 3D models being on the ground that we were actually getting frame rate loss. So this pile right here, it's not there yet, but it's on the way towards that. If I keep letting it grow. You've got to get it organized eventually here. I basically, I got to think of, in terms of base design, I got to think of it like we've got a limited amount of 3D items that we can just leave on the floor. So certain things that there is going to be a lot of, we should definitely find a better home for. Alright, so 1 throwaway coffee for the kit, 1 happy coffee for the kit, 1 throwaway coffee for immediate use, and then this happy coffee is just waiting for that ginseng to thaw so we can go right back to sleep. Should have been long enough the game will let us again. Speaking of sleep, we're going to need to do a 3rd sleep, because we only got like an hour from that first one. So that means we have a total of 4 happy coffees, 3 in the ambulance, 1 in the kit, which stays with us. Only thing I'm thinking about now are blade work. My machete is half capacity. Let's... You know, I think we're about done with wall decorations. Are we? Hang on a second. What if I combine these into just one big mega wall decoration? I don't know if I will right now, but I definitely need to go pick up a new machete is what I need to do right now, so let's turn this one into a decoration, shall we? Or actually, let's make these so that the machetes on either side are facing opposite directions and in the forefront. Yes, okay. So we're going to put them at 75 on the z-axis. But then this one on this side, we are going to rotate all the way around. Now that, to be entirely honest, I like the shape, but I don't like the color. By rotating it, the model gets darker because the lighting is baked into it. These models do not really work well with lighting as we see it. It's not too awful bad. I won't notice if I don't look too hard. But that does leave me with a spare sword. Now, trying to put this at the very edge of this tile will be interesting. Let's do like a upward facing sort of joint here. Now that just makes me want to move the other side a little bit, because that has red-pilled me on the fact that it's slightly off-center. I'll make this one slightly off-center too. No. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm actually just going to pick it up. We'll do something else with it later. It's about 4:30. We should be able to sleep again. Hey, how's it going, Blades? We are doing all right today. We are just finished a couple of logistical trips. All of the loot that we had sitting around at our forward base at the airport has been brought back. So we do have one step van back at the airport that's completely empty that I was thinking about loading up with furniture, because today's stream is mostly going to be, I don't know if you guys have looked, but yeah, today's stream is going to be organization themed, because we've got some base work to be building out and storage to be fixing up, so that we actually have some semblance of organization here. So that's going to involve me wanting to get some furniture. I have a spare machete somewhere here. Hunting knives. Actually thought I had a machete laying around. If I don't, that means I did something with it, which is good. That's what I should have done. Yeah. And that's the thing. We're going to be, we are going to be... I lost my brain for a second there. We're going to be indoors a lot. So being indoors a lot, we don't have to think quite as much about the rain. I am just checking around for... anything else in here? No. Okay, we'll just take one out of the blade work bag for now. I don't need to make another one yet. The blade work bag is actually a little bit heavy. We don't go through machetes very quickly at all, so honestly, we don't need to be carrying around more than one spare. Same with hunting knives, to be honest. It's the swords that we actually go through a lot, because I use the swords wherever possible. Oh yeah? I do hope that I have been able to impart useful things. I was just earlier in this stream, we were talking to another gentleman who streams Luchador Mask, and we were able to, me and Chat here, we were able to tell him a couple things he didn't know about the, eating your roasts with a fork to make you eat faster, so that you can have less downtime in combat, and using reading glasses to read a little bit faster when you're reading a book. Those are both things that I went a couple thousand hours without realizing. So the more I can spread that knowledge, the better. It's not like this game comes with an instruction manual, and even if it did, it would be outdated within the next day or two. Whenever the next patch decides to drop. Alright, so we're taking this truck because this truck is mostly empty in the trunk now. Well, not mostly empty, it's half empty. And then we have, at our destination, a completely empty step van that we can load up with all sorts of goodies. Before I leave, if I wanted to do a bedroom, let me get a size if I wanted to do a bedroom. That 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We would do 7 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 by 7? That's not too awful bad. I think that's very similar, if not identical, to what I did on the Annie. And it worked. It worked for me on Annie. Yeah, we'll do a bedroom 7 by 7. Which means that is how much... That's how much flooring, if I wanted to do like a specific kind of carpet or flooring in the bedroom. Just gonna put that on my notepad. Since part of what we're doing today is deploying to... We're going to be looking at cosmetic furniture while we're out there, now that we actually have plenty of loot storage space. And I don't know if I'm going to change the flooring here in the kitchen, but if I was going to, the dimensions would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 6 by 10 minimum. But we could pump that up to like 10 by 10 if we wanted to. pending. All right. I'm gonna take the truck. Yeah, we're already ready to deploy. Okay. Aminal's good to go. We checked the generators within the last day or two. We're good. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, there is nothing wrong with using cheats a little bit early game to learn things. Would recommend to consider to consider it like a training wheels on your bike. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at first. So we're gonna want to go a little slower because we are gonna be fogged in today. Gonna cancel this one as well. Interesting. I thought I was going to nail that before we got to halfway, but I didn't. So I guess it's not an exact science. That reminds me, I did not actually pick up any spare blades, just new ones. I think we'll be fine. I don't expect there will be so many spawns that our guns and the blades we have with us will not be enough. We are absolutely over-prepared when it comes to guns, for the task at hand at least. Did I bring an axe for furniture? There is an axe at our destination. I do not believe that, there's no furniture that I know of off the top of my head that axes are required to move and or disassemble or pick up. If we want to move furniture, a claw hammer right here that is going to take care of a huge chunk of it, or a hunting knife. That's part of our regular kit. For other things, we've got wood saw, screwdriver, wrench, which are always carried around with us. Medical shears for certain types of carpeting. You want to be able to cut it. Basically, our standard kit can handle most furniture. The one tool that I don't have in this particular truck is a crowbar, which would be useful for any sort of flooring that is like tile flooring. That would, we have a crowbar at our destination as well. So at our destination, our little outpost out there, we got a crowbar and an axe, so that's no problem. The music died. I don't know if anybody noticed that. As soon as we see a few zombies, we can give it a kick, wake it back up. Should be no problem. See, when it comes to carrying things around with you at all times, that's an imprecise science, definitely. But there are certain things to look out for that I highly recommend. I mean, a wood saw, I feel like everybody's going to do a little bit of something related to carpentry all the time. So I'm never not equipped with a wood saw, screwdriver, wrench, pliers, hose, writing utensil, medical equipment. And there's an overlap sometimes. Medical shears are a specific type of scissors that can actually cut small metal as well. It's actually really cool how many different things medical shears can be used for. So it's just one of those things. I actually do not carry around a handy knife, and that is for a very specific reason. For some godforsaken reason, handy knives are selected before things like screwdrivers. If you have the option of using one or the other, it'll use handy knives before screwdrivers, and I think that's because it just goes by an alphabetical list. And I absolutely fucking despise that, because handy knives, you cannot be built. They cannot be built, and they are only looted. And there's a finite quantity of them, and once you use up that finite quantity, they're gone forever. On Annie Mae, we would actually go through several handy knives because of this. Screwdrivers, I've actually gone through several already, and that's because we disassemble so many electrical things, build them, and whatnot. So that's something I'm always thinking about is, you know, a handy knife can do a few things that nothing else I carry with me can do. So I actually carry one, usually in my ambulance glove compartment. Yeah, that's a pretty good strategy right there, Zacto. specific toolkits. How are you carrying that many things? Let's talk about carrying stuff for a second. One of the first things I do in Project Zomboid when I get a new character spawned in is I do a little bit of a map tour. I look at the map, I check POIs, make sure they haven't been looted and trashed. But then, after checking the map, the first place I go to is the Brandenburg military checkpoint, because it is a military checkpoint that is far less dense and easier to kite zombies from than the Louisville military checkpoint, but it's also one of the biggest in the game. It's at the end of KY60 on the north western corner of the map here. And why do I do that? Because you will get, well, if you go up to it, honk a horn or a vehicle a few times, you'll get thousands of zombies spilling out of this place. A few of those 1,000 zombies will have the best carrying equipment in the game, such as a Alice belt and suspenders and a military backpack. So right now, we are wearing on our back a military backpack. This is one of the only things we've modded in the game. We changed the texture from puke green to tactical black. And that is the same for the Alice belt and suspenders, which you actually can't see because we're currently wearing a jacket. If I take the jacket off, you can see that we have also changed its color. It's actually kind of hard to see because it blends in so well. But if I take off the backpack and the hat, you can see it more clearly. Where's my hat at? I wear a lot of stuff. Some of this is just pure flex. You don't have to be wearing jewelry and shit. It doesn't actually help. Here you go. So you can see the Alice kit a little bit better now. It's the thing that's sort of like, it's got the butt pack there. It's got the like canteens and whatever. It's basically just considered a large container. And it gives you slots. And the slots, webbing slots, the extra webbing slots, those are rather unique. There's only 3 or 4 items in the game that can give them. What I always put on them is, on one side I've got my knife. You can only put knives there, so I put best in slot a hunting knife. And the other one is a flashlight. My flashlight is always on my webbing slot. It's kind of just hovering there. You can see it's kind of hovering a little bit in front of her chest there. That's because this is very unfinished, the slot system. That's okay. But basically what that means is all I gotta do is hit one button, and I got a flashlight. And I don't have to put it in my hand. This is a godsend for anybody who uses two-handed weapons or firearms. You can turn it on and off without ever changing anything in your hands. So that's an extremely important thing. And all this stuff, the military backpack, which is the biggest container, and the Alice belt and suspenders, which is the biggest container that blocks your fanny pack slots. Right? So sometimes I'll find fanny packs earlier than the Alice belt and suspenders. I'll use them temporarily until I get an Alice belt, because the Alice belt will block the slots that your fanny packs can go in. That's alright, because once you have an Alice belt, they're better in every way. Kind of. Okay, so there's a slight caveat to that. The Alice belt and suspenders cannot fit something that is bigger than 1.0 encumbrance. So you want to carry around a hammer everywhere you go. You're going to want to... here's a new thing, a relatively new thing. You can have another bag in addition to your backpack now. You can have a satchel. All the satchels are the same. There's only like 3 or 4. This is another one that we recolored. So the satchel, it goes there in front of the butt pack on our back there. Sort of like a purse almost. And in our satchel we carry around spare military backpacks so that we can have one in each hand, kind of like this. When you're an organized character and you've got a military backpack in each hand and on your back, you've got more storage space than a trailer. Just FYI. But yeah, Alice packs are definitely dope. Now the reason I'm dropping this on the floor is because if you drop something on the floor and put it back on, it gets shoved to the bottom of your bags in the list here. So I always drop things and put them back on when I'm reordering the list. But this satchel is what I put larger tools that are too big to go in the Alice kit. Big as in like the claw hammer, for example, 1.5. Can't put it in the Alice belt even if there's room for it. Right? The Alice belt has 7 room in it, 7 encumbrance because we're organized. But because the hammer weighs more than 1, we can't put it in there. So basically the Alice kit is just small things. Meanwhile, the slightly larger things like spare backpacks, jack, tire, iron, claw hammer. The welding torch could go in either, but that I use it less often, so I keep it in the kit. E-tool. E-tool is big. 2.0 encumbrance. E-tool is basically just a shovel but can go in a belt slot, and it also is, in a pinch, it's an axe weapon. Not even kidding, it benefits your axe. It pulls from your axe skill, so if you're an axe user, the E-tool is where to go. But yeah, blades, answered your question without even really thinking about there. Satchel is really heavy. The encumbrance reduction of a satchel is pretty weak, so I don't always use satchels. Here's an example. Let me go inside so the rain isn't so loud. Rain is actually fucking annoying sometimes. So because I have my satchel equipped now, remember that satchels provide an encumbrance reduction of only 65. That is pretty fucking weak for a bag. So the fact that you can wear another bag is cool, but there's an asterisk next to it. It does not actually reduce the encumbrance as much as a military backpack would. The encumbrance reduction of the military backpack is 85. That is the best in the vanilla game, bar none. So that is something to think about. If I were to put a shotgun on my back right now, I would be second stage encumbrance. You see, I'm now no longer in the red, I'm in the deeper red here. What that means is if I start running around a lot, like I always do, everywhere I go I'm running, I'm bleeding my stamina twice as fast now. And this is unsustainable in long combat sessions, right? If I start fighting a group of, I don't know, just 50 or so zombies, and I want to use blade work for it, that means I'm going to be running around a lot. That means I'm going to be probably exhausted before we kill off those 50 zombies. And the only thing that's going to fix that is like 2 weeks straight of push-ups so that I can get to strength level 10. That's really kind of fucking annoying, so... yeah, encumbrance metrics are incredibly important. Yeah, definitely pay attention to those. I wish the game was more transparent about them. I mean, right now, all I can see is encumbrance reduction 85. It does not actually tell me what the bag currently weighs, right? Because, well, I mean, it does, but it doesn't. So it tells me that my military satchel weighs 15.9, but the actual encumbrance that it brings upon me is less than that. It's reduced by 35%, I believe, because of the encumbrance reduction being 65. Actually, no, it's the inverse of that, I think. You know what? I want to know for sure. I'm going to find out. So we're going to drop the backpack. I'm going to drop the military satchel, and we're going to get out the calculator because this is I'm obsessive about things like this. So right now my encumbrance is 17.3. That is what my belt and suspenders, the gear on my belt, that's what all that weighs. So now I put on the kit, which weighs 15.9. So as you can see, I should be 33.2. But that would be if I just picked up the kit and just put it straight into my inventory, right? So if I just pick up the kit, put it in my inventory, 33.2. Sorry, these numbers are really tiny, hard to see. But yeah, I weigh 33.2 right now because the kit is just sitting in my inventory. And now I'm so overloaded that I'm losing health. We don't want to do that unless we're just going back and forth. So let's wear it. And now I only weigh 22.81. So let's do 22.81 minus 17.3. 5.51. So that is what my satchel actually weighs when I put it on and I wear it as a satchel. The math on that feels very, 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 very weird. Hang on a second. So the dry weight of a satchel is 1.0. And the stuff in it is 14.9 right now. So let's ignore the dry weight and just go by 5.51 divided by the full weight, which is 15.9. Yeah, see, this doesn't... Wait, what? Have I been... That is 0.35, basically. I mean, we're rounding up. Now I am Let's subtract the dry weight and try that one more time. 17.3 minus, or sorry, 5.51 divided by 14.9. Okay, so you've got to factor in the dry weight somehow. Still, I'm utterly baffled by this. These numbers don't add up right. I'm missing something. I don't know what I'm missing, but I'm missing something. You know what? We actually have, on the floor right here, an empty satchel. Just an empty satchel, that's it. All it weighs 1.0. This is one of the different ones. Okay, so I lied to you guys when I said that all the satchels are the same. Our military satchel here weighs 1.0 encumbrance, has a capacity of 15, has an encumbrance reduction of 65. This leather satchel right here weighs 1.0, has an encumbrance reduction of 65, has a capacity of 16. So, I don't even think the devs of this game know shit like this. I think they're just doing shit. They're not keeping track of everything. It does not make sense that a leather satchel would have one more encumbrance than a military satchel. That doesn't make sense to me. Whatever. I'm not going to question it, but that's not going to change the fact that what I want to do is wear this. And wearing it added 0.3 encumbrance to me. That's interesting. Yeah, so we're 17.6 now. If I drop it, we go back down to 17.3. So that doesn't make sense at all. The dry weight is 1.0. We want to do 0.3, which is what it is if I just put it on, divided by 1.0. I don't understand why I did that. That's pointless. It's 30%. Basically, putting on the leather satchel seems to make it weigh 30% of what it should be. Is that how that all works? Is that how that all works? Does the window with your clothes go stay at 15? What do you mean stay at 15? Yeah, I'll need you to clarify that, because 15 is if you don't have any perks. If you don't have any increased carry weight, that is your maximum before you start getting the encumbrance debuff. I need to test something really quick. Is that 30%? Is that just because I'm wearing it? I have a spare military backpack here. The military backpacks weigh 2.0 encumbrance. If I put this on, it weighs 0.6. Spammy notes. Okay, so I'm utterly fucking baffled by that. 2.0, 0.6 divided by 2.0. No, that's 0.3. Okay, so everything you equip, the dry weight, because you're wearing it, the dry weight is 30% of what it normally would be. So I think I've got a slightly more complete understanding of this now. So the weight of the stuff that is in the military satchel here, 14.9, is the only part that is being reduced by the encumbrance reduction. I think that's how that works. No, medical satchels are all the same. Yeah, Crash Dude, I think you're 100% correct about that, and I think that is more consistent than I expect. I never paid attention to it, to be entirely honest. Also, I found all my roasting pans. They're still here. One mystery solved. That's okay. Let's put these potatoes where they belong. Okay, so let's completely ignore the dry weight then. And let's equip the kit. Hang on. 22.11 versus 22.81. What changed? Oh, the military backpack's not in it anymore. Okay. 22.81. Okay. So Well, we actually have a baseline right there. 22.81 minus 22.11. That's 0.8, or sorry, 0.7. What makes 0.7 divided by 2.0? That's the magic number. That's 100 minus the encumbrance reduction. Okay. So, this is... We have a better understanding of it now. So, ignoring the dry weight is always reduced by 30%, and then the contents are reduced by 100 minus the weight of the contents. So, this is making me want to pull out TT-Calc instead, so I can write an actual formula for this. So the encumbrance reduction, ENC, minus 100 minus encumbrance reduction, and then factor that as divided 100. Is that what that is? So in this case, ENC is 65. Yeah. Okay. Plus dry times 0.3. So there's our formula. I will make this a little bigger. Or hang on a second. Plus times 0.3. I think that's correct. So in this case, the encumbrance reduction of this satchel is 65, and the dry weight is 1.0. So if this formula is correct, we substitute ENC for 65. We substitute dry weight for 1. Well, hang on. That just gives us 0.65. Is that correct? Well, actually, I should probably put the weight in there. The weight of the contents, 14.9, multiplied by so in this case, contents are 14.9. Okay, we've got it. Okay, so I was missing a variable. This is a triple variable equation here. And as always, whenever I do math, I use absolutely unnecessary redundant parentheses every single time. I can hear them. Anybody who's mathematically inclined, I can hear you crying. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to co-conceive about it. But this is how my brain processes things. This makes more sense to me. So contents. So we're a little bit shy here. Let's make that a little smaller. All right. There we are. There's our formula. So 100 minus encumbrance reduction divided by 100 times the weight of the contents plus dry weight times 0.3. That is our formula for how much encumbrance gets actually added when you put on a new bag. What calculator was that? That was TT-Calc. Actually, I can give you a link to it. There's an online version if you don't... I prefer the desktop app, but there is a website version of it. Where is TT-Calc here? So this one. So ttmath.org/online calculator. There you go. And actually, the online version can do higher precision. It can go up to 2048-bit, 256-bit rather. And it's got some built-in functionality. We can make custom formulas with it. I have a shit ton of custom formulas in mind. I have cohesion calculation variables for Terra Invicta, control point calculation for Terra Invicta, paleness, waste heat calculation for Terra Invicta. All this is shit from previous versions of Terra Invicta, so it's completely irrelevant now. Even more irrelevant than it normally would be. But yeah, we've learned a few things there. I've learned a few things. I hope that was not boring everybody else to tears. It was technically Project Zomboid related math. Anyway, we are still actually hungry because our roast was a little weak. So we're going to have a quick bite to eat of that. And we're going to go survey the Zeds in the area. Yeah, there should be. It's one of those old school FOSS apps that has basically been put together properly and never really need to get any updates. If I ever made my own Linux distro, it would be one of the built-ins. Oh yeah, so we had Homie in the chat asking about an axe. I basically just keep axes at all my field bases now. This one particularly we found on a zombie. Which is why it's super bloody. Bloodier than it needs to be. Now, something that I didn't make into our equation here is this does not apply to storing things on your belt slots. Belt slot storage is weaker than this. We can actually find out. Hang on. Let me, I'm going to drop this firefighter axe. And I dropped this shotgun. So our shotgun weighs 5.26. And our weight before we put it on is 21.47. After we put it on our back, we weigh 25.15. So we need to subtract 25.15 plus minus 21.47. Okay, so 3.68 is how much weight we add when we put a shotgun on our back right now. This is one of the reasons I cannot, in my current character, despite her being strength level 9, we still cannot afford to be combat effective while carrying around both a kit and a heavy back weapon. It's just not possible right now. Even if we got to level 10 strength, it would be pushing it. So what we do is subtract 5.26 from this number. $1.58 is the difference. Wait a minute, we're not subtracting, we're dividing. 3.68 divided by 5.26. Fuck is that? The fuck is this floating point math error bullshit? Okay, I think it's 70%. I think this is supposed to be 70%. I don't think it's supposed to be 69996. I think it's supposed to be 70%. I think there's a floating point math error here. If anybody's not familiar with computers, when you introduce floating point numbers into... floating point numbers are required if you want to do decimals and you want to do lots of them. The problem is computers don't do floating point math very well with really good precision. This pisses me off to no extent. No fucking end. I absolutely hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. If I ever wrote a game, I would do something deliberately inefficient. I would write an engine that uses integers for decimal points. I wouldn't actually do that, but I'd be mad about it. I would be very mad about it. But we have our number now, 0.7. Let me just write that down really quick. I really messed up my text in Photoshop right now. There we go. I think... I'm pretty sure that this is all going to be the same. Yeah, I think that's all going to be the same. Okay. I have a much more thorough understanding of all this now. I had a kind of general understanding about some of this stuff, but it was all vibes, basically. It was just all vibes. Let me verify that belt's actually... Yeah, so the sword that's on my belt, the sword's dry weight is 2.0. Or base weight, rather. Base weight. 1.0 or 1.4 divided by 2.0. I think that's... Yeah, okay. So belt, slots, back slots, holsters, they're all the same. It's just whatever the item is times 0.7. Hey Richard, how's it going? We're doing some nutty math today. Or at least we had a brief excursion where we were doing some nutty math. Now that I'm done with the math spree, we're taking a look at some of the furniture here at the airport. And we're in the stink zone here. I think the best entrance to take is going to be around the side. I don't know, Zecta. That is TBA. I actually probably should not. No, because if I were to do a full 12-hour today, then I would go to that would be up until like 9 p.m. tonight, and I actually got to be winding down a little bit before I go to bed. So, because I'm gonna have to work on site normally tomorrow and the next day. So that would mean tomorrow I have to be up at 3:30 a.m. I'm not staying up streaming until 9 p.m. if that's the case. Oh boy. These are all respawns, by the way. Oh, let's aggro them. Give me the combat music. Combat music. Woke the music back up. We're good. I'm really loving Longblade 9. I'm feeling the slight difference. It feels like my crit rate is higher. Always down for meaningful improvement. So there are several points of ingress here. We're going to use the one that I know the best. And that is one from all the way down here. And the reason I'm doing that is I know for a fact that if I do this, that there is no way for zombies to get in behind me. Basically this, by blocking this way in, see right now there's the pathing system, there's no way to get back there. A zombie would have to come from upstairs, or in one of these rooms, which are clear, because they can't flip over this, thankfully. This is not traversable to zombies or players. And now neither is this, so there's basically only one way to go now. So yeah, basically, as soon as I confirm that we're clear on our 6, we can move up and be 100% certain that there's nobody behind us. But I do have to step away briefly IRL. I should not be gone long, probably just about a minute, minute and a half tops. And then we will proceed. Just for maximum safety, I'm going to AFK in the vehicle itself. Okay, I'll be right back, folks. And you know what? We went through the effort of making these calculations. I'll leave this on screen. All right, we are back. All right, I have returned. Do hope the chair gave some insightful commentary. Perhaps it even mentioned that I'm going to be fatigued in the not-too-distant future here. Because I am a doofus who, look at that, we're fatigued. That is, if we start seeing like 5 or 6 zombies in one area in here, then we're just going to fall back. There's a possibility we might not see any zombies up to the point of the club, which is our destination. Now we might see some zombies up there. If we do, we'll handle them. But yeah, our destination, the club, is probably only going to have decorative furniture and like booze as loot. So I don't expect too much in the way of like, I don't expect there to be any coffee or caffeine or anything like that. Was considering taking off the mask, but as memory serves, there are going to be some corpses here. Question of how many, I actually don't remember. I never cleared all the way back here. So all the way back to this back corridor here. This back corridor, I took one look at it and I was like, fuck no. I was like, fuck no, because look at how tight it is. Look at that tight. That's only 2 tiles wide. I preferred to make noise much farther out before going in there. Now I'll need to keep in mind that we've got somebody outdoors who's going to be making noise that'll be audible to the right. So I'm not getting a red cursor right now. That means nobody immediately down this hallway, even though we should be able to see it. Now, anybody in these front kiosk areas we should have been able to see already, so I do think that these front kiosk areas are going to be okay. Produce box medium. Now that's fascinating. I have not seen these for a very long... Okay, so I've never seen these before. I've never seen a produce box in this game before. That's something they must have just added. This reminds me of B41's sack of potatoes, sack of apples, and whatnot. Those were just completely removed from the game as far as I know. I don't think sacks of produce are a thing anymore. Stupid as that might sound. I mean, literally, I go to the grocery store. One of the only ways to buy onions is a sack of onions. But, yeah. A lot of people complained about that, and the devs literally never addressed any of it. They don't fucking care. People complained, I guess the devs who really wanted to listen to the hardcore players were like, oh man, these hardcore players are complaining about there being too much food. What do I do now? I've got more food than I need. I guess they must have listened to those guys. I'm not gonna take my opinion any farther on that. I think most of my viewers will know my opinion on that. If anybody doesn't, I can summarize it well enough. It's just, if you don't know what to do next because you feel like you have too much food, Zomboid might not be the game for you, because there's a little bit more than food when it comes to this game. Just a little bit more than food. You might want to go out and actually try to find a few things to do, and if you can't, like I said, it might not be the game for you. At least not yet. I'm sure once NPCs get added, the game's paradigm will be different to such an extent that you don't... Or that you'll actually have, like, you know, a variety of incentives to go out there, look around for people, and actually have skills that can complement yours. I feel like these kitchens are going to be anything except a death zombie, I feel like. Let's do ourselves a favor. And we can pick this glass casing up really easily here. What you gotta do is get out the hammer and it'll go to floor objects. Don't even gotta store anything anywhere. I don't yet know what kind of furniture I want where. I do know that if I wanted to do red floors in the kitchen, for example, which I don't think I do, but if I did, there probably wouldn't be enough here, because we did take note of our kitchen size, and it's 6 by 10 at minimum. There is not 60 tiles here. I can just look at that and tell you right off the bat. Especially since Spiffos over here and whatever this was, they all use different color tiles. So. So this is the Pizza World, tomato paste, yes. Otherwise, not much hope for things that are not... Ooh, No, dough is rotten. Can't wait for the day that they add butter meltage. That's gonna really suck. Because I guarantee you, if we found butter, it would definitely be... Yeah, it would definitely be all melted by now. You know, I don't know enough about butter. Does it melt and then, like, if it gets cold enough, does it recoagulate? Or does it, like, melt and kind of stay sludgy after it melts? I've never really looked into that. Every time I melt butter, it's for a recipe, and then I immediately use it. Just a couple of trophies, really. These menus, the Spiffo and Pizza World menus, they're pretty lightweight. We'll call them trophies of the airport. Flour and yeast, sure. Oh, okay, so the, got it. So that goes all the way around. Good to know. Alright, so here's the club. I actually went here, I got this far and then I turned around. Alright, catch you in a bit. Catch you in a bit, Blades. I don't think you'll miss too much in terms of knowledge drops because we're gonna be mostly messing around with building soon here. Fun time, but less Okay, so what just happened? We went up a staircase, but it was not the top. That means zombies only spawn in one floor above where the player currently is. So by going up to the top of these stairs, zombies that did not previously exist may now exist on the top floor up here. I do not see a crosshair, so the top of the landing should be clear. But we are now stage 2 fatigue. We should not be doing melee combat. So unless it's just one-offs, we can always hit one-offs. But if there's a large group up here, I'm going to turn around and walk right away. I am going to turn around and walk away. Yep. I might be able to split those two up and at least prevent anybody else from just wandering down the stairs. Come on. Oh, here's an example. If I aim the gun at the top of the stairs here, we should get a red... Yeah, see how we got the red crosshair there? We got the red crosshair for that guy before we saw him. That is... I can finally give an example of why you always see me aiming at the top of stairs. That was a solid example of that right there, because if there's a zombie at the top of the stairs but you can't see them, the crosshair will turn red. Seeing as it does not turn red now, we can be reasonably certain there's nobody, at least not in the immediate tile up there. Look at that. See, it turns red, but there's no Z. Now there's a Z. That's why I do that. I generally don't like stairs because of shit like that. Just going back a couple of tiles, suddenly I'm on the wrong Z level. Whatever. Light propagation does not work very well for multiple floors, so... But yeah, all those zombies we just saw up there, they just spawned in. I don't know if that means if any of them other than the ones we just took care of are going to come downstairs. I don't know. I don't know about that. But I do know that we got some killing left to do here. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to... We actually established a safe sleeping spot. I don't know if it's closer or if... our actual base is closer. Our actual base is closer. Yeah, that sleeping spot is entirely redundant. That's fine. Now you might notice that we're suddenly over-encumbered to the point of losing health. That's because I'm a slight idiot and I didn't bring any extra food with me. That's okay. All the stuff that I just found is not really stuff I want to eat. It'll make her sad. But that, you can see now, look at that, I'm out of breath. Why am I out of breath? All I've been doing is running. Because of this. That's alright, we are on our way out of here. You know, we were talking about weight before. That is... I'm wondering exactly how much weight I can spare myself by taking off everything that is not functionally required. If you have a tool in a toolbox, will it use the tool to craft something? Yes. It's a little bit strange how it will... okay, so yes. Basically, the short answer is yes. The long answer is, let's say that you have multiple copies of that tool. It will use it in ascending order based on the order of your bags, I believe. Assuming it's an exact copy. Like, let's say there's a crafting recipe that can use either a club hammer or a wooden mallet. I think there's a couple of those. I don't know them off the top of my head, but wooden mallet starts with W, so if you have a club hammer starts with C, it's always going to use the club hammer instead of the wooden mallet for that particular crafting, assuming you have access to both, right? So if you have a tool bag and it's got both a wooden mallet and a club hammer, but the crafting recipe allows you to use either of those, then it's always going to use the club hammer because C is, you know, higher in the alphabet. I don't like that personally. I really don't like that because sometimes things like handy knife, H, is higher than S, screwdriver. If I have a screwdriver on me, I'm going to want to use it 100% of the time instead of a handy knife because handy knives cannot be made. They're much rarer, much harder to find backup copies. But yeah, I was complaining about that earlier. It's just a little... It's a nitpick is all it is. It would be really cool if we could, like, rule out certain things that we... basically make it impossible to use certain things for certain crafting recipes. Like, if I could just make it so that all of the electrical disassembly recipes were not allowed to use the handy knife. If I could do that, my life, I'd have no complaints at all. My life would be swimming here in Project Zomboid. One of the things that I like to do, and I can actually show you a screenshot of this, I actually use trucks as toolboxes now. That's my big brain thing for base design now, is to just use a truck for all of your tools. The best example I could show would be my main base back in Riverside, which is a custom base I built out in the water. And in our crafting area there, we have I think it's one of those. Yeah, it's one of the D6s that's meant for lumber, McCoy Logging Co. So we've got my workshop here. This is my main base in Riverside. Storage on the back wall, forge to the left, furnace to the right, kiln next to the furnace. If you look carefully at where you can stand, you'll notice that the bed of the truck, where I've got all my tools, is accessible from all of the workstations where I would need all those tools. Same with charcoal. So the forge needs charcoal, the furnace needs charcoal, the kiln needs charcoal. Charcoal is stored in the truck, and when I run out of charcoal, I can drive the truck out of the base to go get more charcoal. I'm so glad that I figured out how to do that, because that has been a godsend for efficiency. But yeah, when I realized that I could do that with charcoal, I basically started doing it with tools too. That just kind of cuts out the middleman of using a box for your tools. But yeah, that's what I do for tools these days. I'm gonna go ahead and start loading up the step van that we have here. This one is like this is the bronze metal. This is the third best step van that was sourced in the area. But the most important part about it is that it is got a perfect trunk and absolutely nothing stored in any of its containers. So this is a blank slate. Assuming you want to drive it, if you're organized, you got 5 plus 26 plus 13 plus 208. You've got 252 encumbrance, assuming you want to sit in the driver's seat. If you don't need to sit in the driver's seat, you can replace that 5 with another 26, and you can have 273. So if I wanted to put, like, fill up everything on the driver's seat, fill up everything on the front right seat, and the glove box and the trunk, that is how much storage space a step van will give you, which is pretty cool, pretty dang. That's a lot of space. I'm gonna go ahead and start by putting the menus we looted from Spiffos and the painting in the glove compartment here. Oh, you know what? The generator here at this base. The generator here at this base has been running a while, and it is a red generator. And red generators lose condition faster than other generators. So I'm going to go upstairs and fix it as an overnight task here. Yeah, absolutely. Please steal that. That is, spread the good word. Tell all your homies. Trucks are the best toolboxes. Now, how do I get the truck in and out of the base? Another fundamental of my base design now is I design my bases so that I can drive through them. The base that I'm designing now is so big that I can park in them, but the custom base that I built here, I'd mostly just built it so that I can drive through it. So I've got these double tall gates, 4 different entrances, so I can go in whatever direction I want to get in and out. And then you can kind of see I parked the trucks, other trucks that are full of less often used stuff. I leave them outside the base, just right around the corner. Yeah, we didn't lose much. It was only 13% down. I'd have to put more down for a house. Ants and weevils entering your food supplies. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. I'm sure the moths invading your clothing storage. I'm sure that's coming soon. All these clothes that we peeled off of these mannequins. I'm sure someday we'll go over here and look into it, and it'll be half of them will have holes in them because they've been moth-eaten. It's coming, man. It's coming. So there's actually a few things here that I could disassemble for electrical experience. I'm not gonna, because I don't have the Electrical 5 book read. And the only... I do have a copy of it, but it's all the way back in my main base in Riverside. I would need a couple of more reasons to want to go back to Riverside in order to actually go all the way back there and just to get the book. Yeah, I would need a few other... Yeah, I would need to go back there. Maybe I want to go pick up a bull at some point, because at one point we brought a calf with us, and that calf is now grown up into a heifer, I believe. So if I get a bull, the bull will knock up the heifer, and the heifer will start producing milk. And then we have milk available here in Louisville, which is great. There was a part of me that was holding out hope we would find a bull somewhere here in the Louisville area. Not likely, not at this point. Our best chance at that was Valley Station. And I do think we've explored a good chunk of the... Well, out here, we haven't actually looked at some of these farms. And I mean, as you can see, we've got a few markers on the map that are yet to be explored. I don't expect these are going to be substantial. They're probably just going to be a duffel bag with a couple of guns in them. It could be duffel bags with new guns in them. I have no idea. That would be interesting. In any case, second bedtime, coming right up. Alright, so we've already got another roast ready to go. I'm putting that in my backpack. But then, quite separately, we've got some ingredients that are not going to last for too much awful longer. We're going to start with one helping of chicken in each. Leftovers alternating, so the leg in the fillet, and then the fillet into the leg. I suppose I can make myself hate the leftovers that you get from cooking level 10. I can make myself hate them just a little bit less if I picture them as toppings. So this chicken fillet that only reduces 1 hunger, and this leg that only reduces 1 hunger, I should just picture those as toppings. After I put the bulk of the hunger reduction into a meal, we can put the put these little smidgens left over as seasoning, because it adds ingredient diversity and makes it reduce more unhappiness, regardless of how much hunger it reduces. That's something I could think about it like that. So both of these roasts, one of these roasts has got all 6 ingredients are different. And that must mean it produces something like 60 happies, if I'm reading that bar correctly, which is pretty cool. And that's before we've even added actual toppings. We picked up a bunch of tomato paste. That actually adds a whole bunch more. Now it's probably up to 70. That is the bulk of the chicken. This time we'll use a base of rabbit meat and potato. Pumpkin chunk. And then Yeah, we can top this off with chicken leftovers. And yeah, that'll come out to be a 60 roast still. Okay, I'm feeling a little bit better about that. I really am. See, I can say nice things about this game sometimes. Every once in a while. I'm never going to say that it's not annoying to try to figure out what to do with leftovers. I'll never say it's not annoying, because it is. Leftovers are still extra brain power that I have to spend on cooking, which I'd much rather just make it some sort of automated task. I know there's a mod for that. I also know that that mod affects things on a much deeper system level than you would expect. I actually had an update mess up one of my B41 saves, if I'm not mistaken. So by putting all these ingredients into a roast before they go bad, I'm basically resetting the freshness countdown on them. I know, right? Yeah, yep, that is correct. Did it. Modders did it. That one might not quite get all the way to, yeah, that one might not get all the way to 60, that's okay. I have successfully used up an entire swathe of ingredients, and that is fine by me. I'm gonna go ahead and toss the rest of these, because there will be no need for them. I seriously doubt we'll actually eat all these roasts before we get out of here. Now you see, I thought a lot about that. I spent about 3 or so minutes thinking about that. That's 3 minutes of my life that I'll never get back, and I don't know if I could justify it cooking in this game. Like I said, there's only so interesting it can get. Eventually, it's just all the same. Your food gives you happies. So our lowest hunger reduction ended up being a 50 roast. In the spirit of spreading knowledge, what I like to do is name my roasts after how much hunger they reduce. So there was a 50 roast because it reduces minus 49. Here's a 60 roast because it reduces minus 58. Here's a 55. I'm going to round it up. Now, why do I do that? When the hunger moodle first pops up, a bit peckish, for me, because I take the hearty eater trait, a bit peckish means that I can fit 15 hunger. So that is why I like 60 roasts so much. I eat 1/4 of those and it immediately makes the moodle go away. 80 roasts are a little bit, basically with 80 roasts, which happen a lot, no way around it. With 80 roasts, I like to try to wait a little bit before eating them. So I see the moodle, I intentionally wait a little bit. If it actually gets to the point where the moodle changes from regular red to deep red, stage 2 hunger, I think that's when I have room for 25, if I'm not mistaken. I would need the stat bar mod to know that for certain, though. So what I'm actually going to do is put these 280 roasts in the freezer, because we got, if you think about it, you reduce, you lose 60 hunger a day. So the 50 roast and these 260s, more or less, that's 3 days of food, more or less. And I've already got a 90 roast in my backpack, so those can go in the fridge, the other 2 in the freezer. I don't often explain what I'm doing when I do that. I've explained it before, but it's been a little while. In the spirit of sharing knowledge, I suppose. Now, in the spirit of, we were talking about gear before. We were, one of the things that I didn't really start to discuss were slots. There is an absolute laundry list of slots that you can put something, clothing, or equipment related into. The important ones are, of course, at the bottom of my screen here, 1 through 9. 9 doesn't actually have a key binding. 9 is a bit of a meme right now. 9 is a backpack bottom slot. Basically fucking useless. Why would it show up on my hot bar? Would I need to tactically equip my sleeping bag? Would I need to tactically equip my tent? No. It's the stupidest slot in this game, and I hope they do something with that. Some slots, like the ankle holster, can only fit one thing, which is currently the snub nose revolver, which is going by a couple different names. I think the latest name is something 38. I forget, to be honest. For the longest time, it was called M36, and I that's all I want to call it now, is the M36. That's the only thing that can fit in your ankle holster. That's why I haven't had something in there for a while, because that's just dead weight unless I want to carry around more ammo, which I don't have the room for right now. But one slot that I'm not actually currently using is my chest slot. And that is a separate slot, of course, from the strap that's going across my chest for the satchel. It's a separate slot from the Alice belt and suspenders that are going across my sides of my chest. The chest slot can be occupied by a bandolier or a canteen. Now, right now, I'm carrying around my water as a sports bottle in my inventory. That, I could make the water a lot lighter if I was wearing a canteen. But not only do I not currently have a canteen on me, I would much prefer to fill that slot with a bandolier when appropriate. So because we're going to go into a situation where I'm likely to be using a shotgun, I am going to put on my shells bandolier. And because I'm constantly putting on a bandolier of some kind, taking it off, putting it on, taking it off, I don't usually bother with canteens right now. Maybe if I go into a situation where I'm less likely to be using guns long term, then I might use a canteen instead. But for now, we just put on the shells bandolier in our chest slot, and now we are loading it up with shotgun shells and putting the surplus in our backpack. So now our shotgun here reloads a lot faster because we have that bandolier with all the shells in it. Tactical tent poncho. Okay. One other thing I can do to prep, even though it's daytime, it's stormy. We've got a almost dead battery in my flashlight. I'm just going to get ahead of that now. We've got some spare batteries here. Now, one of the reasons I'm carrying around my satchel, I don't expect that I'll be needing to have, what's it called? I'm not going to be needing coffee, hopefully. I'm not going to be needing the E-tool, maybe not the mask or the torch or the tire iron or the jack. But one of the big things that are in there is these backpacks, these spare backpacks. I was talking about this before, but I can actually fully demonstrate now. If I put a backpack in each hand, each of these backpacks has 36 encumbrance, 36 encumbrance worth of stuff I can shove in there. That's 36 plus 36 plus 36. Remember that a trailer can only fit 130 when you're organized, so that is 130, that's a trailer, versus 36 plus 36 plus 36. And then plus whatever you can fit in your satchel in your main inventory. It's 36 times 3. 108 plus, if you want to do an empty satchel, that's 15, plus however much you can fit in your inventory, which is going to be more than 7. So you are quite literally a walking trailer. Granted, you're not a trailer. That can fight very well if you've got both your hands occupied. Something that was more recently introduced in Build 42 is if you equip a weapon that occupies a slot that you got a bag in, your character just drops it. So let's just say a zombie just appeared in front of me. If I pull out a two-handed weapon, the bags just get dropped on the ground. That's fine. I'll come back and pick the bags up later. Loot is not as important as self-defense, so that's a good thing. I'm okay with that. The alternative, what it used to do, is it would just leave the bags that were formerly equipped in your hands, it would just leave them in your inventory. So let's say those bags are full of loot. By pulling out my weapon, the bags would be in my inventory. So I would probably be at stage 4 encumbrance because of that, which I don't want. I don't want that to happen. So I'm actually kind of glad that they added that as a feature. It was actually one of the reasons that I originally started using the key binding to drop whatever's in your hands, which is not bound by default. You have to go bind it yourself. For example, I could click. It's F15. I bound one of the keys on my mouse to F15, which is a key that literally doesn't exist, so I never accidentally click it. And that will drop whatever's in my hands. I imagine that would be a meme, just as much as Q was, if that was a default key binding. Somebody would accidentally hit the button and drop their weapon instead of slashing. Our trailer remains sunken underground here. If you were here, you saw it. We had a trailer that's sunk into the ground, and it'll probably never come out. The floor quicksand that partially claims a lot of these vehicles has permanently claimed our trailer. You might see me occasionally peel black vests off of zombies. That is because if you have an awl, you can punch Kevlar thread out of the tactical vests, or sorry, the flak vests. I would never actually wear one unless somebody was shooting at me, which I don't think the zombies have figured out how to do that yet, thankfully. I think I can move beyond using the far corner now. We actually ID'd another way up. If I'm not mistaken, it was on the other side. Let's make a shortcut for ourselves here. Let's make a shortcut. We've got the sledgehammer. We can do this. The airport no longer has need for flow control to prevent weirdos from appearing on the tarmac. There ain't no planes taking off no more. Oops. I didn't know that was there. So 2 tiles is enough for a vehicle to get through. It's going to be a little complicated because we'll need to actually get that out of the way. Yep, 100%. Good thing I don't really care about the integrity of this van. You know, I never actually looked at it. I wonder what's in it. I'll be quite interested if this is actually a survivor vehicle. Look at that. It's a survivor vehicle. Look at that. Performance tires. 90, 85, 86. Literally better tires than some on my ambulance. 100% performance suspension. This has literally got better parts than, like, all 12 of the other vehicles we've looked at in this area. Fucking wild. Fucking wild. I am, that's Project Zomboid for you right there. You overlook something, and it ends up being pretty cool. So, I'm actually going to check around for the key. We can easily smash our way into one of these windows. One of these 80% or 91% integrity windows. I'd rather not. Let's see if we can find the key. Technically speaking, we could forage for it. I'm going to put on the respirator because it is a little stinky here from all the corpses. Theoretically, one of the corpses could actually have the key. That's going to be a stretch. All these corpses are from inside the building there, as opposed to outside. The ones who were outside in the parking lot area here, we killed them a long, long time ago. They're long gone. Well, I'm a specific type of heavy-duty vehicle man. But yes, I do enjoy the ambulances, step vans, Corvettes, Chevalier D6s, so the trucks. Those are the 4 top vehicles that I really, truly care about. Everything else is mostly just window dressing because it doesn't... there's nothing else that's like the best in slot for something, right? Step vans give you the most storage. Corvettes give you the most towing power unless you somehow get really lucky and find a race car, which we literally have not after 500 hours on this character. And we can find a stone in the middle of the road, but we can't find a set of keys. The shiny ones, right? But yeah, the ambulances and D6s are very good middle-of-the-road vehicles. Basically anything that has a light bar on it is gonna have enough engine power to do some decent towing of other vehicles. But yeah, no luck finding the keys. I'm just gonna have to let go of one of these 2 windows. It's fine. We'll just make sure to break the weaker one here. I wouldn't have hesitated for a second if that was below 80, but anything that is 80 or above, I'll do a cursory glance for a key first. Because remember, even though I'm level, what am I? I'm level 6 glass making. I can't make glass for vehicles. I don't know what you're talking about. There's this glass maker here who can make really fine glassware. No, I can't make vehicle glass. Absolutely not. That wouldn't be very balanced, now would it? Literally the only way to get better glasswork is to find it. Okay. Okay. Now that's interesting. I actually thought the sanitarium... We've been here before. This is a long time ago, but we've been here before. I thought this place was looted, like, you know, full of garbage everywhere. I thought it was like that because it was a homeless encampment. But no, it's actually a, it's like that intentionally, because people have turned it into a, spooky haunted house tourist attraction. That's funny. Lore drop. But yeah, I am going to be stealing some of the parts from this thing. Hell, some of them might get slapped onto one of my 2 vehicles here. I will just make sure to actually bring it back with me when we are done here today. Why am I losing health? There we go. My kit is just so heavy right now. Just put all this in here, it's fine. I don't need to pick it up. Okay. We're just going to leave it here and come back and pick it up on our way back. CDs for what? Listening to them reduces boredom and unhappiness. I don't suspect that we'll ever get so bored that we actually have to listen to music. We might. It is possible. And there's multiple ways of doing it. You can put the CDs in a premium tech radio, or you can put them in a CD player and attach the CD player to headphones. Premium tech radios can either be hand carried or you can hand carry them, or you can put them in vehicles. So we do have a fair number of zombies out here. They're kind of dispersed because we pulled a group of them away from the entrance here. So some of them have come back, some of them have dispersed. Now here's one reason that I love vehicles with light bars. It's not just their towing force. The light bar helps you bypass the really silly problems of not being able to see anything indoors just by the headlights alone. See, if I turn the light bar off, it's really hard to see anything that's like right next to me. If I turn the light bar on, I've got AOE light around me. I can see something that's coming up, coming up to my driver's side door, like the zombies like to do. I don't even know where that guy went. Oh, we lost him on the door. Okay. So if I wanted to come in this door, we can squeeze through there. But that's that's all right. We can do that. Do I need a crowbar to pick this up? Oh, I can't pick this up. I actually thought you could move these. I feel like you used to be able to. These little railing / bicycle lockups, whatever they really are. Definitely can't anymore. But remember, as long as you've got 2 tiles, you can technically fit a vehicle through. It's just going to be very tight. Wouldn't want to do this drive IRL. Oh, I could have just... This entrance is right here. This would have been the easier entrance. So I do want to clear anybody who's like... Hello. Anybody who's like immediately next to the entrances. And I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't know if these are migrations or respawns. Because some of these guys were here, we pulled them away. These guys might have wandered back. Or they might be respawns. Literally can't tell the difference. Now here's another thing you can do. If you're willing to put yourself at risk. You lower the window, you put a flashlight on either your Alice belt flashlight, angle-headed one, or a handheld flashlight, and then use aiming, so you right-click, and you can actually shine the flashlight through the window while it's open. So you can drive in the dark very, very efficiently if you're willing to put the window down. Very rarely am I willing to put the window down and leave it down. It's only when I'm reasonably sure there's not going to be a zombie like right around this corner here. Because remember, if you are sitting in a driver's seat and the window is down, you're basically a free target for a zombie. If they manage to come up to you and actually get their hands on you through the window, which they can and will do, last time it happened to me, it was an instant neck laceration, and I died in the next 12 seconds. So it is, don't fuck around with that. Now, that being said, I'm talking specifically about a glitch where a zombie just reached through a window and grabbed me. But that gave me a taste of what actually happens if you don't have a window at all. Okay, now the reason I parked there is there should be a stairwell just right back here. This is the stairwell that goes past the security guard station. Now, in situations like this where there are like 3 doorways that we have no line of sight through and no reasonable assurance of security through, my preference is to just, do an aim check to make sure I don't get a red crosshair, and then just run right through. Because as long as there's not a zombie actively aggroed onto you, you'll surprise them more than they'll surprise you. They just gotta make sure they don't know you're there. If a zombie is not aggroed onto you and you just like run into them, your character will auto push them aside. So, don't ever try that with a zombie that knows you're there. It'll end very poorly. They can react quite quickly if they're chasing you and you get close. If I had to, if I was on the Indie Stone and I was writing code for this game, I would probably make it so that zombies are a little bit slower to turn. Something it's a bit minute, but if you've ever played Team Fortress, the sentries in that game are sometimes very annoying to deal with. But if you're a scout, and you're close enough, you can actually outrun the rotation speed, the max rotation speed of the traversal speed. You can outrun the max traversal speed of the turret. And if you're good enough with scout, you can actually keep the turret sighted on you and just run in circles around it, and it'll never be able to fire at you. You can basically lock down a turret as a scout without using bonk or anything like that. Good luck doing that in practice without ever getting shot by anybody else, but there's just a turret, and you need to keep it busy. But I bring that up because zombies, well, you would think that because they're full of rotting flesh, they might not have the best reflexes. If I was a developer for this game, I would make it so that zombies would have a slightly slower turning speed when retargeting the player on the, you know, in the radial axis here, right? So the if a zombie is chasing me in this direction, and I make a hard turn like this, the zombie should take just slightly longer to realize that I've turned. That's just my opinion. Because what that would result in practice is you'd be able to go right past zombies a little bit more effectively without them just immediately turning and grabbing you. But, yeah, I don't know. Pretty sure we're good over in that direction. Yeah. I don't know if you saw that. That was a ragdoll. That was a tumble. She's alright. Wait a minute. We are... Oh, this is it for the terminals. Right, okay, this is the last terminal. We went a little too far in this direction. That's okay. Backtracking. We're trying to get to the club. Club is going to be... past the food court in this... Okay, here's the food court. Ooh. Yeah, sure, why not? I'm in the market for decoratives. This is your 24-hour photo. You see, back in the day, back in my day, cameras didn't just create digital files that if you wanted to, you could send off to a printer and have it print. No, back in the day, if you wanted to have a physical photo printed out, you had to take a photo with something called film, and film had to be processed specially. You could not expose film to the light. You had to do it in a dark room, and you had to do it with some specialized equipment. Photosensitive, as it were. But that led to a cottage industry of 24-hour photo people who would take your photo and get you a printout within 24 hours. We are going to have a bite of these chips. Actually, no, I'll finish off this roast. And then we'll go up there. We've got some zombies to kill up here. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to go ahead and choke point them. These stairs do act as a natural choke point. Choke points go both ways, never forget. Top of the stairs is clear. Maybe I won't need... Let's see. There might not be as many up here as I'm afraid. There's a fair few, but there's not that... One of the things that's making me think this place is not going to be that bad is just sheer real estate. Let's just say that there's, like, you know, a whole bunch of zombies, like, maximum capacity. There would still be an upper limit to how many could be up here. It'd be nothing compared to the rest of the building. I think we're good. And if we're not, we just go down the stairs. The only thing I'm concerned about right now is how many zombies are currently outside, wandering around, somewhere where they might hear the gunshot and come wandering all the way up to the 3rd floor. I actually have no idea. So, we might... Yeah, we're going to avoid guns. We're going to go ahead and avoid guns. We should need them. We can handle these Zeds with blade work. Especially if we can pull them piecemeal. See how those two have the higher attention span and actually hurt us, and now they're coming moseying on over. We wait till they get here, we kill them. And then a couple more will hear the kill. Got a little trickle of them coming our way. Yep, see that guy right there? Should keep it quiet and we'll be good. Now what I'm going to do is go sneaky sneak mode. It doesn't do a lot for me because I'm conspicuous and clumsy, but it will still only pull a couple of them if I go up and go like that. See, we only got one that time. I was shooting for 3 or 4. I got to be wary because it's 1700 hours and we could get fatigued at any moment now, at which point my melee damage will get cut in half. So we only see this guy here, but I hear aggro noises to the right, which means we've got 2. Is it this one? It's that one, okay. And another one to the north just caught us. Something I'd like to drive home is that a lot of people assume that flashlights aggro zombies. Do you guys see anybody aggroing us that have not already seen us? These guys don't care about the flashlight. They really don't. It's not light. It's only motion and sound. To be entirely honest, I think it's... If they don't have line of sight on you, it's sound, and that's it. Zombies have different levels of hearing. Some of them can be completely deaf. Some of them can be rather sensitive. Those are rare. I'm going to take those. But remember, if I keep going slowly, fatigue is going to hit. So I'm going to go ahead and... we're going to go ahead and speed this up a little bit. Oh, I'm exerted. I'm exerted. The consequences of carrying around a heavy kit and being very overloaded have caught up to me in Drusto. This is not good. Now I have no choice. Now, if there are 500,000 of them outside somewhere who just heard that, then we have just created a massive problem for ourselves. But we are... I mean, we've got enough ammo to fight a small war, so I'm not necessarily worried about, you know, my life right now. But I am definitely worried about the convenience of the situation. It would have been a lot easier if I could have just done this quietly. See, like right now, the most convenient thing for me to do is literally just sit down. What? I don't know if you guys saw that. She actually lost interest in me when she was only like 3 tiles away. Nah, I'm not lunch, but definitely not a very convenient situation. I have to put on the mask now because the stench has become overpowering. You'd think this guy right here with the helmet, you would think he wouldn't have been a one-shot headshot, but he was. I find that to be quite interesting. Now you'll notice that one gunshot is often not enough to bring everybody. You see how this guy, the guy in the pink shirt there, see how he just got around the corner and then stopped? That happens surprisingly often. So what that's going to result in, what that's going to cause for us is people who are outside right now who heard the gunshots, they're going to start moseying in our direction, and then they're going to lose interest. And every time we shoot again, they're going to get a little closer. I don't know if I'm going to be shooting enough to actually bring them all up here. I might not bring any up here, but that might result in a bunch of them behind us, an area that we've already traversed, just kind of littered all over the place, maybe even waiting around a corner somewhere. So basically, because I've decided to start shooting here, because of that, because I've started shooting, I now have to consider everything behind me. Everything behind me, every step I've taken so far back to this place, it's all insecure territory now. I have to treat every single corner as a potential corner a zombie might be around, as if I was just, you know, coming in here for the first time. Probably not massive quantities. There won't be like, you know, turn a corner and find 10 of them. It'll just be like a steady drip feed from any sort of outdoor entrance that they may have wandered in from. There's going to be a couple of stragglers still around that corner to the right. I just heard somebody flip through something. It's probably the window. Yeah, who's this guy? So we still haven't gotten anybody come up the stairs. But we cannot rule it out. My 9mm. Supposed to look at that. That is, oh, reload. So that has only cost us... Yeah, we've only actually exerted about a dozen shotgun shells and one magazine of 9mm. Fine. We're good. It only takes... Yeah, it's true. Only it takes one idiot to void the warranty. This particular corner is not bad at all, though, because we've got this wall to the right. It doesn't look like it, but there is a wall to our right. See, look at that. Look at that. This one right here. She probably came from all the way outside. So now, there's probably a few behind her who have lost interest, who are now in the stairwell. So, yeah, heightened senses. That's all I can say. I'm going to drop my kit. I'm going to drop my kit. That is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. That will take me out of overloaded, and I will be able to retain my stamina a hell of a lot better now. Oh, how does exercise work and why? Exercise, there's two different stats that exercise will help you build up. Fitness and strength. Personally, I do not ever recommend trying to build fitness by doing exercises. I know there's going to be some folks in chat who have done it, and they're going to say it's not the worst thing in the world. To me, it is the worst thing in this game, bar none. Fitness is the worst stat in this game. I despise it with the fiery passion of 1,000 suns. The next character that I make is going to be a fire officer, who starts with +1 to strength and fitness by the profession. Fire officer is the profession. And then I'm going to take strong and athletic as the traits. So my next character is literally going to start at 10 fitness and 10 strength. So I never have to think about leveling either of those stats again. See, a lot of the problems that I'm having right now, where I'm being over-encumbered and becoming exerted because of it, a lot of that is happening because I have not gone through the effort of doing a lot of exercise and getting my strength up to level 10, which would give my baseline carry weight, that would increase it by 2, and never underestimate that. If my baseline carry weight was increased by 2, I would be able to take that kit and wear the whole thing, along with a back weapon, and I would still be under the stage 2 encumbrance limit every time I pulled out something heavier, like the shotgun or a sword. I have not verified that in practice. So don't quote me on that with 100% certainty. Because again, my previous character, Annie Mae, her full series linked in the description, I did not ever actually, she didn't make it to when satchels were equipable. So even though I got to level 10 strength on her, we never got to actually see what level 10 strength with a satchel feels like. Is this another set of stairs? Hold on. It is. I didn't know these were here. Cool, okay. It makes sense that I wouldn't know these are here because I did not clear this back wall here. Oh, this is where we just were, the 24-hour photo. Right, okay. Full circle then. Basically, the entrances to the club are on either side of the food court. That makes perfect sense. We cannot yet sit in the mall chairs, unfortunately. Now, here's a problem with exercise. If you open the health menu and you go to exercise tab, muscle strain will be felt on legs, reducing movement speed. So that is something that I absolutely despise, is the muscle strain. The only way to get rid of the muscle strain that you get from exercises is to build up regularity. The only way to build up regularity is to do exercises every day. You do exercises every day, muscle strain will be hitting you every day. So basically, in your first early stages of doing workouts, muscle strain will leave you combat ineffective for like most of the day afterwards. Unless you only do like one exercise type every day, which that will make it take, that'll increase the amount of time it takes by an order of magnitude. And everything about that I despise. Everything about that I despise. But I've already complained about that enough. Needless to say, I don't like it. Okay, we'll take another look at the bar now that we've killed all the zombies that have immediately appeared up there. And unfortunately, it's not overly impressive. We've got a couple of pool tables with no pool balls. We've got some stools. These dark cabinets, I haven't seen these anywhere else in game. Sorry, the tall one, the tall dark cabinets here. I actually don't think I've ever seen those. Almost every bar I've been to has had either mahogany or unstained red oak, which is actually pretty plain. So there's a possibility I might steal these the bar cabinets themselves here. See the standard size counters, these ones right here. These counters are in black. They're somewhat common, but I have never seen any of these before, so I might take them. Stage one of that would be emptying all the crap out of them. Now these leather chairs are pretty looking, but we can find these in other places. They're not quite as uncommon. Literally nothing special about these tables and chairs. Standard red oak. The speaker cabinets, we've already got two. And if we want more, there's a music shop at ground level that's much easier to access. These dartboards are cool looking, but they can only be placed on the orientation in which you find them. So this one right here can only ever be facing in this direction. And back at my base, we do have a very big wall facing that direction. Problem is, that wall is supposed to be a drivable path. So I don't suspect we'll be putting a dartboard on that wall. I could pick it up just for the hell of it, but that makes it a much lower priority item. Jukebox, similar principle. You don't find them too often, but you could. They're definitely not as rare as these cabinets. I'm not going to take all the cabinets, but I'll take a few. And by a few, maybe I'll take enough for that whole sidewall back at Jericho. And then I could do black for my, hello there. I was waiting for this. Another guest has come up the stairs. Club is closed. Sorry about that. Let me pull up my screenshots here of Jericho so that we have a bit of an idea of what we're working with here. Now, this screenshot does not give me the ability to count tiles, so I'm also going to bring up one of my favorite Zomboid websites here, B42map.com. Very lovely website if you are looking for, like, furniture, for example. Furniture will always show up in B42 map. If you're looking for specific types of loot containers. You can often see them. But here we are. We're at Louisville Airport, and we are on the 3rd floor. So floor 1, that's the 2nd floor. Floor 2, that's the... Oh, we're technically on the 4th floor. Because this is a double high stairwell. So here we go, floor 3. But next we've got to take a look at Jericho itself back here, which is all the way up the road. Oops, went too far. Here it is, in the middle of the residential area. So this is the building that is our base. B42map.com. Here, I'll post it in chat. It is a highly recommended bookmark for this game if you're playing Build 42. There is a Build 41 version. I'll link that as well. For anybody who's still doing the B41 thing. Map.projectzomboid.com. Battlefield 42. But yeah, this, get a grid, we get generator radius, sound radius. Okay, we can use this as a tile counter. We've already got cabinets going all the way that way. We left the stove where it is, so we can use that as a reference. So that right there, that's 16 tiles. That wouldn't be too bad. We could do 16 tiles. Because then we could just connect the bar to the kitchen. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. 16. If that's going to be our horizontal number, we subtract it by 2 and take the corners, then we can make corners. I won't do a corner on the other side, though. So only one of them would be a corner, so we would want at least 15 straight for the wall itself. And then something for the corner, so 15 plus an indeterminate amount. And then we're going to take both corners just because they're rare enough. Our main backpack only has room to carry 1 right now. We are currently at stage 2 fatigue. I have an idea. The bathroom's up here. Let's take a look and see. One of the doors has been busted out. Remember that zombies sometimes are completely unresponsive to sound, and therefore sometimes if they spawn in a stall, they'll literally just stand there forever unless you open the door on them. Hey Luis, how's it going? We are doing alright today. We are currently back at the airport. We're taking a look at the last place that we haven't been to yet. Whenever you're dealing with doors, I recommend getting into the habit of being in the combat stance and backing up every time you open them. So if there is a zombie right on the other side of the door, which can and will happen, you're already moving back. And remember, you're almost always capable of moving faster than a zombie. Almost always. I don't do that sprinter's nonsense, so I don't have to think further about that. Always remember that this game's combat system is actually very fair. If it was not, I would not be alive right now. It has rules, and if you learn all of them and actually don't make a mistake, which, you know, I've said it before, this game is Mistake Punishing Simulator 3000. If you learn all the rules and you never break them and you don't make any mistakes, then you won't die. But sprinters break that. Sprinters, you can follow all the rules. You know, you can even make up some new ones to try to maximize your chances for sprinters. But at the end of the day, let's just say that there were 2 sprinters in this room right now, coming at me from 2 different directions. Unless obviously I pulled out a gun, I shoot both of them. Let's just say that I couldn't pull out the gun fast enough, or maybe I didn't have a gun on me at the moment. Or let's just say that I pull out the gun, I miss. Any one of those things that goes wrong, that involves me stopping them before they get to me, as opposed to just turning and running. It's just, again, like I said, I've said it many times, the game is not built for sprinters, but that's a reason I haven't actually talked about before. That is a reason beyond. I usually say that players need more movement mechanics. See, if I could just dodge a sprinter, I just press a button and then suddenly be in this tile instead of that tile, and the zombies take a second to retarget me. That would fix sprinters, in my opinion. That would fix sprinters swimmingly. But we don't have such a thing, and I don't know if we ever will. Because such a thing would only be added to deal with sprinters. That would be, what is the single biggest mistake one can make? Ignoring when you should just turn around and walk away. See, right now, I'm going back to base because I am stage 2 fatigue. I'm pretty hungry. I could deal with that by eating some other things. That's not the thing. I'm stage 2 fatigue. I need to sleep. One of the reasons that I didn't turn around and leave immediately when I was stage 1 fatigue is because, 3,000 hours, I know my limits, but a lot of new people to this game have no understanding whatsoever of their limits, and they, instead of being very careful in testing them, they usually end up losing a lot of characters because they just keep fighting. If you've ever heard the meme about Xbox 360s, why do they call it the Xbox 360? Turn 360 degrees and walk away. And when we're talking about Xboxes, that's just a meme, because, to turn 360 degrees doesn't mean you're actually walking away. In this game, turn 360 degrees is 100% literal. Turn 360 degrees, check your surroundings, so that you can see anybody around you, and then just walk away. So, yeah, know when to turn 360 degrees and walk away. That is probably the single biggest mistake anybody can make, is not knowing to just do that. Do that when there's too many of them coming at you from different angles. Do that when you're no longer fatigued, or when you're too fatigued to be combat effective. Something I would like to... I don't know if I've ever really made a hard statement on this. If it takes you more than three hits, if it takes you more than 3 hits to kill a zombie, something is wrong. And as to what exactly is wrong, don't ask me. There could be millions of things. Maybe you're fatigued, maybe you're exerted, maybe you're using a weapon that you're really bad at. Maybe your weapon is blunt, maybe your weapon is about to break and it loses damage as it gets lower. There's a billion things that could be going wrong, but a lot of the time when something goes wrong, the symptoms will appear as you doing less damage, or perhaps moving slower, something like that. So 3 hits is usually where I start feeling very uncomfortable. If it takes me more than 3 hits to kill a zombie, something is wrong, even in the early game for me. See, even in the early game, you have the capability of starting with a +2 or a +3 if you're short blunt, which is, we do short blunt here, boys. You have the capability of starting with a +2 or a +3 to a weapon class. It's understandable maybe in the first day or so that you don't have a weapon that is of the class that you have a starting trait bonus in. But by day 3, that you have no excuse. By day 3, you should have some weapons and backup weapons for whatever weapon class you choose to have starter points in. Now, I am a big proponent of short blunt. We always make our characters, well, I might do this different for my new character for a variety of reasons we can talk about later. I always make construction workers. Construction worker as a profession is the only way to get a +3 to any weapon type when you start. Construction worker gives you +3 to short blunt. Short blunt is the single most common type of improvised weapon that you can find. Let's just say that all I had were short blunt and what I have on me right now. I got a wrench. I've got a, whatchamacallit? I've got a hammer. I've got a hammer in my kit, which I left on the floor upstairs. That was a mistake. I've got a hammer in my kit. which I usually carry around. I've got a wrench in my Alice kit, which I always carry around. Almost never do I drop the Alice kit. I've got a tire iron in my kit, too. That's also short blunt. Wrenches, pipe wrenches, ratchet wrenches. Basically, you go to a workshop place that kind of looks like this. You're going to come out of it with more short blunt than you'll ever need to worry about in the first week easily. That's not going to be the same case for long blunt or axe. You are going to be struggling if you pick long blunt or axe, which are the two of the things that you can get traits instead of professions to get you bonuses in. That's not me saying that it's not a good idea, but your options to improvise suddenly become a lot more limited. And of course, another reason I picked construction worker are the fringe benefits. If you want my full character build, in the description, I have Annie Mae's character sheet. Annie Mae is a different character, but she has the exact same build as Nora the Explora here. So my character build is linked in the description. At some points, I really want to do a deep dive standalone video on my preferred character archetypes. Right now, the two that I've been... I mean, on stream, I've only ever played construction worker with traits that boost... A construction worker carver. Construction worker carver gives you masonry bonus from being a construction worker. Carver is a specific trait that we add that gives us carving. So carving plus masonry gives you the ability to get the second best short blunt weapon in the game using materials you can find anywhere on the map. And I mean literally anywhere on the map. All you need is a long, smooth, flat stone and a tree branch once you have the necessary tools. So that's one of the reasons I'm a big proponent of short blunt. But we're getting into the weeds there. At the end of the day, what you're really looking at is time to kill. How many hits does it take? And if it takes more than 3, something's going wrong. And you should probably reassess the situation. And if you can figure out what's going wrong, fix it, or get the hell out of there. That's my my hot take on that. See, I was when I have to, my day job has me working on site in a building that doesn't have internet. But I also get to have a MacBook that I can do whatever the hell I want with. So I installed Project Zomboid on it. I played at extremely low resolution. I could never stream, but I was actually fucking around with a fire officer build. And a fire officer, despite not having any skill bonus whatsoever in short blunt, I was still very often killing them in 3 hits. Now, that being said, I usually, in early game, if I don't have a lot of skill in a weapon, I'm going to push a zombie down. I'm going to try multiple times to push the zombie down before I resort to using a weapon. The reason I do that is because once a zombie is on the ground, going for that ground attack, regardless of what weapon type you're using, zombies are a lot more vulnerable to any weapon when they're on the ground. So, early game, I always do go for that ground attack thing. It's good stuff. I enjoy it. Put some of that cosmetic furniture into the van here. You know what? I've got an idea. We're going to go up to this place that I've marked with an S. S means it is a safe place to sleep. But the only problem is I can't remember if I brought a pillow or not. I vividly remember not having a pillow there. And I don't have a spare pillow here. That is the slight downside to there being no residential in this entire area. Boss, this is market research. This is important. End King, I'm going to declare you the chief operating officer of obscure references. Because some of yours go even over my head. And hear me, I'm a walking receptacle of useless information. I tip my hat to that. Okay, so how important is sleeping with a pillow? That's going to depend based on your traits. So my traits, I didn't even talk about this in my character build, but I've got 2 traits that have a very significant impact on my circadian rhythm. Wakeful. Wakeful means I need less sleep before I need to worry about the tired moodle coming along and cutting my melee damage in half. Restless sleeper. It's now the description of this perk, which gives you 6 points when you take it. I enjoy it for the points that I get. But the tooltip is very misleading in my opinion. Slow loss of tiredness when sleeping. That doesn't mean anything to me, and that doesn't mean anything. I'm somebody with 3,000 hours. That tooltip means nothing to me. Slow loss of tiredness when that doesn't fucking mean anything to me. It also doesn't fucking mean anything to somebody who's brand new to the game and doesn't understand the fatigue system. What this means in practice, restless sleeper, is that you have 2 bedtimes instead of 1. And the reason for that is every time you go to sleep, you wake up without getting a full night's sleep and are going to be capable of sleeping again, but there's going to be a cooldown, a random cooldown before you can go to sleep again. Now, beyond that, every time you try to sleep as a restless sleeper, you can only get as good of a sleep as the bed will allow. So if you put a pillow on a bed that is good quality, this is a good quality bed. I right-click on it. It says sleeping comfort good with pillow. That means I'm getting the best quality sleep that I can get as a restless sleeper. Sleep quality is a little bit less important to people who don't have restless sleeper. If you don't have restless sleeper and you do have wakeful, you might even be able to get away with ignoring sleeping quality. Like that might be the kind of thing where you can, and don't quote me on this because I've never done it, but I know some people just carry around a gym mat, which has an awful sleeping quality, but weighs 0.5 encumbrance. You can carry it with everywhere you go. That might be a viable strategy. If you don't take restless sleeper and you carry around you do take wakeful and you carry around a gym mat, you might be able to sleep almost anywhere, at least anywhere you can secure. But yeah, because I'm not getting as much sleep as I could be, I'm always trying to min-max how much rest I can get. The other side of restless sleeper that you're never going to notice if you don't install a mod that shows you your stat levels, your fatigue levels, is how far below 20 fatigue you're able to get when you do your second sleep for the night. So now we're getting really deep into the weeds here, but if you're a restless sleeper, you will lose fatigue normally for the first 80 fatigue out of the 100. So you can have as much as 100 fatigue or as little as 0 fatigue. When you start getting below 20 as a restless sleeper, you basically, your fatigue drain rate goes down to like 5% of what it normally is. If you have a pillow, a little bit of fatigue gets just straight up deleted when you wake up. It's a little bit weird how that works. Effectively, what it means is you're getting a little bit farther below 20 if you have a pillow on a good quality bed than you otherwise would. But otherwise, you're never going to get to single-digit fatigue ever as a restless sleeper. In practice, what that means is your first day as a restless sleeper, when you start a new character and you're 0 fatigue at a 9 a.m., I think it is, 7 a.m. I don't remember exactly. I think it's 7 a.m. That is basically the least amount of fatigue you'll ever have naturally. The only way to get more fatigue removed is by drinking coffee or popping caffeine tablets. There is one way to tell if you are above 30 fatigue or not. So 30 fatigue, that's 30 out of 100. You're 1/3 of the way to being at maximum fatigue. If you right-click on a bed and it gives you the option to sleep, as in it doesn't say can't get back to sleep, or it doesn't say, if it says not tired enough to sleep, that specifically means you're below 30 fatigue. You will only ever be allowed to sleep if you're 30 fatigue or above. But yeah, we're getting real deep into the weeds, and a lot of these numbers are going to be meaningless if you don't have a stat bar mod. Oh, great. Truck's doing the thing. Thankfully, we don't have crap on the seat, so we can just get in the other door. It did it again. That is bizarre. I wish I understood what caused that. Gonna leave the axe in the vehicular device. And I'm gonna take something to eat because I should have something to eat. Also, if we're going to be going to pick up a bunch of furniture, let's just take the van with us. No, the car door is not starting to break. That's just a random glitch. It's a random glitch that happens every once in a really rare blue moon. You'll just not be able to get into your driver's seat, and you'll have to get in your passenger seat and then switch seats. I don't know what causes that. Our door is probably like 96% integrity. If I double check this, it is our driver's side door, which is front left. Our driver's side door is 100% integrity. Yeah, it's not that. It's really weird and difficult to reproduce glitch. You know, I don't know this for sure, but I think having water on the ground from raining, I actually think that might impact our towing capabilities. Normally, with this truck, we can get up to third gear easily while towing a step van. We're not making it past 20 miles an hour like this. So I do actually think that we've been nerfed. KTO, how's it going? We are, we have finally explored everything there is to see in the whatchamacallit, airport here. And, among that is going to be some, furniture stealing. We're going to steal some furniture. So we just brought one of our step vans up here with a nice full open trunk. That's really funny. Mario 64, that's Nintendo right there. I don't actually have Mario 64, but I have several N64 cartridges right over there. Almost reached them. Nah, I can't reach them. They're in the drawer. But I have a I am a aficionado of Nintendo 64 games, at least the ones that I enjoyed. But these days I usually just emulate them with a, and I play them with an Xbox controller. I don't have any of those imitation N64 USB controllers. Part of me really wants to get one, but I've actually kind of relearned how to play a lot of games with Xbox now. So, here's what it is. Remember when I said that if it takes you more than 3 hits to kill a zombie, there's probably something going wrong. In this case, I should never be needing more than 2 hits for a sword. And that's how I know that it needs a sharpen. Its overall integrity is decent. Once I sharpen it back up, we'll be back to... we're still not at peak damage, so we actually are below peak. It'll still be mostly good, though. Bite flip was debunked. You know what? Bite flip. That's really funny because there's a lot of video games where an individual bit flip would be so hard to notice at a gameplay level. But older game consoles are just built different. They are built different. They're so much more optimized to work with so much less than modern gaming hardware is. It's actually it's fucking impressive in hindsight how much they were able to squeeze out of such a small package. Nintendo 64 games are only 32 megabytes each. I have a few collected here as virtual backups of cartridges that I own. This one is only 16 megabytes. The bigger ones are 32. Pokemon Stadium 2, this is one that requires the expansion pack. That one's a 64 megabyte. Super Mario 64 is even smaller. That is only 8? Hang on a second, is that only 8 megabytes? 8,192 kilobytes. Super Mario 64 is only 8,192 kilobytes. And you get a whole game for that. That is frickin' wild, if you ask me. Some game devs of PC games have tried to replicate this. Animal Well, if I remember, Animal Well is below 100 megabytes. Because it's one of those old school games that builds its own engine. But even then, I don't think it's quite as small as these. Crash Bandicoot discs reprogram the PlayStation. That's really funny. That's really funny. With something like a PlayStation, you could get around that because, or you could get away with that rather because the PlayStation, or the original PlayStation wouldn't have any of those fucking TPM and DRM chips and the shit that they shove into consoles now that slow everything down and check encryption keys for everything before actually doing anything. Fucking, when I looked at what Xboxes do these days, it's like the hardware designers took it really personally when emulators came out. They took it really personally when emulators became a thing. I came up here because we left a bed for a safe sleeping spot. Where did I leave it? All the way up top, okay. Mario Tennis card, $200 for Mario Tennis. That's really, oh man. I'm assuming that was when it was out of print. If it was still in print, then that is just mean. Yeah. Damn it, woman. We left a medical bed right here. A little far away from literally anything. That's okay. Medical beds. This is actually something relevant to early gameplay. Medical beds are the easiest type of bed to just pick up and move around. Because if you have a military backpack, you can fit an entire large medical bed into it. So, quite literally, I am carrying around a good night's sleep. The best night's sleep I could get, actually. So, got a large medical bed and a pillow. Into the trunk with that. I swear, man, if there's one of the biggest criticisms I will always have of Japanese culture is they take legal issues almost twice as seriously as the United States does. And that's fucking saying something. Here in the United States, lawyers have this saying, you can sue a ham sandwich. In Japan, you can sue a ham sandwich and its entire fucking family. That is how crazy they are about litigation over there. It's just endemic to the culture. I don't know what it is about the rigidity of it. Man, do they really take it seriously. The cease and desist they sent to Mangadex was probably one of my favorite recent examples. Mangadex is a website that I used to, still do for 1 or 2 series. Sugimomo did not make the didn't make the cut for that. And I found that really funny. But about, I don't know, 70% of all the good stuff on the website all got taken down by one cease and desist from like fucking, how many was it? I don't even know. Like almost every manga publisher in Japan signed on to this one cease and desist to get rid of a Scanlation host website. So it's not even the... And now, of course, yes, they were legally correct to do so. But it's not like it was a pirate website that was just downloading copies of translated manga and just putting it up there. It is actually... It's actually a legally distinct sort of thing where they're taking the tankobon. So the tankobon obviously is what they have the strongest claim to. But the translations themselves, that's original content being added to the copyrighted content. So the translations themselves, that's the original content of the Scanlation group. But that nobody fucking cares about that. Nobody fucking cares about that. It's our mangaka's pretty pictures, and you're not allowed to have them. Fuck you. That is how legal issues go when it comes to manga on the internet. I didn't even know that this gift store was here, so I'm looking through it for a couple of key rings that I don't have. I don't think I have a skeleton mask yet. Look at that. Can do Day of the Dead now. It actually matches my kit. It's a shame I don't have a. It's a shame I have to wear glasses. Yeah, selective zomboid physics. Very selective. It is. It really is. It's a problem of ethics too, but access is definitely the biggest part. I refuse to give a single dime to Viz because they westernize their translations, which is fucking disgusting. Give me the original context, please. I don't care about your Western moral sensibilities that you want to interject. I'm here to read content from Japan. I'm not interested in some fucking man in the middle coming in there and injecting what they want into the series. No, fuck you. Get out of the way. Shut up and translate the manga. That's what a lot of publishers that are doing the official translations need to fucking do. Shut up and translate the manga. That is one particular industry that is being claimed by AI right now that I'm just like based when I see it happen. Because fuck the westernizers. Fuck the westernizers. All I care about are translators. Translators, not localizers. Well, you've got KTO. You've got a particularly bad pricing situation where you're at too, don't you? Because I remember you were mentioning some things that are like way more expensive in your area than like most of the rest of the Western world. Not 100% what kind of logistical problem that's causing that, but that's an extra layer of dum-dum that nobody should have to subject themselves to. Already got a monster. So we've got 3 different Halloween masks that I've never had before. That is neat. These shelves that have wallets with money in them, probably my favorite aspect of stores like this. Hey, here's a wallet. And look, if you buy this wallet, it has free money in it. Now this desert painting this is one of the ones that weighs 20. Don't care about that. It's pretty, but I ain't wasting 20 encumbrance on it. Real talk, I don't remember which staircase this is. Taxes on him. Yep, that'll do it. What is going on here? I don't recognize this room. I do not recognize this room. So I just got a key to an office, but that might actually be a key to most everything LAA here. Sometimes buildings have very incorrect names. Top of the stairs clear. Yeah, I've never been up the stairwell. This is the 3rd floor. I don't think I've ever been up here. Yeah, no, this is entirely new to me. Cool, that's what we're here for. I don't expect anything mind-blowing. It looks to be an office. Yeah. Well, yeah, so, I plead the 5th on torrents. One thing okay, so here's something that I'm going to say that is completely valid and correct to say. Internet service providers, ISPs, very unfairly target people who use BitTorrent protocol for anything. And I mean anything. It does not matter if we're talking about torrenting illegal stuff, you know, copyright violating stuff, which you should not do. I must disavow. Do not use BitTorrent to download illegal material, please. But ISPs don't fucking care if it's legal or not. If you use the BitTorrent protocol, you get put on a list of people who use BitTorrent, and that list of people gets monitored more closely by the internet service provider to see what they're doing. And I have a very strong opinion about internet service providers. You guys heard me just now saying about my opinion of translators. Shut the fuck up and translate what you're supposed to translate. Stop injecting your shit into it. I have the exact same opinion of internet service providers. Shut the fuck up and give me the data. That's your only job. But no, they've got to do they got to do some more shit. They got to do other shit. So I have it's a particular sticking point for me. My internet service provider, here's what they know about me specifically. I have direct connections to Steam almost 24/7. I have direct connections to YouTube almost 24/7, whether I'm streaming or watching videos. Almost everything else I do, with a few exceptions. I think regular news websites, like if I go to AP News or whatever, I don't fucking care. I'll use my regular browser for that. Almost everything else I do, the internet service provider does not know what it is, because it is being routed through a double hop VPN, through NordVPN. I recommend. They're headquartered in Canada, which is a little bit harder to subpoena by United States law enforcement. Everything else, my internet service provider has no fucking idea what I'm doing. And that's the goddamn way it should be. My internet service provider doesn't fucking need to know what I'm doing. They don't need to keep lists of people. And I do not want to see anybody in chat coming out with the defeatist mentality on this. Do not. I will ban you from chat if you come in here and say, oh, what does it matter? They already know everything about... No. I will fucking ban you from chat if you come out and start saying that shit. No. They don't have everything. They don't have all of your knowledge. That's why they're trying so hard to get it. That's why there's so many data collection practices. That's why the GDPR exists, because it makes so much money that the EU wanted to start getting a little share of that cheddar cheese. It is actually very easy to make it very hard to get information on you. And that is a fight that everybody who has any modicum of self-respect should probably consider engaging in. Now, of course, it's not just a question of self-respect. You might just not have time a day. And I understand that completely. There's plenty of people who just don't have time to learn how that shit works. That's fine. That's fine. But do not tell me that it can't be done. Because, fuck you, it can be. And it's a lifestyle that's not very hard to habituate yourself into. And KTO is not entirely incorrect either. China does have... Okay, I have a theory on China. And it's not your usual conspiracy theory. In fact, I find it to be quite plausible. I don't think it's a theory. I think it's a very plausible likelihood. You guys hear that? I hear mouth breathing. It's somewhere to the right of me, but I don't... I think it's downstairs to the right of me. So, anyway. China does partake in a lot of data collection on just as many U.S. citizens as they can get their hands on. But a lot of people think, oh, it's China. They got something nefarious in mind. I don't even think it's actually nefarious. China, if you're not familiar, run by the Chinese Communist Party, so in a way they're communist, but it's not your bargain basement, brand of communism, right? It's not the Soviet Union. Remember, the Soviet Union went bankrupt because they had no idea how economics work. China is better at economics than the United fucking States. Don't forget that. China is better right now at economics than everybody in the United States, except for maybe a few hedge funds like BlackRock or State Street. China, what they do, and the slimy economist types, they call it a command economy. They call it a command economy. China can go to a corporation and say jump, and that corporation will say how high. They have zero pushback, far less pushback than anyone in the United States will ever give. And the ones who are the most compliant are your champions. I don't know if there's an industry standard term for these. The Chinese Communist Party has champions, not official companies. There's no official affiliation, but the CCP likes them a lot and will help them out and do things for them, do favors for them, and give them a leg up on the competition. Tencent is a perfect example of this. Tencent is one of the CCP's champions, as it were. So why would China be collecting data on U.S. citizens? Well, Tencent competes in the U.S. market. Why would you not give your champion a bunch of really, really, really fucking useful advertising data? I think one of the reasons Tencent is so big is because the CCP is just using its cyber espionage like it always does, like every state actor does, and they're just handing free shit to Tencent. And they're like, here, come up with a marketing profile for all these U.S. citizens and sell them a bunch of fucking shit. I think that's what they're doing, and I think it's fucking working. I think it's fucking working really well. But that's just, tinfoil hat conspiracy theory here. BYD. I can't remember what... I feel like I've seen that before, but I don't know off the top of my head what it is. Picked up a few things up there, but not that much. We got a few flags. I was hoping for a little more. But, yeah, that's about everything on that side of the map. And there are a billion radios up there. If we want radios, we can find them elsewhere. Oh, Temu. Temu is another CCP champion. Temu is the... If you're not familiar, I'm pretty sure it's just China's Amazon. And currently, it's a bit of a meme. The Temu version of something. I'm sure a lot of people have heard that meme. But if you really want it hard enough, Amazon is being filled with the lower end of Chinese slop right now. The stuff that is such a bargain basement that not even Temu will take it. I don't think Amazon is going to have its edge forever. I think at some point in our lifetimes, Temu is going to exceed Amazon in every way, even in the domestic market for the United States. That's my theory. I could be completely wrong about that. This is not financial advice, but well, it's not like I'm giving investor instructions. Do CCP companies really need the United States to invest in them when they got the CCP behind their back? I don't think they do. I really don't think they do. I think that, obviously Tencent they buy shares in American companies and whatnot, but I don't think they don't need our help. They got plenty of help. They're just here to extract money from us, and they're doing it pretty well. Yeah, it really is. It really is. And that's wacky. Because that is just a total inversion, right? We used to assume that made in China was a status of something, sloppy. But no, all the best and worst shit is now made in China. Okay, I take that back. The best shit right now is made in real China. The best shit is made in Taiwan. Sorry if anybody in the audience. I know I just lost 3,000 social credit for that statement. The Republic of China is the only China. You're probably right about that. Bezos is, he's quite insatiable. He built a rocket and he shaped it like a dick and he sent it into orbit. That man is an absolute monster. He's no different from Elon Musk though. Elon built he built a rocket and he sent a fucking car into space and then just dropped it. That billionaires are just built different. Couple of medical supplies. Let's see if we get any. Give me some butter. These cooling shelves. Give me some butter. Come on now. Ow. It's one of the best chances of butter outside of grocery stores. I think this is a pharmacy in front of us right now. Looks like one. That means the back room would be a locked door back here. No. They don't have a med lockup. That's okay. Plenty of painkillers. Oh, wow. You gotta be shitting me. They outsold... Well, okay. There's a couple of factors there. The United States market really dislikes Elon Musk right now for a variety of reasons. Most of them political. Some people just hate him because he's a billionaire, and that's not... I personally don't think that disliking somebody for being a eccentric billionaire is a political thing. I think that is just a average, correct response to somebody who's been born with a silver spoon in their mouth and never knew anything else. But no, there's a lot of other political heat on him right now, and that is just fuel for the fire for any of his competitors. Any of his competitors who wants to swoop in and steal Tesla's market share. Now, of course, there is nothing political that Elon could do that is going to compare to the design of the Cybertruck. All of his political things that people hate him for, I don't think any of those... I think they all pale in comparison to what he did to his own company when he released the Cybertruck. That fucking thing is so unbelievably cringe that I think he did the same thing he did when he said that his own stock price should be lower. I know, right? No, it's and you know, to top it all off, we never found that zombie that was making noise up there. But I truly don't think that there was going to be anything interesting that we saw there. It was just a I don't even know what that was. Just in the middle of the dead center of the airport. It just looks like a bunch of like cubicles for people to work in. It's not air traffic control. It's not ground traffic control. I recently learned, like just yesterday, I was watching some videos that broke down what happened with that fire truck that got rammed by the plane, and I learned that there is a different team, or there's supposed to be a different team between air traffic control and ground traffic control. Ground traffic control in this context being a dedicated set of controllers who focus entirely on vehicles moving around on the airstrip, ground traffic, as it were. And that's the failure that led to the incident that I'm talking about, where the plane rammed the fire truck that was going out onto the airstrip. Yeah, the bug keyring, I've seen it once before. We've got the duck keyring, I think, and the kitty and the hot dog. Yeah, we've got all those in this particular one. I don't know if I've ever had all of them, though. I don't know why I'm being so selective. Just about all this can fit into one bag. Yeah, we still have a little bit of room to spare. Perfect. Okay. It really was, yeah. I have heard some armchair analysis of it that said that the driver of the fire truck should have been paying better attention, but I've heard some people come back with the design of the fire truck actually made it a little difficult to see things at any sort of elevation above the, like the canopy apparently was not positioned very well to see things coming in from above, in which case, That seems like a skill issue. If you got fire trucks specifically designed to work on an airstrip, I feel like they should have a little bit more visibility, maybe. I don't know. Seeing as you don't have to worry about just what is to your left and right, but also your upper left and upper right. But I ain't the kind of guy who's going to sit here and say, oh, it's their fault, they should have done this differently. I am going to say I have a lot of questions about that, about the fire truck, the decisions there. Last thing I would ever want to do is pin it all on that one dude. Because a failure like that feels like it's way more than one dude. I don't care how you break it down. Now, one of the things that I did kind of want to get more of was the floor tiles here. I do kind of like these dark tiles. We don't have a crowbar right now, though. We would have to go back to base for that. That is okay. We will, wait a minute. I was so brain dead for a second there, just vibing and chatting about dumb shit. I don't even remember exactly how I got out here. Was it around this food court? Yes, okay. So I never actually went back here initially. This is this little food court area, and then we've got the pharmacy, toy store. But how did I get through this area? That's what kind of confused me there. I'm very confused. How did I get in here with the truck? Did I pull in through the doors? I had to have. Yes, I had to have. That was... but... my brain is going on a little bit of a trip right now. I swear the truck was... oh, we did pull on the front. Yes, we did. Okay. I remember now. The thing is, the truck was previously just right over here. And I was thinking, my brain meat was telling me that I just found a way to pull through. But no, we just went through the front doors here. Let it never be assumed that I've memorized the layout of this place. Absolutely not. Yeah. If I wanted to go back to where the truck was previously, we would just have to go around this corner here where I've got this entrance, and then there's the... and then this entrance. Okay, yeah, I understand it better now. So there are still a couple of pockets of this place. Oops. Careful with that. I've never actually been in this side here. This, I think, is garbage. Is it anything else? This is one of the biggest places that a billion of them were coming out of. And it looks like they were just coming out of this hallway more than anything. Which is interesting. I guess that, yeah, that was the shortest distance. Just got thirsty. Okay, I have a much better understanding of this place now. So theoretically, I actually could pull through with the truck, because this hallway terminates in a double door. So this hallway is actually, as long as I can make that T, the T intersection there is a bit of a tight turn. You got to take this at a very straight angle to go in from the beginning. But then we can turn here. Get our AoE light. Easy peasy. This gives us a turn. I mean, of course, the best part about this place is we can always make our own turns. Oh, that's the mailroom. That's actually a dead end. I don't know if we have enough turning radius for this. If we do, then we have a way through. But if I don't... And do like a 16-point turn here. This is mostly just me trying to see if this is even possible, because this is not the only kind of hallway of this type. Yeah, this is theoretically possible. It's just annoying and difficult. And I don't know where else exactly I could put that theory into practice, but yeah, we've got a complete way through here. What's in here? This is just a garage, isn't it? Technically never been in here. This is one of the many places that I just let all the zombies come out and then I never really explored further. Is this light bar territory? Because I mean, you know, airport vehicles have light bars sometimes. Does that mean we could see tool roll? Perfect performance break. Yes, please. Tell me that we could see some light bars here. Performance standard? Alright, fine. Don't throw a perfect performance part at me like that. Running out of chances. I'll take welding torches. Right now, this is looking like your standard garage. 3 more chances. Dub rods, sure. Damn, okay. So I have no idea if there was a chance for a light bar here, but there isn't now. There's never much loot. If anybody's curious why I'm looking for a light bar as an item, light bar items repair light bars that get damaged. And I don't fully understand all the different ways that it can get damaged. Other than shooting it, I've learned that you can accidentally target it and shoot it. But there's other ways of it taking damage that I'm less familiar with. Every light bar you find, if you're mechanics level 10, is a 20% more integrity. Well, no, we got a light bar in the airport security truck where we found this truck. We found light bars there, and because we found light bars there, I started wondering if we would see the same sort of loot table here. But by all accounts, that was just standard garage loot right there. Specifically, we can actually just drive on up here because I made a hole in the wall. Yeah, there's a tire on the floor up here. Perfect condition, regular. I don't know if I want it, but it's right in front of me. We'll triage back at base whether we actually want it or not. This place right here. This place is where we did find one light bar. And that was a lovely find. We also found some gunnery in the closet. Oh, you know what? If I wanted to put a hospital in Jericho without actually having to fight my way into Louisville Hospital, you got it right here. You literally have it right here. I could do worse. Fire PD? But I never saw any fire trucks here. And why does it have a? Why does the fire department here have a gun locker? Do the firefighters here have? Do they stay strapped? I guess. This isn't your dad's fire department. They got canines and they got. I think this is like interagency sort of security building for the airport. So airport security, airport firefighters, that sort of thing. Because I mean, why would a firefighter? I mean, I don't know that much about firefighters. As far as I know, they don't typically have drug sniffing dogs. Or is it just a meme that firefighters have Dalmatians? Is that just a meme, or is that a thing that happens for a reason? Like, do they need rescue dogs to sniff out survivors or something? But yeah, they got the dog cages here, and then I guess the cages are for the bad dogs, and then the backyard here is for the good dogs. But yes, you are correct about the pole. It's got the pole. It's got some firefighter gear. I think we already verified these lockers are jack shit. Yeah, the only thing of any note here is the furniture. As with the rest of this place, we're here for the furniture. Now here's a problem. I don't have my backpacks for hand carry. That's not the worst thing in the world. We can still pull this off. But we're going to have to go get our backpacks because, well, we shouldn't have forgot them in the first place. Skill issue. Get myself yapping and I start losing my brain power for keeping track of other things. So at that rate, we can afford to carry back with us one more of these medical beds. But then we will run out of storage space. What's our trunk at? 139. We would only get 4 more storage space if we pushed a repair. Yeah, there's no min-maxing here. There's just leaving shit behind. I think the security entrance was the fastest to get up to the bar. I think. You would think that I would have checked ahead of time where all the stairwells are in a building of this importance. But I basically just winged it. This is the airport. It felt appropriate to wing it. Get it? Airport, wing it. One of the reasons I'm just dropping stuff on the floor here is because this is the staging ground. This is where I know I can drive easily to and from. So we can come back here with the step van, just back it up to this spot, and load all this stuff that we're dropping on the floor, just dump it right into the trunk. $169 of encumbrance of stuff on the floor right here. One could say that that is not bad, possibly even nice. But I'm going to load it into garbage bags, as is my custom. Total of 178 now. That's more than another garbage bag could fit. Okay. I'm going to put this carton of 12 gauge back into the truck because that's where ammo needs to be. Okay. That's not bad at all. $178.51. Okay, that's great. All right, and we're just about ready for bed. I'm gonna bring a bed upstairs, and we're gonna sleep up there. That was one of the things that was in the back of my mind when I started picking up these medical beds. Sleeping in the airport is a bit of a bold strategy, but it's a strategy I was formulating in the back of my head as soon as I saw that one of the bathroom doors in the bar was actually intact, because now we can go up and down the stairs of the bar here. Who's hitting a door? It sounds like a bathroom door, but I have no idea which. We opened every single bathroom door in here. They must be downstairs in the bathrooms below. We're stage two fatigue right now, so I'm not even going to go look. Whoever it is, they're having trouble breaking that door. So that's their problem. Try not to imagine the smell. It's been almost 2 years, so... Am I single or multi? I only ever play single player. I actually wrote a bit of a dissertation on survival crafting multiplayer games. It's fun. You can have fun with multiplayer. You'll never hear me say that it's not fun. A lot of people started playing this game because of it, me included. My buddies picked up this game for a grand total of like 2 weeks, and had some fun with multiplayer in B41, and then promptly moved on to another game. But the whatchamacallit. The problem with multiplayer in this game is if you don't vet who joins your server, it's eventually going to turn into asymmetric griefing warfare. Arc trauma, yeah, you could say that, 100%. Okay, I know where this is. I'll give you guys a by the numbers comparison. I've been playing Project Zomboid for 2,990 hours. I usually just shorten that to 3,000. I played Ark for 2,168 hours. I am not going to act as though all of the hours I've spent playing Project Zomboid were spent having lots and lots and lots of fun. No, there's definitely ups and downs. But I can tell you for 100% certainty that not a single hour that I have spent in this game, Project Zomboid, was spent doing something that I did not want to do because I was worried that some random person on the internet who just wanted to fuck with me for the sake of fucking with me would do so if I did not stand around for 12 hours watching my tribe's assets, making sure that that one person who was salty about the fact that they got kicked out of some other tribe and started doing the Pteranodon with the rocket launcher bullshit. No, there many hundreds of those 2,100 hours are hours that were just spent watching shit. Maybe just, puttering around my base, watching shit. Maybe building out little sections of my base in the process. But at the end of the day, I was logging on to Ark as part of a rotating security shift. That's what survival crafting games, when you have an open server and anybody can join, that's what they all turn into eventually. You log in and you make sure that somebody is watching your important stuff, and then maybe you can go play the game. But if there's not enough people for, you got to fill in the blanks. You got to spend some time keeping an eye on shit yourself. Does that sound like fun to you guys? It's not fun to me. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh, well, if you just have a small server and you only advertise it to certain people. No. It always turns to shit eventually. And it does not matter how many times you, as someone with an MP, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Whitelisted servers only. Don't take any exceptions. I played Ark with, what's his face? Carl Benjamin. He's also known as Sargon of Akkad on YouTube. He ran a server called Mesopotamia for many years, and for many years that was the server that I would do the security shifts on. Now, Sargon wasn't the worst admin. At one point, he delegated server admin controls to several of us so that we could actually, but we were only supposed to use them to respond to people who were actually just, glitching, meshing, creating a shit ton of fucking rafts and just leaving them as a way to get, somebody's attention. It was really fucking rote and boring. I didn't like it. I really didn't like it when it became that. And the fact that he wiped the server, started over, and after a couple of 100 hours it became that again, that was when I truly realized this cycle. Early game Ark is fun. I would do it again. Single player Ark is, I tried it. It had diminishing returns for me. Because there were a few things in Ark that I hadn't done, and I didn't hate the idea of going in there and doing it myself. But Ark is not really good single player. You get the most fun out of it doing multiplayer, and when you have anybody who can join, eventually you'll get somebody who joins just to fuck with you. Just always happens. Yep, open server is for the birds. But I bring up Carl because he also has some sons, and they are of the much younger age, but they also really love dinosaurs. So obviously, when they became old enough to enjoy a game like Ark, that was one of the first things he started having fun with. That may have proven to be a mistake in the long run, because don't put your kids on the open internet. I mean, he knew that, obviously he knew that. But there were people who would join the server just to fuck with him and to fuck with anybody in his proximity, including them. So eventually he stopped doing that. I think if he does still play, I don't even know if he does still play. He just brings on whitelisted people. Because every single server that you don't whitelist eventually turns to shit. I think I decided I'm not doing any of the kitchen furniture. Yes, I'm not doing any of the kitchen furniture. I mean, I told the story the other day, but one of the times that I have laughed hardest in my entire life was actually a moment where I was griefing somebody who was significantly younger than me. I was only like 14 at the time, so you could say I was just a kid too. But this kid was clearly younger than me. He was probably 12, 11 or 12, based on the lightness of his voice. But my buddy and I were playing Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, I believe. It was 2, yeah. And I had a riot shield at the top of the stairs. My buddy had a riot shield at the bottom of the stairs. And we pincered this kid. This kid was being really annoying with his squeaky voice on mic, and he was cussing too. So he was no innocent little wallflower. He was saying some nasty shit as we did in Call of Duty games. What we did though is we were on the same team, so we couldn't damage each other. My buddy and I went down the stairs. He went up the stairs, and we just started bashing him with our riot shield. This dude just stuck in the middle of the staircase, and he can't go anywhere. Oh, that was so much fun. Yeah, no, that's the way to go about it right there for you. That's the way to go about. In fact, I think I said exactly to something to that extent the other night. Let me I don't know if anybody's interested in reading my silly rambles, but it was a response to some dude who was asking about multiplayer. I think I didn't really get any too substantial responses, but I'll post a link to the thread. This guy was coming in he's only got a few hours in the game, but he's coming in here and asking to start a discussion about PvP focused modders. PvP focused modders, yeah, let's make some mods for PvP in Project Zomboid. I'm just like, dude, I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into here. But yeah, I'll post it in chat. It's I kind of articulated almost exactly what Freya was talking about there, where I don't play multiplayer survival crafting games unless there is some form of accountability on an individual basis. In you know, Freya, you mentioned that you need to know like where they live too, so you can, yeah, absolutely. That's one way of going about it. I'd probably be at the same kind of kid, but the my current standard is, you know, just to make sure that the community is good. I would definitely make sure that it's somebody who I at least have a direct line of contact to outside the video game. Discord or whatever the hell. Doesn't really matter. Just something that is a reliable way to reach them. Yeah, no, that's and the worst part about that right there, KTO, is that I don't have kids, but I know that the day that I do, as soon as they get old enough to speak, their friends are going to be telling them about Roblox and whatever the fuck super hyper corporatized video games are out there right now that's really popular with the kids. Now, a lot of people who don't have kids yet are going to tell you, oh, my kid is not going to touch any of this, and this. Okay, but what about when he goes up to you with those cute little eyes and he says, Dad, all my friends are on Roblox? I feel like a lot of people who don't have kids are not going to understand how difficult it's going to be to tell them, no, you can't do what all of your friends are doing. That's not how kids work. You can't do that and still call yourself a fair parent. Maybe if all your kids are, all the friends are doing something, really bad. Sure, yeah, absolutely. But take a hard stance when you need to. But there's going to be times where there's going to have to be some give. There's going to have to be some give, and I don't know. I mean, Roblox seems like a really fucking sus thing to me, based on all the people that I've seen talking about all the weirdos that get on there. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, it's nothing. They won't hurt. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's as somebody on the internet who has seen the worst sides of the internet, yes. It's just letting your kids unsupervised on the internet is just as bad as leaving them unsupervised in real life. It's just that the kidnappers take a little bit longer to get to them. That's all it is. The internet, to somebody who is an enemy to children, the internet is just a delay factor. That's all it is. If you're going to be a parent to a kid on the internet, you've got to never let them out of your digital sight just as much as your physical sight. Very sus, very sus. I love how the word sus came about because of Amagus, but I only ever use it to talk about other games now. Pool's closed, KTO. Pool's closed. Tell me, you better have had an avatar with an afro. If you didn't have an avatar with an afro, I'm going to be extremely disappointed in you. Two, and we can do one more. We can do one more, and then that's it for this truck. This truck will be full. Okay, so we've got... I'm going to have to keep note of this, because I'm going to forget if I don't. Five straight bars in one corner in the truck. Okay. And what about these bags? Did I put any counters in these yet? I don't think I did. No, good. I shouldn't have. Yeah, that, and that's, it probably sucks. It really does. It probably sucks that you got to be that parent that's strict. Everybody wants to be the cool parent. But being the cool parent is kind of how bad things can happen. And I think anybody who's been a parent for a while will probably know this very well. But you can be the cool parent up to a certain extent, and then it's just going to be a bad thing in the long run to keep being the good parent. So finding that balance, that's going to be a challenge that continues to get more and more interesting as time goes on with the digital age and how easily people are. I mean, the online ID nonsense that's going on right now, man, that is just making everything more complicated. Because I can tell you for 100% certainty that if I had a kid right now, I wouldn't want them to put their freaking ID on the internet. I don't want them scanning their face just to get into some app. I wouldn't want to do that for myself. Why the hell would I want my kid to be doing that? I don't get it. I really don't. But it is being pushed like there is no tomorrow. Actually, I do get it. Facebook is pushing it because it's a threat vector to competition. Social media companies want there to be legislation because then it's harder for competitors to come along and get started. I forgot to take the mask off before I went to sleep, so now I'm stressed. That's not the worst thing in the world. We've also got fog today, but if we're going to be spending most of the time indoors, we'll be alright. Oh, that's good. That's a very good thing. Teach them young about self-defense on the internet. Make it a fun thing. That's a very good thing. Because that ensures, hopefully, that she doesn't grow up to be one of those people who's just like, oh man, who cares? Everybody on the internet already knows everything about you. Because that defeatist mentality, man, it's cringe enough seeing adults say that kind of stuff, but seeing kids say it, that's sad on a whole other level, because then they're never going to know that there used to be a better way. And used to. There still is. There is a better way. It's called, just don't give everybody the information just because they ask for it. Because a real slick web page is saying, oh, you can't get in here unless you upload your IDs. The only time I've done that recently has been for financial services. I regrettably, you know, to say regrettably, the last time I uploaded my ID on the internet was for Kraken, what's it called? Crypto exchange. It is the only crypto exchange on the planet that services the United States that also allows you to buy and sell the only cryptocurrency that is actually a cryptocurrency called Monero. I don't care what everybody else calls their shitcoin. It doesn't matter. There is only one cryptocurrency that is actually cryptographically secure, and that's Monero, because the ledger is both public and fully obfuscated, so people can't actually track all the transactions that are being made. And that's why not a single other exchange is willing to actually buy and sell it, because all the other exchanges are just fucking... They might as well be champions. I feel like I should start calling them champions when they just bend over and let the government do whatever they want. That I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. You would make the Communist Party proud. I know, right? No, that's 100% right there. 100%. I own Monero. I won't disclose how much I own because... Go ahead, find out. Go ahead, find out how much Monero I own. Good luck. Good luck. You can't. And that's the point. That's what cryptocurrency should be. Something that is actually impossible. Well, not impossible. Bad OPSEC will, you know, anybody can figure you out if you have bad OPSEC. So, OPSEC number one. But, yeah, at Monero, if you have decent OPSEC and you don't just hand over your wallets, don't hand over your keys, you don't hand over this and that, yeah. It's What do I have to hide, man? What do I have to hide? What do I have to hide? I have seek to hide, because I like to play hide and seek. I don't know, I couldn't think of anything clever to say. I have not been keeping track. We've got 5 in the truck. We just dropped 1 in one of the bags, so there's 3 there, so that's 8. So this will be 9, 10, 11. Our target was 15 of the straight counters. So we only got to go up and down one more time, I think. But now that I have the satchel, I can carry more. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I have the satchel up here to begin with. I got the backpack in hand now. So we've got 1 and then 2. I don't know how many people watching right now have heard my crypto story. I'm pretty sure, KTO, I'm pretty sure you've heard this one, but it bears repeating. I was one of those guys who was really into Bitcoin when it first, when Satoshi dropped the white paper. I think it was maybe about a year afterwards that I started looking into it. So I wasn't, early first adopter. Definitely not one of those. But I was one of those people who used their own GPU. Back when you could do it with your actual GPU instead of some friggin' ASIC that has to be customly designed for it. No, I used my GPU, my RTX 1080 Ti, which is currently over there in my currently running my server, my web server, among other things. I used that thing to generate. Let me just say that if I had kept everything I generated, I could probably afford not just a down payment on a house, but I could probably afford a Stingray right now. And I have a particular image that where I stored it. I'm only going to spend about 30 seconds looking for this. So if it takes longer than 30 seconds, I will just move on. But I have a single JPEG that will tell you everything you need to know about my investment decisions. What did I do with it? I know where I should have put it. And I know where it would be if I was not an idiot. But I'm an idiot. And that's okay. We are allowed to be idiots. Could it be on my desktop somewhere? My desktop that is full of folders that say clutter. And those clutter folders are just full of nonsense. What did I do with that? We're in the last 10 seconds here. Curse my inability to organize things. Would it be on... It might be on Foxtrot here. That's not it. Okay, I couldn't find the image I was looking for. Maybe some other time it will, but I did find this. Salted pork. Yes, that's the long and short of it. You see, the thing is, I'm not worried about how much I had. I'm worried about what I did with it. The image that I was looking for was a transaction receipt, verifiable on the blockchain, one of the early ones. I spent 0.21 BTC on a 60-day World of Warcraft subscription. Yep. Let's you know what? It's been a little while since I've seen exchange rates. Where do I keep cracking interface? Is it here? Yeah. Current exchange rates for BTC are nice. 69 grand, 69,393. So 69,393 times 0.21. I spent $14,572 on a 60-day World of Warcraft subscription. That's all I'm going to say about that. When I say don't take financial advice from me, it is not a meme. Now, granted, it was 2012. I was in my early 20s. I had no fucking idea if this fad that I was into was going to last. I didn't know if it was going to last the rest of the week, let alone a decade later, right? So I had reasonable belief that it was going to continue tanking and just never recover. What I truly underestimated was the fact that nobody fucking cared about whether it was true cryptocurrency or not. That's a thing that only absolute fucking nerds like me care about. Most people are just like, oh man, look at that, the number went up. That means it's worth something, right? Let's buy more in. Bitcoin in a nutshell right there. Yep. You guys aren't laughing at me hard enough. I don't know how hard you're laughing right now, but it's not hard enough. Because man, when I started to see it, when it first started mooning, how far back does this go? 5 year? Oh, this goes back pretty far. I don't remember when. Okay, so yeah, yes, okay, now I remember when the first big mooning happened. The first big mooning, that was 5 years after I made this purchase, right? So it was in 2012. That was one of the reasons I was actually looking for the, that was one of the reasons, was it 2012? That goes back pretty far. I actually don't remember the exact date, but it was very early on. It was back in this area here that I made that purchase. It was not until, like, was this December 2017, starting into 2018, that you started to see prices of Bitcoin actually moon for the first time. And since then, of course, it's been, as all crypto is, volatile all over the place. Lately, it's actually been falling since... Really, it's been falling since 25. I don't know what to make of that. I don't really care. Bitcoin is not my preferred currency. Mostly just academic that I'm following it. Oh yeah, no, that's people who got in on the ground floor and didn't bitch out like I did. They're probably doing well. They're probably doing very well. We have a little bit of room left, but it's not substantial. I was actually supposed to be pulling stuff out of these bags. I need 2 encumbrance. 2 encumbrance. That's enough. 1.5 was enough. Okay. That means I can put 1 more counter down here. And then that's a full trunk of a step van. And that's good enough for me for now. There are a couple of other things that I kind of want. I mean... Kind of. I mean, okay, I've got enough counters. I do have enough counters. I'm gonna get some seats. Get a couple of bar stools. We can fit more of those in my backpack. This carpet is probably really lightweight. Is this one encumbrance carpet? It is. So this black carpet right here, we could take a lot of this black carpet and it would only weigh one encumbrance per tile. Okay. Yeah, let's just get like, I don't know, 3 bar stools. Seems like a good odd round number there. We can fit one more. And then I'm going to do a... Let's do a garbage bag full of these black carpets. And we'll see what we can do with that. Garbage bag is 26. 12, so we're about halfway there. Could have taken the booze, but I mean, surprisingly, there's not as much. What am I doing? Of course I'm gonna... It's not necessarily the booze that I'm worried about. I should be taking these, liquor cabinets. These dark wood cabinets are not as common. Let's take the booze out first. Oh, we can make almost all the glass types ourselves. We can make almost all those. At our level of glass making, there are only a few select types of glassware that we can't make, including vehicle glass, but that's a different conversation. Not going to rehash that. Well, buying in right now is probably... I couldn't tell you. Because, I mean, you guys saw this chart. Oh, wait, I already got rid of it. But y'all saw that chart. You saw how much it goes up and down all over the place. And the things that make it go up and down have proven to be quite interesting. Difficult to fully comprehend for me. Obviously, this being as I was one of the ones who made a really silly mistake with it early on. But beyond that, it's just like... I would have thought that I would have figured it out by now. What makes it tick? No, I haven't. I got nothing. There's not a lot in here that would fit 2 encumbrance very well. I'll just grab a couple of wine glasses. It's fine. It just feels wrong to leave space unused in these bags. All right, so there's 26.1 times 2. No, I don't. And okay, so there's... What are cryptocurrencies really? They're certifiably unique ones and zeros. That's what they are. Certifiably unique. And by certifiably, I mean anybody can see who owns what cryptocurrency article we're talking about here. The problem with that, in my humble opinion, is that a public ledger that can be read by anybody without any sort of decryption kind of makes the whole system not really worth the title of cryptocurrency. That's just a statement of opinion right there. Yeah, that's just really a statement of opinion. At the end of the day, it might as well just be a stock. It might as well just be a stock because people can buy and sell them for all the same reasons. So if you are, and I mean, to be entirely honest, stocks are, there are more reasons to buy and sell a stock than there are to buy and sell crypto. Um, and the word currency is the single most dishonest part about it. There are very, very, very few ways to use Bitcoin directly to pay somebody else. eBay does, sorry, not eBay, Newegg. Newegg does it. The solid state hard drives that you guys see for my A and B drives here, these two are from my gaming computer that I built in 2017. They're network drives from the computer that's over there. These two SSDs, M2 SSDs, I purchased with Bitcoin, directly with Bitcoin. That being said, the dollar worth, the US dollar worth, is how the Bitcoin was converted. So basically, the act of using Bitcoin to pay for those SSDs was really just cutting out the middleman for US dollar exchanges, right? So I didn't really pay Bitcoin for it in the abstract sense. I paid a certain US dollar amount that was a fixed amount. It's not like I got the SSDs for cheaper or anything. No, I got the SSDs for exactly the same that I would have paid in US dollars at the time. Yes, I mean, BTC could go much higher. It could go much lower. Who knows? I have no idea. There is some reason to believe that Bitcoin could fall off. What makes me say that, and again, you're talking to a guy who spent $14,000 on World of Warcraft subscriptions and this shit, so my word on this is worth less than nothing. But my current theory is that the compute power required to generate Bitcoin transaction ledgers, the ASICs, your ant miners, your shit like that, those are going to fall off. The mining infrastructure for crypto is going to fall off because of AI. You all may have heard that crypto, especially Bitcoin back in the day, initially got its interest out there because people were able to mine using retail hardware. I'm never going to use that C word again. They were able to use retail hardware to mine their cryptocurrencies. Not only is that no longer possible, it is less possible than it's ever been before, because where are you going to get your GPU? You're going to spend you're going to spend the necessary money to get an RTX 5090 to mine some cryptocurrency that might not last the night. I don't see the financial incentive in that. I really don't. It doesn't make sense to me. I do think that crypto, except for the well-established ones, is less relevant than it's ever been. That's just my take right now. And what is a GPU? Like, on a fundamental level, what is a GPU? A GPU is a parallel processor. A CPU is an asynchronous processor. It can handle asynchronous information. GPUs handle parallel information, right? When you're doing visual scenes like these, your GPU is using the same information to perform very similar calculations in order to draw stuff on the screen like this. So, cryptocurrency mining, which mining is of course necessary for both producing new cryptocurrency and validating the transactions for existing cryptocurrencies. So basically, as long as crypto is around, mining will be around, even if you hit peak crypto amounts. The parallel processing market for hardware is going nowhere but towards AI right now. So just crypto in general just doesn't make sense to me right now. Yeah, proof of stake. So what you're saying when you say proof of stake, I had a few words for this when Ethereum went to POS, piece of shit. What is proof of stake? Proof of stake is, that's just, it got validated from on high. So that's even less of a decentralized nature to it. It's more, proof of stake is the corporate America's attempt to make cryptocurrency a more centralized thing. They're trying to tame the beast. And I'm not even going to sit here and tell you whether it's going to work or not. I'm just going to say that it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me from a perspective of what cryptocurrency was initially intended to be, and what it's become now. I don't know. I don't know. It just sounds like there's an extra layer of people telling you what the prices should be. That's what it sounds like to me. The compute, yeah, I mean, you know, electricity. Now, that being said, with electricity, the civilized people like those of us who live in Data Center City in Northern Virginia, where Amazon's US East is, we have the luxury of getting new nuclear power plants being built every day. Well, not every day, but I mean, Bezos literally signed the contract with Dominion Energy. We're going to get another nuclear power plant to add to the 3 that we already have on the local grid here. So my power, for me as but a lowly retail individual, my power shall continue to be much cheaper than the rest of America, and so will the power for the data centers down the road from me. But the rest of America, those people who are putting up data centers in Nebraska because the land is cheap, do you think they're going to be able to put together a nuclear power plant in the next 10 or 20 years, right? Because these nuclear power plants, one of the reasons we don't have very many of them is because they take forever to get built. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. There's already enough people out there who are skeptical of nuclear thanks to the 3 Mile Island scares back in the day. So, I thought I had... Did I bring an entire garbage bag up here? No. No, this is just the bars up here. Why does it feel like I messed these garbage bags up somehow? I thought there was 208, or at least an 08. Oh, 197. Okay, I was off by a tile. So I can still afford another 10 down here. But I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to. Eight counters in this pile, that's enough. Oh man, every time somebody talks about data centers in space, I think about Terra Invicta. Terra Invicta is another video game that I've played on stream a little bit. It's not a bad game at all. I enjoy it, but I was forced to learn a lot of interesting things about spaceships and just satellites in general, how they work, and what you can do with heat when you've got engines and power plants and batteries to work with, including reactors, large reactors. You want to have your data center in space, you're going to put together a molten core fission reactor for that thing. First of all, good luck. Second of all, what precious rare earth metals are you going to make your radiators out of? Because heat just doesn't vent into space. If you want to get rid of waste heat, it needs to travel along something. Heat needs a conductor. It's a little bit like electricity, but a little different. Thermal conductivity and electrical conductivity are two different things. It's a material science. Everything always comes back to material science. If it's a day ending in Y, it's a day that I'm glazing material science. But what are you going to make your radiators out of? And how are you going to secure those materials? How are you going to get them into orbit? Are all those costs going to be cheaper than just building it here on Earth and buying a bunch of water from the local poor people? No, it's always going to be cheaper to just do it here on Earth and steal shit from the local poor people. I hate to put it in such silly terms, but water is such an easy resource to monopolize. If I had absolutely no morals whatsoever, I did not give the slightest fuck about being a sociopath and just getting the best out of life that I possibly could at the expense of everybody around me. I'd be one of those guys who goes over and buys up all the water supplies from a local area somewhere, and then just slowly increases the prices of it. Just very, very, very slowly. Not enough to cause waves, but enough to make things inconvenient for large customers. I'd make a fucking fortune. But if I did that in real life, I couldn't live with myself. I'm not that kind of person. I can't do that. But there are plenty of people who can, and AI data centers are, boy howdy, are they really accelerating the process. Throwing tanks in the ocean. I suppose it's better than having to dig a bunch of what's it called? Dig a bunch of mountain caverns to store your nuclear waste in. That's always going to be an unpopular thing to talk about, nuclear waste. There's all kinds of ways to deal with it now, but people don't like having those conversations. Fair enough, okay. I can do nothing else right now. We are going to come back and get more of the black carpeting in a minute here. If it seems like all I'm doing is going up and down these stairs and moving things, yes. This is the boring part. Getting it back to our destination and actually deploying it will be more interesting. But until then, we've got boring stuff to do. What do I do with the damn mask? There you are. Tanks with data centers into the ocean. Using ocean currents to carry the heat away. Honestly, if they can make it work, that's fucking brilliant. I'm not even gonna lie. That's actually that's fucking brilliant. Brilliant in the sociopathic way, not brilliant in the oh, that's a great idea and everybody should do it way. Okay, so we got a full trunk for a step van right there, and we're rapidly coming up on another trunk here. Like if I wanted to take that white step van back with me, we're getting there. You can get 169 in the trunk of a regular van as opposed to a step van. That actually means we can fit a full garbage bag plus a little bit more. This is 17 out of 26. 2 more encumbrance? Yeah, sure, okay. That works. Alright, so I can fit... damn it. Okay. Now I can fit another 10 encumbrance in this pile. And then that's a full trunk of the white van. Okay. What would be a good use for that, I wonder? Thinking about it. We're not coming up on an immediate answer. What the hell? File Explorer just crashed on me. Okay. Sorry about that. Where did my chat go? There you are. Okay. I'll take weird problems like that over the other streamers who constantly have to deal with that one OBS plugin that constantly has the chat freeze for no reason. It's like, I don't know, I don't even know what plugin it is. I've seen other streamers use it. I've looked at it and I've been like, doesn't seem to work well, guys. I don't know why everybody keeps using it. There are other ways. Okay, I don't really need to be this obsessive about leftover space. I really don't. I think we're going to be fine for that pile and this one up here. Hey there, run's going okay. I mean, today is really a downtime day. We've cleared the airport and we are stealing some furniture right now. That is what we're currently doing. We're stealing some furniture. What furniture are we stealing? Oh man, do we have some options? We have such options. I could have an entire wall of monitoring banks if I wanted to. Tempt me with a good time. Problem is, every single one of these weighs 20 encumbrance. So there's 0.0% chance that I would get a significant number of these anytime soon. Wizard hat hype, yeah. No, we do the swords and gunnery here. It's your bargain basement swords and sorcery. I suppose guns are sorcery to some people. Actually, we're going to go ahead and sleep. We're going to go ahead and sleep because we are getting tired physically and through stamina loss. We did not get a complete sleep last night. That's okay. Keep picking up my pillow because I keep thinking I'm about to be done here. That's alright. Oh no, not again. Damn it, I forgot. Okay. At least I had a nightmare instantly. That's fine. I forgot to take the stupid mask off. I keep forgetting to take it off. And if I do that, then I get stressed. That's no good. Yeah, we're actually really stressed right now. I wonder if drinking booze will fix that. Is there any booze left to drink? I think I actually brought it all down. There was not a lot of booze up here. This was a very poorly stocked club, as far as clubs go. Yeah, there's literally no booze left up here. That's fine. Janitor closet here. Ah, here we go. Magazines worth reading. Ooh, look at that. That's a bandana that is a pretty solid black color. That might actually be similar to our other one. Hang on. Let's put it on as a face mask and see what it looks like. This is congenial to my interests because I'm going to be dropping the Shima at some point in the not-too-distant future because it's starting to get too warm. It is now April 3rd, 1995. Oh, it's just the black bandana. Okay. That's not the worst thing in the world. I have a couple copies of it, though. Axl Rose. I mean, with the mask like that, and the wizard hat, it's got a vibe to it. I really do like it. I wish we had the skull mask, like Ghost from Call of Duty. Well, we dealt with the stress for now. It'll be back. We never actually hit the restaurants on this side. I don't expect there's going to be too much to hit here. This is a sushi joint. There's hot dog machines here if I wanted more hot dogs. Except you can't make hot dogs yourself in this game. Mostly what I'm looking for by parsing these fridges is see if there's any butter, margarine, that kind of stuff. It doesn't go bad, so if there's some, it'll still be good. I suppose rice vinegar isn't the worst thing I could have. It is an additive. It adds happies to your recipes. Seaweed apparently doesn't go bad. I think I can actually make sushi if I have seaweed. Gun. We got the rice vinegar. Oh, so rice vinegar is very specific to that. Okay. What was seaweed supposed to be used for? Let me right-click on that. Maki or onigiri. Okay. Gotcha. I could have swore that you could use seaweed to make a certain type of sushi. Guess I'm wrong about that. That's fine. I don't think there's anything else of use for it. Rice paper? Can't even grow rice in this game. Oh, right. Yeah, I think avocados can only be looted right now. I'm sorry, not looted, or well, yeah, I mean looted in the first 2 weeks of the game, first 1 week of the game, maybe. Can you forge for them? I've never tried. I suppose if you can forge for them and you get level 10 forging and you're good at forging, maybe. As I always say with forging, if you're trying to find something very specific and not just a general category of things, good luck. Good luck with that. Alright, it is still a little early. I'm going to try one more time to sleep. I keep waking up with a nightmare here. It's probably because of all the corpses nearby. There we go. That's as full of a night's sleep as a restless sleeper is going to get. Wild avocados through foraging. Okay, good. That is good. So at this point, we have got more than we'll ever be able to do anything with for trunk storage. Now I'm considering hand carry. And I don't want to overdo it on the hand carry. I really don't want to overdo it. Almost anything in this room right now. Actually, literally, these are long tables. These are long tables. Okay. The carpeting is all corners. Except for the centers. Okay. Almost anything in this room except for these long tables, actually. These red oak tables that are 3 tiles long, those are the only thing that you won't find in standard residential houses. Like these leather couches, all the low tables, all the carpets, hell, even the dartboard. Even the dartboard, if you search enough residential, you'll find a basement with one. It's a question of when, not if. Jukebox is a little bit less common. Oh, black carpet. Yes. We're going to do an entire military backpack full of these. So the 26 we've already picked up. We're going to get 10 more. Just one. I feel like that's not going to be enough, though. I still don't know exactly what I want the real estate of the bar to be. And that's definitely putting a hamper on all this. Considering it was 15 that I'm picking up, that means that's 15 times 2 plus a little bit extra. So another 10 would give me some insurance. Alternatively, I can fit 20 in my current main backpack. There's not anything that weighs 20 that's really jumping out at me here. The jukebox is an option. $20 would mean 4 more stools. Can I even sit on these? Hang on. This is an important question. Okay, they have added stools to the things that can be sat upon. Previously, the stools didn't make the cut previously. 20 is not enough for a pool table. 20 is enough for half a pool table. You could do these whatchamacallit, counters. Is this a black? It's a black cash register. We've got like 50 cash registers back at Jericho, but this is a black cash register. Okay, sure. Yeah, why not? I didn't... It does come in black, apparently. Pippin when he found out that it comes in pints. I think I'm gonna get another backpack full of those. Yeah. It's an easy choice. It'll get me out of here. Okay, we can get out of here now. All right, I am now carrying a metric lot of things. I'm extremely vulnerable. If a zombie touches me, I die. That's why we went out of our way to make lots of noise. Of course, as I demonstrated a little bit earlier, you can... all I gotta do is hit one button and I'll drop both these bags and pull out my sword. So I just need to make sure that I actually do that and don't get caught corner-fucked over here. Did I actually tow the, I feel like I towed the step van with me over here. I can't even remember now. Because if I did, I would have left it behind a little ways back. In which case, that was a waste of my time. More so than normal. We're playing Project Zomboid after all. Time is relative. So that's the white van I was talking about. I don't know where these guys are going. but I know where I'm going to send them as soon as I unload here. The fuck? This is inconvenient. What the actual literal fuck? This is my base right here. Just a bunch of fucking assholes in my front fucking yard. Okay then. Guess I have to drop these bags. Now I've got to do a perimeter check. Because if I... Yep, that one's still working its way around. Because if there's respawns there, I have no insurance that there's none back here. Respawns, everybody. Can't live with them. Fuck you! Make any noise at all until you charge. Fuck every single one of you. Your little group hiding in the trees like a bunch of fucking tree fairies. Bitchin'. Get your bitch ass out here. Fuck every last one of you hippie ass zombies. Okay, we're good. Steak Punishing Simulator 3000 almost knocked me down a peg there. They both ended up below the floor. I will forget about those if I Don't put them somewhere. Okay. I'll put them in this garbage bag then. Alright, so we had a couple zombies trailing us, like this one. Closer than I imagined. Still going to the same place, though. Some of them got lost in the road, like this one. Oh, I put the jacket back on. We're going to be doing running still here. It is very lovely protection vector, but it's getting, well, it's 33 degrees right now. That's basically freezing in freedom units here. Brief recap for anybody joining. Bit of a turnover this afternoon. We are finishing up grabbing some furniture from the airport here, because as you can already see, respawns are happening, and if we leave this area now, coming back here will be a increasingly annoying, if not downright unfeasible task due to respawns. Eagerly await the day that respawns are no longer a factor, but that day will never come for this save. For this save, we are forever stuck dealing with respawns, because that is what we started with. Very rare that we can do this anymore at this stage of the game, right? 2 years in, finding a vehicle just hanging around somewhere that actually has a battery and gas in the tank, and the battery is actually charged. Everything about that is an anomaly. You'll never have that again for the vast majority of vehicles after a certain point in this game. Tomorrow, I will come back out here and tow these two bad boys around to where we've got our stuff. For now, we will take a shortcut on foot. Go back upstairs, catch our second sleep, and then we are good to go. Default setting now being no respawn. Is there a way to determine? I don't know. I don't suspect so, because the spawn map is now randomized. So the total amount of zombies in anybody's world is going to be completely different and entirely subject to the random seed that their world was generated with. If you're asking whether there will be a way to reverse engineer the total number of zombies on the map and then kill them all, perhaps in theory. In practice, I don't see anybody actually doing it. the amount of effort they would have to go through. Remember, this is a big map. This is a big map. In 3,000 hours, I've only just come close to the point where I can say that I've explored all the major POIs. But the minor POIs, I've barely scratched the surface. There's only so many times that you can explore a whatchamacallit. Only so many times you can explore a farmhouse off the beaten path before you realize you've seen most of them that there are to see. Nothing interesting on this side either. Alright, now here's the thing. We've already got enough for everything to be full. And I dropped my backpacks back at base already. So we're fine there. What I'm gonna do is we're going to pick up some stuff, put it in garbage bags, and then just we're not going to take it all the way back to Jericho with us. We're going to leave it at the base here, which is a hell of a lot easier to get into than the airport here. So even if we end up never using it, we will. I can still say that I spent a little bit of time to make it easier to access if I want it in the future. Randy Random. That would be truly cursed. Normally I would never wear one of these, but if I wear it to get out of here, it will take some encumbrance out of my bags. All I need to do is hold on to it until I can get back to where I have a tool that I can use to rip it apart. The constituent material, the thread that I get from it, is far smaller. Yeah, KTO says it real right there. You would have to be extremely thorough, and that kind of proposition to be that thorough is utter insanity to me. There's just not enough interesting things to do in the meantime. One of the reasons that I love this game so much is because of the sheer amount of things that I could just go somewhere and just be like, hey, I could do this right now. Oh, I could do that right now. It is beautiful in that particular regard. But if you're just going to look for a zombie that might be hiding in a corner somewhere, you have eliminated so many of the other fun things that you could be doing. Yeah. Okay, so I need to go find 7 more carpet before I can do this. I have to do it like in a certain order when I'm picking this up, because otherwise my inventory will get full too quickly. This is where your containers have differing levels of encumbrance reduction. This is where it really matters. Encumbrance reduction for garbage bags is almost negligible. Garbage bags, their purpose to me is sorting loot and making it easier to transfer. The amount of time it takes to transfer an object depends entirely on its weight, on its carry weight. Oh, I literally cannot fill this. I couldn't fill it if I tried. Okay. I can live without the stools. Works for me. Let's get out of here. Oh, they will spawn all the way out, even with respawns disabled then. That is a theory that I've heard thrown around, but I've never actually seen it tested or tried or anything like that. Interesting. Interesting. These glass display counters only weigh 10. They also only fit 26, so they're garbage. Okay. Now I'm going to go back and get the step van and use it to tow the white van and bring them around this side into the loading. Wait a minute, I can just drive through here. Yeah, I can just drive through here. What am I doing? This works. Okay, I've already repaired the trunk of this thing, so there's no trunk collisions are allowed. Because I literally cannot repair it again unless I want to deal with diminishing returns. Alright, so the trunk of this van, 169. What do we have on the floor right here? We've got 158.6. And look at that, there's another 10. Edge is very, yeah, the edge of the map is way out there. Depends on which edge. We did recently confirm that the map does go on forever now. For better or worse, I suppose. Okay, yes, we are going to, I could fit those in the passenger seats. But if I did, what would I put in them? It would be 10 and 10. Yes. I have never taken a glass display counter home before. I feel like it would match the aesthetic of parts of my base. crystal times 1. So 2 counters in 1 corner. I want to even that out if I could. Going to put this outside where it's easier to see. Not being able to see around me is actually making me think about things even slower. That's not a good thing. Can't fit anything else here. That's okay. Got all that in my backpack. So we can now afford... yeah, we can get 3 more. Let's go. Let's do it, and then we're out of here. I'm not risking this step van in that tight corridor. I'm just going to drive all the way around. Not worth it. That is literally everything that we possibly can pick up at the moment, with our bags left behind at base, and that's okay. I'm gonna be real with you guys, I don't actually know which one of these has a better engine, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the step van here. Oh yeah, absolutely. The Franklin Pauline has got a 390. That's ridiculous. Step van is just barely going to be able to do this. But yeah, I've got everything I wanted, plus some stuff that I didn't know I wanted. And I'm not even 100% sure if I need all of the carpet, but I got every bit of it that I could find. Just, well, every bit of it that I could reasonably afford at the moment. And that's good enough for me for now. We had to bust out one window on this van, so I'm going to steal one window on my way out. Because if I'm going to be bringing the vehicle back with me, it's going to have somewhat decent parts on it. Otherwise, there's no point in bringing it back. Overall condition 86%, and all the parts are performance. So even though the engine is absolute dog water, it is worth it for the parts alone. Now, here's what I feel like I'm going to do. I'm going to try to triage it so that the slightly less important stuff is in the van, while the important stuff is in the step van. And the step van will be what comes back with us first. And then, if it turns out that I would like to have the extraneous stuff, we'll come back and pick it up. But we will be able to do that after we've deployed some of the stuff. So we don't have to spend too much more time on just logistics, straight up logistics. I would like to do some actual building in this building stream. This garbage bag, 2 dark counters. This one is display counters. Respawns in the area, so no leaving doors open. Yeah, well, no, I don't think that it doesn't directly connect, but you can, if you take the bridge, you have to take a right as soon as you're across the bridge and kind of hug the river. Actually, we have B42 map open here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So there's Jericho right there. We go north, down Louisville's Main Street towards the other side of 31 West here. When you get up here past this checkpoint, it basically turns into a shoreline on this side, and the shoreline is, the road goes on forever. The random terrain generation continues to generate road indefinitely. So this road, as you see it here, with the low fence on either side included, I think the low fence is included. Don't quote me on that. I don't remember. But you can basically just go and take a right and hop and hug the shoreline, but you won't be able to drive. You have to do this on foot. Hug the shoreline for a very, very, very long time here. And yeah, there it is. This is the swatch field. This is where devs right-click and copy-paste things. They can basically get any tile in the game here. I particularly enjoy the fence. Yeah, the fence definitely. This is also probably all subject to. This is also probably all subject to overgrowth. So there will be random trees interspersed among all this crap. Welcome to the tile graveyard. I do love that they added a sign specifically for it. But yeah, that is, reminds me of GM Island from World of Warcraft. Specifically, the stools and the carpet and the glass counters were lower priority things. So we're just like reallocating the containers so that the lower priority stuff will go into the van to come back for on a second trip later on. Five metal stools, encumbrance 25 total. Should have never been put in one of these bags. Dub rods are super important. Yeah, the glass cases come in two varieties. This is the accessory variety. If we wanted to have glass cases for the armory, there is a gun store actually on our way back. That's actually not too hard to access from Jericho, so I'd probably go there. That is definitely something I've considered. I've never gone through with it. I don't even know if I'll bring this oldies jukebox all the way back with me. It's a cool looking thing, but there may be more to find closer to base. These oldies jukeboxes can be found in basements, so if nothing else, it'll stay here. If I have room for it, it'll come back. If I don't, it can stay here. I'm almost 100% sure we'll find something to disassemble this, vest with here. Maybe not. Oh, I have it all. Of course I do. I'm an idiot. I literally carry around an all now. I could have done this at any time. Just need a crafting surface. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna want to triage some of this. RJ is void. No, I don't know what that is. The void. Wait a minute, I think 2 magazines was exactly what I needed to finish the bed sheets. Just in time to be mostly done with this area. Some of this furniture I actually don't know how to categorize as essential or not essential. You guys will have to forgive me as I try to figure that out. Interesting. Very interesting. That sounds like an inside reference of some sort. Some of the stuff we picked up is honestly a little superfluous, so that's why I'm glad we have a place to drop it off here that is a little bit better than just throwing it away. Because, I mean, if I don't come back to this corner of the map, then I won't have much use for the stuff here, then will I? But I do suspect I might. Trash complete on one garbage bag. The rest of this might be a little easier. Okay, 130 in this trailer. Or, I said trailer. It's not a trailer, but 130 is what you can fit in a trailer. This base location? This is the doll factory just south of Louisville International Airport. So if you go to Louisville International Airport here, to the right of Louisville, and just south of it on Midfield Access Road here. I picked this place mostly because the initial zombie spawns were very, very low here, so we didn't have a lot of Zeds to deal with on our way in. Really nothing of overly small form that would be useful to put in there right now. 54 value line liveries. Value line liveries. Value line liveries. Maybe if I say it a third time, my brain meat will actually pick up what you're talking about. It escapes me at the moment, to say the least. Roll of duct tape. Okay, do worse than that. Okay. Just something useful to stick in that last 0.5 encumbrance. Except this is already full. I just wasted all that time. Okay. I do see where we're going here, and I do like it. An 85 out of 205. $95, 205. Okay. Sure. Oh, Volines. Value lines. Volines? What? Am I misremembering the name of that? Probably am. Probably am. That would be an oopsie right there. Now that warrants a, what are you doing? What are you doing, Stepvan? Absolutely. So we're not going to do more than 12 of these counters. That should be more than enough. If 12 isn't enough, then woe betide, I suppose. Aha, more glass displays. Okay. That solves that. I knew there were a couple of more. What am I doing? 3 can go in there. That's a completely full trunk of furniture that I actually want. And when I say actually want, I mean want planned to pick up as opposed to just picked up because it was right in front of me. Now we're good. Even the rain has stopped. So once I put a garbage bag in the driver's seat, this step van will be completely full. Now before I do that, I'm going to... we need to fill it up on gas. This, right next door to where we've based here, right next door to where we've based, there is a gas station. Now I'm going to have to do a little bit of a drive around to the area because I do not know how many more respawns may have appeared. I just heard one. Yeah, that one right there. This is not a secure area. I'm going to sleep before we do this. Yeah, I'm going to sleep before we do this, because let's just say I turn on the generator and, like, 3 of them come at me at once. I would be in a very bad spot. Just 3 of them right now would be very bad, because I'm now stage 3 tired. Y'all saw that. It just took me 2 hits with a sword to kill a zombie that was on its fucking face. So, yeah, we're just going to sleep. It is close enough to my bedtime. It is fine to sleep now. Did I leave this thing running all night? It's actually okay if I did. Yeah. Because the batteries in these, whatchamacallit, survivor vehicles are never usually actually charged all the way. They're usually like in the mid-80s. So by leaving it running during a sleep there, that will have topped it up. This step van, don't know how many people watching were here a couple streams ago. We fixed up all these step vans and basically just put all the best parts we could find in the local area on these step vans. So this step van is the 4th out of the 4 that we fixed up. I should just... There we go. It's better than nothing. Oh, I did the... Yep, okay. I actually thought I was misremembering, but no, it's the other way. I mean, you want to do it the other way around? One thing I did not do is triage what was in the backpacks that I left on the floor there. So we'll need to do that. Some of it might be more useful than others. Let's go ahead and open this door. Let's put the garbage bag on the seat. This thing now has 270 something encumbrance of furniture for Jericho. Double check. Okay, this thing has got just the wall bars. The cabinets are in the other van. It's only about 50 encumbrance worth of stuff here. 60. I had to drop the backpacks over here. Carpets in that one, and carpets in this one. Literally just carpets. Okay. Well then. Right side, that means there's not really much triage to do here. What happened to my hammer? Oh no, it's right there. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Lost my brain for a second there. Don't even remember what I did with the cash register. That's a worrying thought. I must have put it in the step pan. No. I actually don't know what I did with it. That's a shame. Not gonna worry too much about that. It is but one simple object. Oh, I'm a little bit past my bedtime. That's okay. Hopefully we have good weather tomorrow. What was the sound of somebody dying? How disconcerting. Okay, that's not too awful bad. So 13 carpet can go into my main backpack. Unless I find any more cubby holes somewhere. I'm going to put that on last. That's the sledgehammer right there. Put that on my back slot. We have a teeny bit of room left in the trunk here. I'm going to allocate that to some of these roasting pans that accidentally got left here a while ago. We only need to leave like 2 behind. Everything else coming back with us. A passenger seat in here. We do have an open passenger seat. Okay. So we still have a full passenger seat to work with. And honestly, if I just ski deal, I think both one of these vans. This one should have a good radio in it. Yes, this one's got a good radio. We've got a premium tech radio to put in this one too. Never leave value tech garbage in there if we can replace it with a premium tech. The whole point of this vehicle is to be a carrier for good parts, in addition to the furniture we're tossing in there. The immediate moment? Nothing else jumping out at me. Maybe I will take a couple of terminals. I am indeed heartless when it comes to those things. After all, we got tons of them. This was almost entirely superfluous. I know we already have enough of those. Still a little bit of triage to be done here. And now for hand carry purposes, we could do a 10 and a 15. But do we even have any good 10s? That was one of the reasons that was in there. That, yeah, okay. Well, no, a 20 and a 15. We could do a 20 and a 15. Doesn't leave any room in the main backpack, but that's fine. That would leave, I know I'm min-maxing this way too hard, and I'm almost sorry. Almost. That's good. Okay. So now I can do 40 back here. Okay. Yes, that means we can go get another 60 encumbrance without having to force ourselves to do another trip. Okay. We've got our... Yeah, we're staged. I am confident enough in this that I'm going to go ahead and shut down the generator here. If I'm going to shut down the generator, that means I don't need this to be hiding in the darkness in here. Let's just bring it out front. Depends on the parts. Truly depends on the parts. And besides, by some reckoning, you could say that I'm going to abandon the step fans too. Some of them I might never actually come up with a use for again. No idea. No idea what the future could hold. All I shall say is I keep my options open wherever possible, wherever reasonable. And I have strange definitions of reasonable. For example, I have almost no intention whatsoever of ever coming back here, other than to pick up loot. So why did I refuel that generator? And why did I leave it there? Well, mostly because I have absolutely no room for more generators, and I don't need to. But hey, no thank you. This space is now mothballed. Calculating. 6 encumbrance. That, there was a reason I was carrying around that stool. I just dropped it. But honestly, passenger seat. Because if we're going to put a 20 in the passenger seat, then, oh, would you look at that? We have room for 6 more. Now, before I touch that, how about some coffee? Very little of this actually needs to stay here. Okay, all of that can stay. Once you're in the passenger seat there. The amount of time I've spent overthinking this, I probably could have done several extra trips. I don't want to think too hard about that because then I'll get depressed. You know what? Sometimes just making dominoes fall in the right order is enough fun for me in and of itself. I know it's far from the most compelling content on this channel, but that's part of the game for me sometimes. I do try to keep a lid on it here and there, though. If only for my own sake, too, because that's, there are other things that I could be doing right now. As much as I enjoy this game, what I'm doing in it deserves a little bit of scrutiny. Top and crown. Yeah, no, honestly, if there was ever a mod to make elevators work again, Louisville high-rises would probably be the single most essential place for such a mod. Military research facility being a close second. Although, actually, I don't think the MRF has, I don't know if it has an elevator that goes all the way down. I think it's stairs only. Okay, hand carry 1, 2. Trunk 3, 4. Passenger seat 5, so an odd number. That's going to bother me. That is going to bother me. Usually I was thinking even numbers with these. That's okay. I think the chances of me being able to actually hand carry something beyond what's going in these bags is going to be 0.0. If I forsake the booze, I can forsake the booze. Honestly, I can forsake the booze. Some of it, perhaps. No. No half measures, Walter. If I'm going to forsake the booze, then I'm going to forsake all of it. And if I forsake all of it, I don't even think that would get me another 20. So, under no circumstances are we going to be able to get more than 5 of these. And that's okay. That's okay for now. If I come back and we do another hand carry of the same scale, then that would be another 5. Then that would be an even number. We'd have 10. Okay, I'll only be able to carry 2 at a time. Just heard somebody off to my right there. Hello there. You're a little closer than I would like. Quiet bastard, too. Oh, you know what? Okay, if we're going to have 20, 20, 20, and 20, then instead of an odd number of monitoring banks, about something I don't actually have yet, but I would like to have, microscope. Rather easy. It weighs 20, and it's right here. There's my passenger seat. Okay, now all I have to do is go pick up hand carry. And there are so many more of those where that came from. So many more. If I feel like it, it's rather easy to come back here and just pick those up. You know, if I wanted to go get more monitoring banks, there's also the air traffic control tower, although that would be more steps. Yeah, so it would be less less risk going up and down, but yeah, no, it's okay. If that's something I want, I will fight for it in the future. Or I could just not fight for it in the future. I could just leave it on the floor right here for the next pickup. That's a smarter thing to do. Yeah, I'll just go back and forth really quick right now while we've got good weather and no respawns of significant quantity. For all I know, one trip is all it's going to take, and there's going to be like dozens more. Getting ahead of that now is good practice. At least until respawns are a thing of the past, which can't happen soon enough. Of course, that means that I can afford another medical bed next time. So we're going to go back upstairs all the way, pick up that medical bed that I left up there. Honestly, I don't need to drive all the way around. If we're just going in and out, we can just go straight up this way. Wait a minute, no, that's not the faster route. I thought I was doing a thing, but that's not the faster route. Okay. Oops, it is faster go around. I don't understand why I'm using these backpacks. For the moment, I can just hand equip those. Oh. That's why I'm not doing it. I can't hand equip those because I don't have the fucking inventory space for it. Wasted by my own petard. Not without the book. I do not currently have the book. Without the book, I could not get electrical anything. I would disassemble every single one of those in the entire building, and I would not get a fifth of the way there. Without the book, trying to level a high-level skill like electrical is a fool's errand. You did previously. We got the next level. We are now electrical level 8, and therefore we need to read the next book. The only electrical 5 copy that I know of that I have is all the way back in Riverside, so I need to find some more reasons to go back to Riverside before we can do that. Alternatively, I could try to find it out here. Louisville State University will most certainly have it. It's one of the potential library spawn categories. Louisville State University will also have about 5,000 zombies in our way. So, yeah. No easy answer to that. It would be a hell of a lot easier to go back to Riverside than fight 5,000 zombies. Not that I ain't up for a fight, but I'm going to need something more compelling than just one book that I already have somewhere else. I have no idea if I even need that, but it was right in front of me, so I picked it up. We should be good on premium tech radios because we only need them for D6s, and all of our D6s that are in the area are already outfitted. That would only be an investment into the future if I happen to find another one. Yeah, that's right. I just bottomed out. I literally just bottomed out. I wonder if that caused trunk damage. It did not. Okay, I don't care. It was probably the hood then. But yeah, if you guys are not familiar, it is possible to weigh down your vehicles so much by just filling them up with so much stuff and then also carrying so much stuff that trying to take a turn too hard causes the bottom of your vehicle to scrape the yeah, that is possible and does in fact happen. Ah. Oh, that's really funny. I literally cannot pick up the sledgehammer now. Oh, that's really funny. Hang on. Not possible. A future trip, if ever. This character is still alive? Yes, sir. There's no reason that only a save breakage or a horrific mistake could end us at this point. Which, of course, this game being Mistake Punishing Simulator 3000, that always happens, but we are going strong. Speaking of going, we are on our way back to our base for this area now. And it is going to be slow going. The rain may actually be making this a little harder, just hard enough to not be able to, Nah, we're going to make it at a second gear. We're good. Hey, Blades. We are... we never actually got all the way to, decorating Jericho. Jeez Louise, I've been at this for 7 hours now. We've got... I'm definitely going to continue, of course, but, yeah, that got out of control. I was only supposed to be at the Louisville airport for an hour or so tops. I've cleared out the town now. The town. Which town? The answer is most likely yes. Unless you mean Louisville. Louisville is the only place we have not cleared. And, that may be a slightly facetious statement, but no, we have, West Point clear, Irvington clear, Muldraugh, sorry, March Ridge, Rosewood, here's Irvington. Now, when I say clear, I do not mean every single possible house. We don't do residential anymore, unless we're looking for something specific. The one my base is in, well, that's... So my main base of operations for outside of Louisville is right here. And of course, yes, we have wiped that out a long time ago. My current base of operations is right here in Louisville. It's a beachhead. We just established a presence there in Louisville. I am proud of my ability to tunnel vision sometimes. Other times it's not a good thing. Oh, speaking of not a good thing, I'm glad we made it past those guys. Those guys there by the lake. Those are liable to just randomly wander down there. The vehicle that I'm going to bring with me after we do this drop, I'm going to bring the Corvette with me. That will lead to a much easier tow job for the next one. Right? I'm doing me a concern now. I'm doing me a concern because it's going to be a regular van, and we've got respawns on the road. I'm done with this. I have cleared respawns on this road about 6 times now. I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it again. This is my second to last trip on this road. I'm not doing it again. When we go back down this road, there's going to be like 6 of them on this side. Fuck it. I'm going to take a throwaway car back here. We're not going to pick up everything I left there. We're just going to... Man, it really is a gamble. Because I don't know if a Corvette can actually tow a Franklin Volume. You would think a Corvette could tow a Franklin Volume. The Franklin Volume is nowhere near as heavy as this step van here with 270-something encumbrance worth of stuff in it. 276, I think, is the number. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I might have to. Yep, I had to. I had no choice. Our beautiful, pristine, untouched step van is now touched. Welcome to Respawns. I've never been happier to see a mechanic get destroyed. I don't know, Kitsia. I really don't know. I'm not confident in it. I'm really not. Should is a very strong word right there. I agree with you 100%. And you may be objectively measurably correct, but... It's this shit right here. Fuck. I can't... I hate respawns so goddamn much right now. I'm sorry. I know I've said it so many times. I've said it so many times. And, yeah. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people turn respawns off nowadays. They don't have to anymore, though. They're off by default now. They might still be on by default for other game modes than Apocalypse. Apocalypse is the new... Apocalypse is what I play here. Apocalypse is the lore canon mode. is the correct way to play Project Zomboid. I'm being a little facetious when I say that. The correct way to play is to have fun, and if fun for you means turning sandbox settings all over the place, then that is your prerogative. But what I try to do here is match what the devs have in mind in every way except for the occasional aesthetic, which is why I have no qualms with the occasional texture replacement mod. Because I am so done with olive drab. Yeah, we're doing a throwaway car. Fuck this. I'm not doing this again. We're doing a throwaway car, and I don't care how much damage the, well, I'm not going to go that far. If I'm just driving the other van, if I'm just driving the Franklin Volume by itself, respawns on the road won't be as big of a problem. But this is going to be our last back and forth after this one. To be entirely honest, power and water shut-off depends on the state in which the employees left the joint before they died. If they left things running in a somewhat sustainable fashion, you could probably get, well, it also depends on the power grid. If it's coal or natural gas, yeah, it would go off within a few days, guaranteed. A month would be way too generous if it was coal or natural gas. But I actually don't know what Kentucky used in '93. Probably wasn't nuclear. Sort all this shit later. Don't care about it right now. I just need it out of my bags. Somewhere slightly relevant. Well, so day one is, you also got to understand that day one of the game, July 9th, 1993, is not always going to be like, just because it's shown to us as being like, everybody around us is already dead. The rest of Knox County is not necessarily supposed to be that way, canonically speaking. For example, they're constantly talking about people who are still alive doing things over at the boundary camps. I really don't have to empty the rest of this right now. I wanted to get the furniture out of the way, but get that in there. That's the stuff in here, so that we are loaded with just what we need for the return trip. Long last, they have all reached their destination, asterisk. Once I go through them, we'll figure out something more permanent. It's your English teacher. Yeah. Well, it depends. Probably depends on the gas station, but, I still have questions about gasoline degradation that, I feel like I haven't gotten satisfying answers to. It's a little early to sleep, but I'm sleeping. Tired of being at that stage of fatigue already. Let's see what, that thing you're not allowed to cite, stability. Quality gasoline should be stale for 6 months if stored properly, but can degrade over time. Gasoline stored for a year will most likely be able to be burned in an internal combustion engine without too much trouble. Gasoline should ideally be stored in an airtight container to prevent oxidization or water vapor mixing in, to withstand the vapor pressure of the gasoline without venting at a stable, cool temperature. So all these vehicles that have been cooked by the sun during the hot summer twice, yeah, definitely within a year. Gasoline is not stored in gums and solids. Now, here's a question. Can you do anything with stale fuel to fix it? These degradations are it's covered. It makes it harder to start the engine, causes reduced engine performance. Consumption of regular engine use buildup may or may not be cleaned out by the flow of fresh gasoline. The addition of a fuel stabilizer to gasoline can extend the life of the fuel that is not or cannot be stored properly. Removal of all fuel from the fuel system is the only real solution to the problem of long-term storage. Typical fuel stabilizers are proprietary mixers containing mineral spirits, isopropyl, some mumbo-jumbo nonsense, and other additives. Gasoline additives. There's an entire Wikipedia page on this. My biggest question is, of all these additives that can help preserve gasoline, are any of them something that can actually be made without advanced industrial equipment? That's always the first thing to look at, because if it's not, then your chem station, your local chem station isn't going to help you. Stablers are commonly used for small engines. See this right here. Having a lawnmower at one point. More than half fuel properly capped. Avoid storage at high temperatures. Lol. As if that ever happened. So it doesn't contain a very solid answer to how long if you shove it full of additives. And most importantly, that I'm interested in, can you clean stale fuel? That doesn't seem to be answered here. Can you clean stale fuel? Can you filter out the gunk that tends to build up when you let it get stale? I feel like the answer is not a hard no, but it probably takes some advanced chemistry, if it's even possible. The long and short of that is, what is going to take less effort? Just making biodiesel and ruining the engines of your vehicles by running biodiesel in something that was designed for something much cleaner, or getting a bunch of stale fuel out of a gas station and trying to use additives to clean it up and filtrate it. Container purged with argon. See, I feel like gas stations probably have a very strong financial incentive to be able to preserve their fuel, but it's also, gas stations probably have one of the planet's most reliable turnover on product. So it's not like gas stations ever really have to worry about their gasoline going bad. They're always going to have customers coming through and getting gas. So a container purged with argon, meaning you've removed all traces of oxygen. What about contaminants from the container itself? Like the gasoline being in contact with whatever the container's made of. Does that cause the presence of additives over time? Material science is such a fascinating subject. I could nerd out about that for a very long time. Immediate task is going to be to go recover a throwaway vehicle, because like I said, I am not doing another tow job. I am done towing back and forth between Louisville Airport. I'm never doing it again. We will go back to Louisville Airport to pick up some stuff, but we will not be towing it back under any circumstances. Right. Does the gasoline not produce something that, some sort of gas vapor that can pressurize? I can't remember if I left anything on these seats, so checking. And that's the questions that I have is, do you have Well, okay, so people who have like industrial generators in their buildings, would they have specialized containers to store large amounts of fuel for those? I find that thought compelling, because then that means late game you could maybe fight your way to the top of a building that has a that happens to have a generator on the roof or something, and because it's been sealed properly. Hell, that could be an early game strategy. You go out early game, you go find a actual container that can properly store gasoline for a long period of time, and then go shove some gas in there before all the gas in the world starts going bad, so that you actually have a supply to draw from long term. Yeah. Oh yeah. Diesel can be stored for longer. Does that mean that diesel... Are there generators that can use diesel without getting too gunky? Diesel equals gunk. You're not wrong about that. I have personally experienced the glory of diesel after it gets particularly cold. My buddy Mashik, he's been featured in a couple of my videos and one of my 7-day streams. Mashik and I were at Snowshoe Mountain, West Virginia, and I didn't even know this, but his SUV, his Mercedes, was actually diesel. I knew diesel had weird things that can happen to the cold, but I didn't know specifically at the time. Anyway, temperatures obviously on Snowshoe Mountain got way below freezing overnight, and we ended up coming back out there after our skiing and or snowboarding, and we noticed that his vehicle would not start, and that was because his fuel was no longer in liquid form, it was a gel. His diesel turns into fucking gel after the temperature gets too cold. Are you fucking kidding me? Spawns on this road? Really? Right in front of my Project Zomboid base? Yep. Gelling was a... and the worst part was, we didn't know about the gel. And he just got in, sat down, started the engine. And the first thing we thought it was a battery problem. So we tried it a couple times. And then we parlayed with somebody. Here was even the worst part, even worse than that. Managed to pull out of the parking spot. And it cut out right in the middle of the parking lot. That was a lot of fun. Needless to say, I'm glad I had alcohol at the time, because I wasn't the one driving. I don't even know why I popped that. Yeah, we don't even need to go inside right now. I literally just brought it back here so that I can leave the recovery truck here. One of the things that the seasoned veterans of the mountain had talked to us about was different ways of raising the temperature. Because basically the problem is when diesel gels, you want all of the fuel to get warmed up. And apparently somebody at some point on Snowshoe had the same problem, and they lit a fucking charcoal fire underneath the vehicle. They lit a fucking charcoal fire underneath the vehicle in the right place, and the heat radiated up through the engine and actually ungelled it, and they were able to get free. It was the wildest thing I've ever heard somebody talk about, because, I mean, we're literally talking about putting a fire underneath something that contains gasoline. Didn't strike me as the most sane idea, but fucking worked, apparently. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, you see, I feel like of all the vehicles to not be built for something like that, a Mercedes-Benz sounds exactly like it would be. Luxury vehicles. I do not understand the point of owning luxury vehicles unless you're, well, unless you're some collector sort of dude who really likes the aesthetic specifically. The only luxury vehicle I would ever own would be a Corvette. I don't know how I feel about this. We're tired again. We should not be tired. The fact that we're tired tells me that my sleep schedule is significantly behind right now. If I go to sleep an hour early today, we'll wake up tomorrow and we'll get tired by like 1,400 hours. And yet going to sleep right now is probably the best thing I could do. Because going out there with a weak vehicle, when I could accidentally just fall, or accidentally just get surrounded by Zeds out there. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. We're just going to sleep in my safe house here. I'll just drink a throwaway coffee after we get back. Typically on the overnight, for the midnight hour for my characters, I don't usually see that moodle pop up, the tired moodle. It should not pop up between sleepings, if that makes sense. For a restless sleeper to go to sleep, wake up, and then go to sleep again, you should not see fatigue pop up in between it. If it does, then you're doing something wrong. I couldn't tell you exactly what, but something's gone wrong. Canada. I imagine there are certain provinces in Canada that have similar average temperatures to what I go through at Snowshoe. Snowshoe is like sort of my dose of true powerful winter. The place that I live here in Northern Virginia, it's just like what you're seeing in the game here. It's eastern seaboard of the United States. It never gets cold enough for it to be a real winter. And that sucks because I was born and bred for my genetics go long back in time that I need to be cold. It feels wrong if I'm not cold in the winter. So you're saying you're a maple leaf? I didn't even realize that there was a hockey team literally called the Maple Leafs. I was playing Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey the other day. And I was like, wait a minute, really? There's actually a hockey team called the Maple Leafs. I don't even remember what city it was the team was affiliated with. I just remember that there was a team called the Maple Leafs, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Is there really a team called the Maple Leafs? Yep. Or at least I could say there was. Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey came out in 1997. Scarborough. All right. I'm gonna make one last pass through this place. Make sure I didn't leave anything else chilling. There's electrical stuff that I can live without. The cookware is fine. Literal fountains full of water here, but nothing that we don't have at Jericho. Oh, yes, there was some cosmetics I had set aside there. And all of this was just stuff that was already on the mannequins. If I want mannequins, I know exactly where to come back and get them. That's what's in all these crates. Not all right. You guys are making me want to pull up my analytics. You guys are making me want to, because I remember seeing Canada in my top 5. But let's put it to bed, shall we? What's my what is my? I know the U.S. obviously is like pretty high, but U.S. is 30% of my audience. U.K. is 6. Okay, Canada's number 3. You guys are 4.7% of my audience, according to... Now, this is for everything, between my videos and my live streams. Apparently, my videos, my standalone videos, literally nobody but the United States. Huh. Fascinating. But otherwise, Canada would be about 5%. Shout out to the ladies in the audience. You guys are 2%, according to YouTube. Now, that being said, I know for a fact that YouTube, there's a lot of people ladies that YouTube thinks are male. I think YouTube is rather biased towards assuming male by default. It is a bit of a sausage fest here. At one point, I had a number of audience. I had a notably outsized Vietnamese audience at one point. I think that had to do with what time of day that I was streaming. I think that was back when I was doing streaming during my overnight shift. Do a little bit of slight reorganization here because we had optimized this assuming that we were going to tow the vehicle, but I'm not doing that. I'm not towing the vehicle. That's okay. We can still manage to fit everything. Just going to be a little tight, and we will not be able to get out of the vehicle. Once we sit down, we are not standing back up. I do not have enough inventory space for that last bank. That's fine. That is okay. We are out of here. Got cold just a minute. Yeah. No, I've got... if we count both Polish and Irish genes as being from generally colder climates, then you could say that I'm about 4/5 built for colder climates. The rest of my gene code is a mixture of British and a dash of Apache, just a slight dash of Apache, just enough Apache in me to have high blood pressure problems. I'll never not laugh about that. Apparently, my great-grandfather on my dad's side was a full-blooded Apache, and he is the originator, the progenitor of all of my family's blood pressure problems. Just something about those folks, they had a bit of a blood pressure thing. think if we stay on this south road, we're only going to run into a little bit up here. One or two, and then there is going to be a burned wreck that's in our way. So I do have to maintain careful speed control here. Yeah, there it is. There we go. I think we got everybody. Yeah. So this is one thing you can do if you're not worrying about towing, is just stay on one side of the road, let everybody follow you to that side, and then when you come back, you've got a somewhat cleaner side. I actually do that on the highways sometimes without even thinking about it. It's never a perfect tactic, though. Zombies are messy. That guy right there. And look at that. That was a side hit. That was a side hit. Did you guys even hear that? Did you guys even hear that? I didn't. I barely heard the sound. But look at that. Now there's blood all over the trunk. And we lost 8 storage space. It's a good thing I don't give a fuck about this vehicle. This is more or less a throwaway. That just happens to have a really big trunk and really good parts like wheels and whatnot. If this was one of my step vans, I would be fucking furious right now. The lightest fucking tap. The lightest fucking tap. And that's it. Minus 8 storage space. That's the Project Zomboid devs' answer to the people who like to just back up into zombies using reverse to run over a bunch of Zeds and kill them. The devs had to put something in there to punish people who just keep going backwards everywhere to kill zombies. I never did that, but I'm getting punished because the people who did. It's brakes in this thing somehow weren't good enough for that. Whatever. Yep, skill issue. 100%. 100%. All I'm going to say about this is in real life, I could back into somebody and absolutely waste them and not lose a single cubic centimeter of storage space in my vehicle. Because that's just how vehicles are built. And not that flimsy. But we're playing Project Zomboid. Yeah, I wish they had nerfed the battle axe. I wish they had nerfed it. Anyway, that was a nice, smooth, buttery trip. We did not have too many problems because we were not trying to tow. And I did not care to get out and kill everybody who was in the way. So, with that, we have got enough furniture for 6 or 7 lifetimes. You guys are gonna have to forgive me. I cannot shake the feeling that I'm hearing an engine sound. And so I need to, you know, for all of my hearing capabilities to pick out zombie noises from the most busiest of sounds, I fucking suck when it comes to engines. I think my brain is just hardwired to ignore certain frequencies. None of the vehicles I care about are running. Let's just double check the charcoal truck here. Nope, we're good. I have no idea if I'm actually going to put it there. I kind of just wanted to see what it looks like. That's not bad. I don't hate it. Well, first things first. I will not have blood on vehicles, even if they're throwaways. So we were not able to trigger combat music on the way back, so the music is probably going to stay broken for a long time at this point. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and fire up the game's music. The cow's name? The cow's name is Athena the Second. She's the daughter of Athena. Athena was the first of the Holstein cows that I secured. And the best part about being back at base is I know my sleep schedule's fucked up, and it's okay that it is. I can just go to sleep early. I don't see any blood on the floor over here. At some point, the cocks are going to start fighting each other. Because that's the thing that happens. But actually, as fate would have it, we have a cockerel and a couple of hens. So we're starting to get eggs again. That is earlier than I expected. Cool. The cow is right here. You can only see her ear right now. That's what I like to call isometric bullshit. There's her outline. Holstein Athena the Second. Holstein being the breed. And yeah, she is fully adult. I thought she might have only been adolescent at the moment. That's probably an artifact of growing growth time. I think growth time is shorter. It used to be shorter, but now it's going to be longer. I have an idea for these banks. Let's see if the contrast shows up nicely here. Run where you can't craft anything. Can't craft nothing. Was that an intentional double negative? See, remember, build 42 is being built from the ground up entirely to support crafting. So making it so that you can't craft anything. If that's a single negative instead of a double negative, then you're gonna have a bad time. Or at least I suspect you might. I don't know. Maybe you've got a playstyle that'll just work. Me, I love crafting way too much. It's foundational for me. Well, can't do that without a hammer now, can I? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Ah. No, that's not gonna work. It looks a little high, doesn't it? It looks a little high. I don't hate it, but it looks a little high. Yeah. Not gonna work. Too close. Nothing about these parking spots are final. Literally nothing about them. It's just wherever is most convenient at the moment. Those are inconvenient for the moment. I need to be able to drive through still. Being able to drive through is objectively more important for the moment. This vehicle has been emptied of all of its furniture. We can now put it out in the lot. This is just a vehicle part carrier at this point. And you know what? We're going to double down on that. I'm going to go and put some of the stuff that's on the floor here into the trunk of this van, so it doesn't just have good parts on it, it has good parts in it. It's good for now. I didn't realize that I had left the back door open this whole time. Dangerous. I shouldn't have done that. On the flip side, believe it or not, the animals are an informal early warning system. They do make specific, unique stress noises when zombies get close. So we do actually have something resembling a early warning system. Zombies would have to go right past the animals in order to get to us, if they use the back door. Grass being layered on top of vehicles is silly. I do love it. I like the early game, I like the end game. I am an enjoyer of both sides at this point. Radical alt-centrism at its peak. I won't act like I planned this out perfectly, because I didn't. I definitely didn't. I just had a general idea in my brain. But it is starting to feel like that general idea is coming together somewhat. So my fortune of carpeting is 102. I mean, that is most definitely more than I need. Need is a strong word to throw around here, though. say that I have one extra. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because remember these 4 tiles right here? We made the decision to make that one of our entrances, and no, see? We just can't do it on this side, so that's fine. I'll do something else with those corner pieces. I was not married to having the corner pieces there. There are many creative things you can do with corner pieces in this game. And I am prepared to do those instead. What was this building before I took it? This was a grocery store once. Once, perhaps. It was a grocery store. All the shelves, we used carpentry to dismantle all the shelves, and there were a lot of fridges. Like, this one grocery store has more fridges than, like, several other grocery stores combined. We ended up putting most of those in these crates on the back wall here that we built. Probably could have disassembled them with, what's it called? Probably could have disassembled them with welding. I don't hate it. I may revisit that. Actually, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'll just put the corners in there with the spares. Just have a nice big wide open bar area here. Alright, let's get out the crowbar. One of many crowbars. I know I have one over here somewhere. Over somewhere. You're not going to make me go take the one out of my ambulance, are you? Well, if I have to. I have to. And we got a pipe wrench in there, but that's not good enough. Scrap metal sword that I found out there. Alright. So we don't have a big Spitho, but we've got Trashy the Trash Goblin, and we've got Moly the Mole. There's a part of me that doesn't want to put any furniture in front of the glass here. I don't know how loud that part's going to be. Just doesn't work. It's the opposite of Ty Howard. All of this doesn't work. I just can't do, I can't do black furniture in the bedroom area, and that's okay. Don't have to. Never did find that crowbar. I don't think we have one. Yeah, we're just gonna have to, this is why I have everything in the ambulance, with an emphasis on everything. Crowbar is so that I can pick up all the floor tiles here. Replace them with the correct color of carpeting. And the best part about black carpeting is that it hides imperfections that would otherwise be visible if we used a different type of flooring. The imperfections being things that would require us to delete and rebuild the floor. Because yes, that is a thing. I used to. I did a huge harvest at my Riverside base, and we are still going through it, like more than a year or so later here. These cabbages that are fresh and frozen are from about 10 months ago. Pumpkins, watermelons. That's one freezer over there. We've got another freezer down here. This one is all potatoes. This one is watermelons. We've got one with another mix of pumpkins and pumpkins, watermelons, potatoes. And then I have one last one. I know I have some more variety in one of these. This is why I have multiple generators. Keep each of these on a different sort. Ah, strawberries, right. So I got strawberries, carrots, garlic, and now all pumpkins. I need to move those carrots because I don't have... These are the last carrots. Everything else is going to be pumpkins, potatoes, watermelons, and then strawberries in that case. I'm going to put the carrots somewhere slightly more conspicuous. It's a transference trick. I can actually show you exactly why I do this. Let me show you, okay, how long does it take to transfer these 13 carrots? Well, I need to actually have room in the container first. Let me try that one more time. How long does it take to move these 13 carrots from my backpack to this container? A few seconds. But that adds up quickly when you've got 130 potatoes, for example. On the flip side, I can right-click on this garbage bag and hit Equip Secondary. And look at that. She immediately pulls the entire garbage bag out, which that garbage bag has 34 potatoes and 2 watermelons in it. I mean, just look at how long it would take to put those watermelons in there without the garbage bag. It's like 1 second per encumbrance, so it's like 3 seconds. Meanwhile, I can just put the whole garbage bag back in there. That helped me a lot when I was moving bases. So when I would move from one location with a freezer to another, I just load up all the garbage bags into the trunk of the step van and proceed. It worked out great for me. Now, that being said, this is more or less our final destination, so some of those garbage bags, we can actually empty them with a clean conscience, because I will not be doing another freezer transference. It's efficient and it works, but it's tedious. It is tedious. Because obviously you've got to load them all up into a step van and get them from A to B as quickly as possible so they don't thaw. Yeah, very long game. To be entirely honest, you could probably go through, like, stuff that you find in the early game, like, before the power shuts off. You could save a lot of that stuff for a very long time in the future just by going house to house and shoving everything from the fridge into the freezer. That was a mentality I used to have a lot in the early game, just maximizing perishables. In the future, I would probably do that again at some point, because certain things that, I mean, now that are all gone from the world that I'll never get again, like cheese. I will never have cheese again, ever, because it's not possible to make. And all the cheese in the world has gone rotten. So the devs went through all the effort of giving us a recipe to make pizza, and then never made it possible to actually make pizza later on. I can make bread. In fact, I feel like doing that, so I'm going to do that right now. Because we're kind of hungry, but we don't have any, let me pull some stuff, let's make a rabbit burger. I don't even know if we can. I'm going to try. I've never tried making a rabbit burger in this game. I'm going to toss this rabbit meat in the oven. And I'm going to get a bowl. And I'm going to get the bowl full of water. I think to make bread we need yeast, salt, and something else. I forget exactly what. Just a rolling pin. I don't have a rolling pin. We can fix that relatively easily. We are right next to a large amount of residential kitchens, as you can see. We're literally powering some of them. Yeah, it's true. I don't manipulate the time often. What do you mean? If you're talking about fast forwarding, yeah, I do that all the time. You'll have to look at the input overlay in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, but I hit F5, F6, F7, or... yeah, I use the shortcut keys for that. Now here is where an interesting aspect of my base design comes into play. If I want to go visit the houses around the corner here, I gotta go all the way down here. Because, just because the zombies can't get in that way. Neither can I. That's the beauty of this base. We've got this unbreakable, untouchable wall right here. Every once in a while, it becomes an inconvenience. Oh, look at that. Somebody has rotten bread here. Excuse me, neighbor. I don't suppose you've got... They got bacon pans, frying pans. They got a pizza cutter. These people here have a pizza cutter. That's just mean. They got a cheese grater. That's also mean. Now, that being said, I actually can't say it's not possible that we could forage for cheese. Just the standard rules apply when it comes to foraging. You want to forage for something that specific? Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. I'm basically just going to steal all the cookware I see. This is slightly overdue. I see a... Ooh, ramen noodles. Stale ramen noodles. Hell yeah. Rolling pin on the counter here. So now we can make bread. My dream of sandwiches is not going to be a meme. Absolutely not. I said that I was going to make a sandwich, and I am going to go make a sandwich. I don't yet know if it'll actually be a rabbit sandwich, though. But yes, I almost every single time you see me transferring stuff, I almost reflexively hit F6, F5, F6, F5. I mean, I haven't like pointed it out in a very long time, so. Active use heavy form is over here. Well, it would be, but it's not. We haven't started using any flour here. We can now make a bread dough. Oh, we didn't even need a bowl full of water. We just need water. Oh, we can season the bread too. Now, I don't know if this works well. We can put, I'm going to put some, we can put seeds. I'm going to put pumpkin seeds on my bread here. But the reason I'm being a little stingy with this is I actually do not know if the seasoning you put on the bread is still there once you cut it into slices. So I'm just going to put a couple of really basic seasonings, so pumpkin seed and thyme on the bread. We're going to cook it. And then we're going to slice it. And I am going to get the feeling that these bread slices are not going to... I don't think the bread slices retained anything special. So I do think if you want to make sandwiches, don't bother seasoning the bread. Just make bread and cut it. And we can make rabbit meat sandwiches. Hell yes. Boys, we have rabbit sandwiches. Oh, I'm happy about it. I am happy about it. I think I'm going to do rabbit and corned beef if I can. I'm going to open this can of corned beef here. Hell yeah! Rabbit and corned beef sandwiches. That actually sounds pretty good. I am reliably informed that rabbit is a sweet meat. And I feel like that could go well with corned beef. No idea though. But one of the reasons I want to make sandwiches is because there are some condiments over here that... barbecue sauce, ketchup, that are actually kind of hard to use. Most of the time, the things I cook, can't put barbecue sauce or ketchup or mustard on them. At least I can put mustard on salads. Marinara. I couldn't tell you what else I cook that could possibly take marinara right now. Now that is one good sandwich right there. Glorious. Eating me is cruel. Eating me is murder. You can't catch me. I'm the speedy hamburger. We are definitely going to be late for bed, and that's okay. Oh, not the floor, please. In the fridge. There we go. Okay. So, late, but great for the bedtime here. And we are overdue. We need to do a second sleep, so we this is why I really should not throw off my sleep schedule like I did. I did it, and it was kind of intentional, actually. But now that we got some of these floor tiles out of the way, let's replace them. I definitely overestimated how much carpet we would need, and I'm okay with that. So it looks like there is one instance of floor damage that is actually stuck to a point where we can actually see it. So what we got to do here is pick the carpeting up. Oh, my camera is... Oh, there we go. The USB, whatchamacallit. That's why it's always off center. Anyway, narcissist moment over. We pick up the black carpet, and we have to disassemble the floor beneath it. And then we have to rebuild the floor underneath it, which we didn't get a nail back, so we need to go get a nail. And that gets rid of the garbage. So that weird broken piece of floor tile that seemed to stay there even after I pulled the tile up, that's been sorted out. Something about this feels out of place. It's the lack of wall decorations, for sure. Actually, these lakeside paintings, because they have a slightly darker aesthetic to them, and look at this, they're flush. Oh, look at that. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. Oh, I like that a lot. That's great. I know I have a few more of those too, not just the lakeside. We've got one lakeside, but then we've got 2 island beaches. Hey Mario, how's it going? I think we're about to see that I can't rotate these. Oh no, look at that, it worked. Excellent. Okay, so we have 2 island beach. That is gonna work swimmingly. Look at that. Look at that. We've got pretty things now for our people to look at while they sit down and enjoy a drink. I'm here for it. I am very here for it. Now here's a question: what does a monitoring bank look like when it goes behind a behind one of these crates? I can't find out until I drop one of these. Ooh, that, I kind of like that. Oh, I kind of like that. Yeah. Absolutely. Probably not the most comfortable place to stand, and I can't put seating here because I need to be able to drive parallel like that, so it's alright. These will be the kind of stations that you don't necessarily have to stand in front of. Just have somebody in the vicinity you can look at the glance at the cameras every once in a while. So many lakeside paintings. I've been kind of on a collection spree. I mean, what else is new, right? Hell yeah. Even our aminals get to look at pretty things here. That is, that's up to my standard. Now, at some point, I will have, I'll probably have built some of my own walls here and there. So at some point, I'll actually have more walls to put these wall decorations on. This is kind of just a cheap way to store the wall decorations. I could put them outdoors. It does kind of feel wrong to have paintings outdoors. It doesn't feel like it would work. What? I can put them behind the monitoring banks. That's really funny. Wall placements in this game really have some odd inconsistencies. Very odd inconsistencies. I'll just put them in the, put them on this side. We're putting surplus furniture on this side here. I'm feeling more flags, that's for sure. These flags are all trophies, by the way. Not a single one of them was easily won. What? What happened there? I guess it didn't feel like showing up. There we go. I suppose that works. I know I have a lot more flags than that. I'm feeling the symmetry, but at the same time, it's leaving me with a limited amount of space to put other things like this. The Pizza World sign, and the coffee sign, and the big Spiffo sign. These are all things that we can place here, but we need to move We got to pick up all the stuff that's right there now. And then it'll let us place them. And then we can put some of the stuff back. Look at that. The soda machine layers in front of that. I remember now the Spiffo board is actually a little hard to fit properly. Oh, right here. Espresso and croissant. That's alright for now. I don't have to rethink the whole kitchen, but I do not want to start thinking about the wood crates that I've put other things into right now. That's a lot of mental work. Oh, the microscope would be a great contrast if I could put it on the conveyors here. Oh, hell yes. Oh, that would look great at my bomb making station here. Hell yeah. Microscope for the bomb making station. Now we're cooking, boys. Now we're cooking. And hunger is struck. Time for another sandwich. Rabbit and corned beef sandwich. Ooh, I have an idea. This is gonna mess up my wall decoration, though. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? I think it's worth it. I mean, what do I have these what do I have these extractor hoods here for? They're literally just, it's just for decoration. That's more like it. In a sensible world, I'd have the extractor hood over the things that actually produce heat here, like the pizza ovens. But don't always have to make sense. Mini bar show. One of the things I would always like to do with my other bases is I'd like to do a conservatory near the bars. Conservatory in this base is gonna be huge. Like, really huge. So there is absolutely 0.0 chance I could do a bar conservatory hybrid here. Not possible. Not in the base of this scope. Or rather, I would have to sacrifice a lot of driving space to make that happen. I think this truck is completely empty. Beautiful. Another one back into the lineup here. Actually, once they're completely empty, we need to add them. Your step van shall make a fine addition to my collection. We need to add them to the proper collection. The other step vans out here are the other ones that I got from Louisville Airport that have been fully emptied. There would be nothing stopping me from just replacing all of this grass with more gravel and just giving myself an extended parking lot. I could easily do that. Oh, I'm sure they're definitely going to make... I mean, they did it for generators. Why wouldn't they do it for cars? They just haven't figured out a way to make it work yet. So now that we've got a bar, what do we put in it? I've already got an answer for that. This vehicle is full to the brim of food items of some sort. And of some sort includes alcohols. So whenever I do an alcohol storage area, I like to do wine separated by color. So these cartons are all red wine. These bottles are all over the place. These ones are definitively red. This is an aged red. I'm going to put that up as a decoration. This is a white. The whites shall go to the right of the reds here. That is not meant to be a political statement. Do not interpret it in a political context. And we've got more reds. Why was that separated from the others? Yeah, we've got a literal ton of reds. Oh, I see the difference. Some of these are sealed. Some of these are screw tops. Okay, so same kind of wine. They're all reds. What is... Okay, hang on a second. Every time I do my alcohols, I need to remind myself. Spanish fortified wine. It is a... What is that, red? I don't know. That looks like an orange wine. The word red only appears down there. How about the word white? Oh, produced from white grapes. Similar to white table wines. Okay. So it doesn't... Sherry does not look white, but... Yeah. It's going in the white wines for now. Grenadine. That's another one of the things I always forget about. It's a syrup. Non-alcoholic syrup, cocktail ingredients. Let's just toss those on the left up here. I don't know why my brain meat said that that was wine. Let's, over here on the far left is mixers. I also like to do my beers in these separate containers, so we're going to do mixers. Actually, let's do mixers 1 tile in. Let's do mixers 3 tiles in. Mixers 3 tiles in. Beers come in multiple forms in this game. We're going to do regular garbage beers here. Beers in bottles and cans. We will find more of different varieties here, so. Now the darks. The darks, I like to start from the right side here. We do whiskey first, and then scotch and rum, and brandy on the farthest right. Oh, what is port technically classified as? It's wine. It's a sweet red. Okay. Now, one of the problems with using these, what are they called? Wall things here, is they actually, they suck in terms of storage space. There's not a lot of room. Clears we can do, yeah, let's do clears to the left of the whiskey there. Cider is a mixer. Vermouth, what the hell is vermouth? Fortified wine made with, come on, what's the color? I don't care what you serve it with. What color grapes? Oh. There's red vermouths and there's... Is that a white vermouth on the right there? Or does dry just mean something else? I'm going to lean towards it being red. Well, no. I mean, the color of the liquid in this game is very, very light. Oh, yeah, no, okay. Vermouth manufacturers have created additional styles, including extra dry white, sweet white, amber, and rosé. Okay, yes. Pish. We're gonna put that in with the sherry. YOLO. I think we have a little bit of booze left in this side. Do we? No, it's just ETC. Okay. So we do still have some food, but. 14 bullets of coffee came back from the Louisville airport area. I'm gonna need a box dedicated entirely to coffee. I have a couple of bags. I have a duffel bag over here entirely dedicated to coffee. It's almost full. It's got 16 bullets in it. Now, I know I have more foodstuffs than just that. One of the problems with the kitchen area here is some of these containers are too simplistic and need to be separated further. For example, canned food's going over here. We're rapidly filling up on canned food. Yeah, we're filled up with canned food. Vinegar being in there is already a mistake. Buy us a little bit of space. How do we have 15 canned corn? There's our first problem. You can make boxes of canned food. Every time you get 6 types of a canned food, you can pack 6 cans into a box. This makes it more efficient to transport, among other things. Makes it more efficient to store in general. I'm gonna start treating soda differently here. I can't just keep putting all the soda in the same container. It'll just fill right the hell up. I'm starting to feel like I might need to start separating my sodas based on flavor. Get the colas separated from the fruities from the other things here. I mean, let's just get all the soda out of this corner. It doesn't need to be here. Having soda in this corner at all when we've got this much stuff is a mistake. I'm starting to feel like soda needs to go in with the, well, soda is probably going to need its own complete area. Until then, I'm going to put soda over here in this metal storage container, which at least has a billion more encumbrance. Has literally twice as much as those metal cabinets do. I don't even know exactly why I picked those up. They were right in front of me and I felt like it. I don't use baseball bats. But we've got all these crates here. I'm going to start using them. Henceforth, this one shall be known as the baseball bat crate. steel sheets go around front for now, as do this welding things, as do these welding things, and the pump can go out there too, I guess. And before we dump all that stuff, we're ready for another sandwich here. And I actually forgot, but I was putting condiments over here. So we actually do have a lot more of all of those condiments. Nothing that I'm overly worried about putting on right now, but that does mean we have more mustard than I thought. So we can have mustard on the sandwich as well. Beautiful. I wonder if I should separate the cheap wines from the better wines. Well, at least, if nothing else, we've got another step van fully emptied out. I don't have a problem. I can stop whenever I want. This is all the conservatory here. Yep, the entire 100% of this is all conservatory. This is all vehicle parts. Vehicle parts don't really have a place in here. Vehicle parts need to go outside. Fix glass work into the propane vehicle here. What is left can fit into the ambulance. This is an unpurposed ambulance right here. My other ambulance is a vehicle recovery truck, so this will work. Do not want mufflers in here. Won't have room for it. I can't afford to forget that this propane delivery truck here is mostly just here for nostalgia value. It's not actually a good, efficient transport because it's the trunk storage space is limited in the same way that it used to be for everything that spawned in on 42.13. At least that way I won't forget which one has the glasswork. That is not going to be a long-term solution. But at least we've got this step van completely emptied. Off into the permanent lot it goes. We can probably fit the entire contents of the trunk. Yeah, we can. So the trunk of a step van in perfect condition is equal to exactly one of these crates. I'm sorry, two of these crates put together. So we can empty the entire trunk of the step van into two of these crates, which we just emptied, two right next to each other. Perfect. Look at that, boys. We got all of our step vans emptied and gotten out of the way. That is one hell of a collection, if I do say so myself. Captain, the fleet is assembled. All vehicle parts from various expeditions have finally been consolidated. We have enough parts to rebuild a fair few heavy-duty vehicles from scratch now. Okay, it is past my bedtime. We are extremely tired. We could not kill a zombie right now if we tried, and that's rather dangerous. So let's get some sleep. We are quite hungry. I'm going to reward her patience with us by giving her some candy. Got a Smirker's bar. I was talking a while ago about canteens. This is a perfect opportunity to wear one. Because we're running around base, we don't need to be carrying around a bandolier. Bandolier slot is what would normally get blocked if you were wearing a canteen. But we don't need no bandolier right now, we just want to have some water and we don't want it to be weighing us down. So, yeah. Off to sleep we go. There's no chance that I'm going to be able to load up all this glasswork appropriately. I will probably, for now, just go ahead and use the trunks of these trucks for overflow vehicle part storage. That will at least get everything off the floor and get these trucks out of the way. Yeah, at some point. Absolutely. Alright, so we are not going to be able to get a full night's sleep tonight no matter what we try to do, so I'm just going to go ahead and sleep for a second time, and I'm just going to straight up drink a coffee when I wake up. Like, the entire... just down the whole thing. Because this is one of those unseasoned coffees, doesn't matter if I use it up. Now, some of these vehicles want to stay in here. The Corvette and the ambulance are part of my regular use vehicles. But I need to move them so that I can get these other things out of here. fire truck here is basically just weapons. It's if I had to describe what this fire truck was, it would be that scene of Neo saying guns. Lots of guns. At some point, we'll have proper actual weapon storage. So then we'll be able to get this particular fire truck outdoors. But this step van is literally nothing but garbage bags of random loot that can go on the floor with all the rest of them. And then this step van can now, we need more vehicle part storage. Desperately. Did I leave the gate open all night? I might have left the gate open all night. I have been known to do such really stupid things when I get tunnel visions. One of the problems is actually like I said, I probably won't be able to do a 12-hour stream today for no other reason than the fact that I'm losing brain power. Happens to the best of us. Actually, this plain white van might be another metalworking resource right now, because it does have one of the pristine trunks in it, and we need to start getting some of this stuff off the floor because it is it's literally going to start tanking our frame rate if there's too much stuff on the floor. I wish I was kidding about that. So this step van literally has nothing in it except for certain specific types of, the more useful types of metalworking resources, while these slightly less commonly used types are in this husk of a vehicle here. Why does it always use my drinking water first whenever I try to wash a vehicle? I never understand that. There's perfectly good, this perfectly good bucket of water that I just picked up. But no, she's got to use her fucking canteen. Whatever. I'm kind of mad about it. But yeah, what I was trying to say earlier is I am running out of steam, unfortunately. And if I run out of steam too much, then we're putting our character at risk. And I don't ever recommend doing that. Whatever it is you're doing, it's never worth it to put your character at risk. Know your own limits just as well as your character's limits. Oh, you know what? These monitoring stations would actually go fine in front of the windows. They don't fully block them. They must be, well, they don't have to be up against a wall, but they look best up against a wall. I don't know if I would use the word organized to describe this, but as far as organized chaos goes, we have shifted the ratio of organized and chaos a little bit closer to organized than chaos, and I'm feeling good about that. We have here in our backpack a orange barrel. Something I had been meaning to do with that for a while now is turn it into a charcoal burning barrel, which costs the barrel itself and 4 stones. 4 stones, which we can find just by right-clicking on the floor here. Currently there is no functional difference between different forms of charcoal burning, so the burning barrel itself will be functionally no different from this pile right here. However, there is one advantage currently to the charcoal burning barrels, that is you can pick it up and move it around with you. So if I feel like coming out here and burning charcoal and I don't feel like moving the wood after I've cut it, I can bring the charcoal burning barrel straight up to the trees and just place it next to the trees, so that after I cut the trees, I'm standing within range of the barrel already. It's great. That one had no battery in it. I have a perfect sports car battery here. We're going to make sure that that is on par, if not better, than the Corvette here. Yeah, Corvette's got like an 86%. That's no good. Corvette gets 100% perfect everything whenever the option presents itself. You know, for the sake of getting it out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and move this fire truck outside. We will need to find a home for the weapons and ammo in it. You know what? I'm going to do the lazy thing. I don't usually like doing that, but it's going to give us less. It's going to give us fewer back and forth trips. We have a completely empty fire truck. I was supposed to use that to tow this trailer out of the way. Too late now. Just use something nice and quick to do that. You know, also the trailer that we have parked in the garage here, I feel like I could be wrong about this. This thing keeps moving. Damn it. I don't know why I had the brilliant idea of trying to put a trailer in here. It was never a good idea to begin with. See how long it stays in the correct place for now. Now, another thing I should mention is that I'm not opposed at all to having a indoor parking garage, like I've always fancied about this place. But one of the reasons I had an indoor parking garage going is because we had a bunch of stuff that literally needed to be in here, and now we have emptied it all. So the sedan right here, this sports car, it's literally just a donor vehicle. Similar use case as this white van. When we find another heavy duty that I like, we can peel some parts off of the white van right here. The white van is full of really good parts, but the van itself I don't care about. Exact same story with this car right here. I moved it to get it out of the way because we're gonna park these two trailers, which should both be empty. It's been a little while since I checked the open bed trailer. Shifting my stance from leaving the trailers in the middle of the gravel driveway, or the gravel way here. Reason for that is we're moving in the direction of having the gravel area actually be a place to drive through and get vehicle upgrades. That is actually looking more and more like an amazing prospect. Now, if I do an indoor parking garage, this direction that I'm parked, that these two are parked in, feels like the most optimal because it gives me enough room to park there, which I can either get in the flow. If I enter from this side, we go in, turn this way, and then park there. If I come in from this side, go in, just turn, and park there, pull in that way. So once parked here, I can easily turn in this direction to exit south, easily turn around this direction, exit north. So this, for talking flow, is probably the optimal area to be parking in right here. Probably. When I first arrived here at Jericho, there was so much snow on the floor that I literally did not have the parking spot markers. Glad that that era of things is over and done with. Close enough to the... Yes, it is. That's close enough to the generator. Perfect. Now, why did I do that? That is because now we have a total of 8 parking spots here. And guess how many step fans we have down here? We have 8. My vehicles should all be in the same area together. Then they will be happy, and I will be able to screenshot them and see them all at once, and it'll be great. Should start slowing down on being lazy with my food here. But I'm not quite there yet. got to retain the ordering for at least the male vans. The male step vans here have the correct ordering, as in this one should be, I think, one of the best, isn't it? No, that's the worst. Engine quality 66. The worst should be farther away from the base, ideally. So we are retaining the ordering, yes. These four here, because I had to unload them in out of order, they are not in order. So this one's got 84, I think that's second best. This one is 75, I think that's third best. This one 88, this is the best, so this one goes closest to the base itself. Oh yeah, absolutely. We've barely scratched the surface of our potential here. I am thinking eventually I might get a bedroom on the second floor, but I've never done a second floor to Jericho before. If I do so, that will be uncharted territory for me. We've got plenty of real estate on the second floor to work with. Like, it's literally just a nice big flat slab. Now these AC units, they don't block movement. They're part of the ceiling, actually. Basically, these AC units are all just kind of hovering. I would, given enough time, I would probably want to sledgehammer them all, to be entirely honest. Because they're the kind of vents that, in Mass Gen Fatco, look really ugly, and I want to break them every time I look at them. That is probably one of the reasons why I've never tried to do. I never considered doing a second floor at Jericho. This one's 75, so this is the third best. I'm gonna be real with you guys. That other one down there to the south of me there, 67. That probably shouldn't have made the cut, but something about it felt right to have 4 of each kind of these step vans coming back with us. I mean, it was full of good parts too, so that's always a factor. Now, the parking of these to have the trunks facing each other is very specific, because now basically what I do is I'll actually give an example of this with the last one here. Let's say that I find a new vehicle that I really like and I want to fix it up from a complete, absolute 100% wreck. What I could do is bring it straight down the middle on the gravel in the middle there, and park it somewhere like right here-ish. And I would have access to all of these trunks that we can fill up with different categories of vehicle repair equipment and parts and whatnot, spare parts. And I would be able to access these trunks without having to close the mechanics menu. So this right here, this is peak organization for your vehicle mechanics work. So in total, we have 11 step fans of 13.0, I'm sorry, of 14.0 and beyond trunk quality. Meaning all of them have 208 encumbrance in the trunk, this one here, and all of these ones here, as well as these can stay where they are, but for reference, if anybody's not familiar with America, these were some of the first vans to come with me. This is actually the best one on the map right here, the Plonky Mobile. This is a 100 engine quality right here. The only one of its kind. And it is full of, well, between that and this, and then the ambulance, the combat ambulance. Between these 4 vehicles, those 3 right there and the ambulance itself, basically constitutes all of the ammo on the map so far. I'm not exaggerating. The vast majority of the ammo on the map has been packed into cartons and split among these 3 vehicles here. And the calibers that I'm using most actively, we have a few boxes of those in the ambulance. And it's great. I love it. It works great for me. Yep, it is a glorious amount of ammo. We will accomplish lovely things with that in the future. Once again, I am extremely lazy with my eating and drinking here. We're going to drink some of this milk. I was hoping to get the storage system established. That was not successful. All we got was furniture deployment today. But, yeah, what I'm going to do is just finish up a little bit of sorting around here. Then we will get her to sleep. And tomorrow morning in-game, I will call it for this session. It has been very successful today. I have not, K2. Very sadly, the only one of the new guns, well, I mean, not sadly, it's great. The only one of the new guns that I've been able to find, like, right away and start using has been the JS3T, the new tactical shotgun. I found that almost right away, and I have loved it. But I have not found any of the carbines or the lever action. Right now, I would really love to find whatever the hell carbine it is that shoots the 45 ACP. Never mind. Never mind. Because it takes the same magazines as a 1911. And the whole reason I would be using 1911 right now. I would have a 1911 on my hip right now if it was not for the fact that loading magazines is fucking broken right now. Loading magazines is absolutely fucking broken right now. I cannot stress that enough. Loading magazines is stupidly broken. It's kind of hard to give an example right now, but basically it's not benefiting from my reloading skill. And so every single time I push a bullet into a magazine, I'm doing it as if I'm level 0, which means like without fast forwarding, it's literally 1 in real life second for every bullet you shove into the magazine. Fucking nightmarishly slow. But I'm sure that is a problem that will be solved with the next major build when it decides to come out next month or whatever the fuck. I really wish that small quality of life fixes that are unlikely to break mods would be pushed more often. But I think players are, by and large, okay with the current cadence. I know a lot of people are very upset about the fact that 42.12 was dropped for security reasons and whatnot. Because 42.12 was probably one of the most stable builds of B42 unstable. That was because it came out prior to them breaking everything to get multiplayer shoved in there. Which I'm sure, I mean, you know, a lot of people were okay with that. I was quite ambivalent on it myself. Did not have any particularly strong opinions. Worse than level 0. I would probably agree. Like, it feels like level 0, but it also feels like level 0, but you have the... What's the opposite of the trait? Dexterous? All thumbs? Yeah. Yeah, level 0, and you have all thumbs. That's what it feels like right now. Liked it basically just using the single slowest speed it possibly could. I'm consolidating all guns on the floor up here. These garbage bags actually already have guns in them. And in fact, they are labeled properly. Oh yeah, it's not going to be around forever, but I'm happy to use it while it's around. Very happy, in fact. Athena agrees with us. I think she is in full support of that glitch as well. Now, I usually do a fire extinguisher next to entrances. This base is so big that I'm going to do one at the north entrance and the south entrance. Okay. It is a bit early to sleep. You know, if I'm gonna be doing be doing base exercises. Let's do. Or, I'm sorry. If we're gonna be doing base work, let's do exercises too. Why not? Why not? Yeah, no, that is very weird. You are 100% correct about that. Well, I guess if you really want it broken down, killing a zombie is a ephemeral interaction. You go up there and you hit it with something hard enough that makes it go immobile. Looting it means you're actually reaching into its corpse. You're sticking your hand in its crevices to pull things out. You're trying to undress it, but it you imagine trying to take a shirt off of a dead person, and then imagine that dead person is decaying to such an extent that limbs are going to be falling off while you're doing it. Yeah. By comparison, it does not take very long to kill to kill the zombie, but to pull stuff off of it. Yeah, no, that's I understand why it makes our character sad, and it makes sense to me. I don't have to make it sound. I mean, honestly, that's exactly what it. You're violating the corpses in every way imaginable in order to pull stuff off of them. I mean, how else are you gonna get the whatchamacallit, that magazine that they happen to be quote unquote carrying? Yeah. Anyway, we are done for today, folks. We have fog tomorrow in game. So speaking of tomorrow, I will not be streaming Zomboid tomorrow or the next day. I have to go work on site during the day, and that's miserable. I have to wake up at 3:30 in the morning. I have to go drive for 30 minutes to get there. I have to fuck around in a place without internet all day, which, God help me. God help me. At least maybe I can get some writing done. That's what I've been trying to do. It's not easy because I can't really force myself to do it. But yeah, I would say that we have done great things here. Let me get a screenshot of the base that includes the new parking lot. Even with the fog, it doesn't look too awful bad. Nora shall bid us farewell for today. And the last thing we always do here is back up our save. So I'm going to go ahead and exit out of the game. I'm going to open up my File Explorer here, go to C, Users, Username, and then to Zomboid here. Go to Saves, go to Apocalypse, which is what I always play, or other people, Sandbox or Survivor, whatever it is. Sort it by date modified. Here's the most recent one. I'm going to Control-C, copy that whole folder. And you can put these wherever you want. I prefer to do my backups folder, just a couple folders up here, and I name them the same as the save itself. So here's this one, and I number them. So all the previous save backups we've done are all here. This is part 60 of our journey through B42. And I'm just going to paste that entire folder in there. We are up to 548,000 files, over 1.4 gigabytes. Chunky saves. Very chunky saves. Alright, folks. If you're just here for the Zomboid, I will catch you guys on Friday. If you're interested in some other games that I stream on weekdays after work, I was talking about I work on site. On weekdays after work, I do sometimes try to stream 7 Days to Die, because that is a game that I can play while I have like no brain power or energy left. That game is actually chill enough that, well, I'm not going to put my character at risk by playing at low brain power. I don't play Zomboid at low brain power though, so we'll be back here. We'll be back here on Friday. I'll catch you guys then. Otherwise, see you then. Peace out, folks.